What's up, Fortnite fam? We are back for more FNCS, this time in the form of an invitational. Players from around the world have received an invite to this very special event, and at the end of the competition, one player from every region will stand above the rest as the FNCS Invitational Champion. Now, to kick off the event, this weekend we're holding an open qualifier round, where the top 100 players from every region will claim a spot on the battle bus. Welcome to the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host Zeke, and joining us we got Sundown and Shia.
What's up, everyone? It's so good to be back. I'm so excited. I mean, the community has been doing a great job covering the broadcast, but now we're here. We get Shio back to cover it all. I know you were watching the last FNCS duos. You excited for the invitational, my man?
More than excited, I'm energized, focused, and hyped. I'm ready to go. It's solos, one of the most craziest action-packed modes. So many people can play their own play styles, and we have a whole new way of playing too. So I'm just ready to go, man. I'm excited to see what's coming up.
That's right. Well, first, before we get into the game, let's talk about the broadcast, how the show is going to be running. We're going to be doing it 2 days every week for the next 4. It's going to be a great time. We cannot wait to get into it. We'll start with the schedule. We're going to be taking a look at EU games. Then a little bit later on, we're going to take a look at NA East games. Now, let's talk about the format, gentlemen, because it's a little bit different than most people are used to seeing. Starting with the eliminations being 4 for every single eliminations, every elim. Shai, what do you think about this?
So like this format entirely, you can see as well, the placement's kind of been pushed out as well to 75th, records your performance and your games a little bit better. We've gone past the top 25 now when you're playing your games out in total, even if you get eliminated earlier on, you still have some points in that game. As you mentioned though, with each elimination being 4 points, that means that that aggressive style of solos is still there and your eliminations will still matter to the overall point threshold that you have.
That's right. Next up, we'll take a look at the pricing for the event. Now, keep in mind, once we do look at this, it is the pricing total for all 4 weeks of the event at the very, very end. And it's really cool because I think this format lends itself to a little bit of a different playstyle. And here's your total prize breakdown for every single region. Sundown, how do you feel about this? This is pretty crazy.
Yeah, so making it to the grand finals will net you a prize regardless. You can see that it's $2 million spread out across the entire globe. But one thing to note, if you're walking away the FNCS Invitational Champion in NA East or Europe, you're taking home over $100,000. Europe gets a nice little pay bump there. So to be that best of the best among the FNCS players, to say, hey, right now I am the best solo player in my region, not only do you get that clout, and all these players are going to be flexing those FNCS champion axes. You'll see them in there, the past winners as well as the most recent ones, but you'll get to walk home with a nice little prize to say you're to go along with the fact that you're the best. I mean, really, I think it's up for grabs for anyone. We haven't seen a ton of stack solos. We've seen this format in particular in the cash cups as well recently. It's been adjusted as of late, but we get a little bit of data we can go to, and what we've seen is if you're able to get a consistent number of high elims, that's very good. If you're able to consistently place into the top 5 and also get some elims, that generally will lead you towards a first place finish. See Unknown Army yesterday in the NAE second half. However, if you're only just getting placement and only getting early elims, neither of those tend to equate to success. And one thing we want to look at between today and tomorrow is the scores will end up being combined, and then the threshold for qualifying will also vary a little bit depending on the region, because as we said, this was an invitational, so we had up to 100 invitations for content creators or other past Fortnite players who kind of wanted to get a little sweaty and be dropped into the Shark Tank with the best of the best. So it depends on how many of those opted into it and how many invites went wide. So a little more wiggle room than just the 100, but man, it's going to be tough, particularly when we hop into Europe, the most stacked region, when it just comes to pure number of players and arguably skill.
That's right, man. Now, don't forget, we're going to take a look at Europe, but this is a global competition. Other regions around the world have been wrapping their games, and we'll be looking to compete tomorrow as well. Now, let's go ahead and start with the first region here. We've got OCE Day 1. Gentlemen, we got Spin there, 285 points, up there in that number 1 spot. Now, Shai, how do you feel about this? What are you thinking about OCE? Is there any people here that are standing out right out the gate?
I mean, Spin obviously all the way up top. For the individuals themselves, I think that the challenge they have is to look at exactly what the threshold is for coming in first, at the same time what the threshold is for being in the top 10. this being a new format, placements kind of being different in how many points they give out, eliminations now being 4 points per elim, like it's all about feeling yourself out at first. How does your playstyle kind of switch over? It's all about adapting, and we know that OCE does that so very well. Cam, do you have any thoughts about, who's in the top 10, who's in the top 20?
So one thing I want to note is from these lists of players, you're going to see kind of a mix. So Mavericks is one I'm going to call out right away. He was a console player coming off from the FNCS and did pretty well. Didn't end up actually making it through to the grand finals, but won the week. So seeing him push up into that was pretty impressive. Another thing to note as you're looking through these names is a lot of the Sharks are going to be out. You're not going to be seeing the Worthies, the Mr. Fresh Asians, the Rels, the X2 Twins, because all of them have already qualified through. So this gives an opportunity for the solo players who haven't really been able to break through in the FNCS team game modes, but might be able to lift themselves up. And what we want to pay attention to over the course of today and tomorrow, both across OCE and as we swap over to Asia, is whose names are we seeing consistently, and who do we think will be able to challenge once they're inside that top 600? Are there any names who might have been there? And Astera is one who we can call out right away. We saw kind of in that last little exchange right before we went live, him and Delta had a great 1-2 finish, and we've seen him as well in the FNCSs, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get to the grand final. So expect him to be one of the guys contributing there. I mean, a lot of these names, honestly, I'm not super familiar with because we watch mainly the big FNCS guys, but one thing to note, look at the point spread. So many of these guys are directly on top of each other, and when 4 points is a single elim, and that's going to be able to jump you up, the difference between one elimination, getting it and not, is often going to be whether or not you're playing next week in that top 600 pool.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see kind of, with this updated format, it's going to very much change people's aggressive natures and might even temper them in some regards. Now we hop on over to Middle East. Now, Shai, you're a pretty big fan of Middle East. I am as well. What do you think, based on the way they play, do you think this format, lends itself to Middle East? Do you think it's maybe, like a shake-up for them? Do you think they're just nah, perfect, we're ready to adapt,
For me, it's kind of more so that it's going to be a lot tighter for the competition. You can see it in the top 10 already, 225 points all the way up to 267. At some points, even eliminations, kind of get you up multiple different placements overall in the leaderboard. I feel like the way Middle East plays as well, it's just kind of really intense when it literally comes to that last elim, that one placement. Over here in this region, it matters the most, so consistency for these guys. Yes, this format helps them a lot because overall placing, especially while fighting mid-game, is very important, but when all these guys are playing so well from game to game, just look at the difference between Power Royal and Darkside. Just a mere 6 points in total, a mere 5 points to separate them from the people behind them as well. It all just comes down to that final moment. So we'll see exactly how that tools up for this region going all the way over to the grand finals. I'm going to say that it's going to be the closest compared to anything else we're going to see this season.
Very interesting. I'm excited to see. What do you think, Cam? Do you think ME is ready for this? Do you agree? Do you disagree? How you feeling?
I think that's a bold claim that it's going to be a shakeup, only because Soriano has just been absolutely destroying everything in Middle East between the Cash Cups and the FNCS, and just whenever he decides to play, he's basically better than everyone else in the region right now. So honestly, until somebody upsets him or we see him play worse, I think Middle East is Soriano's region. Straight up, I think he's the best player in the region right now, and I think he's one of the few from Middle East you could transplant elsewhere and he would still be successful simply because of how he plays, his level of confidence, and the style. He plays for the high ground, but he goes to take it at an appropriate time, knowing how much resource he has, and it'll vary between each game. I know it's kind of getting a little off topic of the open section here, but when you're looking at that, these open guys, yes, they want to be in the top 600, but they also have to consider being that 600th player means you still have to fight against that top one. You're still going to be put in a solo lobby, so how do you deal with that kind of pressure? And I consider measuring everyone in Middle East up to the Soriano bar right now.
That's pretty fair, and that's something that we do have to consider is, yes, they're already invited players, and these players are going to be joining them, and now they have to think, okay, like, I've got my shot. It's time to make a name for myself and put myself out there, whereas I may not be as popular as these other people. I'm ready to be, like, I'm here for a reason. I've shown you guys why I should be here, and now it is their time to shine. So we'll have to see how the competition develops for every single player out there, especially as we start to whittle down the competition all the way up to grand finals. Now, before we do get started, there's two things we do want to talk about. The first is the competitive updates in 2020. If you guys want to head on over to FN Competitive over on Twitter, give us a follow. There are some updates there on the competitive plans for 2020. That is where we're posting all kinds of updates for Fortnite over on competitive. So please do yourself a favor, follow that, keep it up to date. The other thing is we are trying a new format with additive scores across both days of the competition. Due to the tiebreaker influence, we will not show final combined leaderboards at the end of day 2. And instead, we'll finalize these results and confirm winners after the broadcast. We just want to be 100% certain the tiebreakers and all the rules line up so we can move players on to the next week. But gentlemen, that's pretty much it. The battle bus is currently being loaded. Players are hopping on right now, and you guys will be riding shotgun. Are you guys ready? Like, it's so awesome to be back. Like, I'm so pumped right now. I'm trying to, like, hold myself back because the Zeke inside of me is just ready to be like, Fortnite fam, what up, you know?
I think we already passed that part of the show. You already greeted everyone here. You got that out of your way. It's okay. Take a deep breath in, yeah. Zeke.
I know.
Nice deep breath out, and then it's good. Dude, I'm excited too. I'm ready to get in there, but just like these players, you have to temper your excitement a little bit, right? We got to be able to dive into it. We got to be able to get in the game. But as you said, riding shotgun with a shotgun, or maybe not if we're a controller player, but it looks like we're ready to jump into the matches.
That's right, gentlemen. The games are ready. The battle bus is launching. You guys will be riding shotgun, so take us in.
Appreciate that very much, Zeke. And now hopping on board with the almighty Very Gold, Karas RR. Looks like he's heading down over towards a little bit past Lazy Lake and going for a southern drop spot. Let's see if he decides to go towards the POI or towards one of these, I call them scavenger routes, where one of the biggest changes in this season is that chest spawns are 100%. And child, that has had a huge impact on how people go about moving around the map.
Yeah, this whole chapter, it started out in team modes primarily, but when you switch it over to solos, it changes so much because, as you said, scavenging, you can do it very stealthily, sneakily, and when you're by yourself, super fast. But when someone interrupts your route, as we can see over here, although not a scavenger spot, a big POI, retail row, you get into fast fights very fast that are isolated.
Oh, and that was a fast fight quickly. Jex is making fast work of AUT there, not letting him get anywhere there. And we talk about retail kind of being one of these bigger POIs, but honestly, with all of the changes to the map and how it's kind of pulled people more towards the outsides, going for the mythic POIs, looking for those rotations, we don't see generally huge contestations coming around some of these interior POIs before, particularly in the more stacked games, in those FNCS lobbies where people will stake a claim and be like, hey, I've landed here all season, good luck. In the opens, when multiple people will have the same drop spot, particularly in solos, it can happen. But right now, he has the entirety of the east side of retail to himself after cleaning up that one elim.
I think that's a result because of all these mythic POIs around them. Like, you can see the grotto just to the north of Retail Row. When people aren't there, they're usually going to be in POIs like this. These get more stacked. They become scary. So if you're here first, if you're here to defend your nation, basically, against everyone else dropping down, you build a reputation up. Even if you are an up-and-comer like Jexus, you can just see everyone stay away from his side, fight out at the houses, because in scrims, he's probably beat them 10 times over.
Yeah, or he might have had that perfect drop. We talk about how good it is. Tfue is one person to study. Just those early drops in order to get an advantage. You can see here Jex is about to third party in here, just taking some rifle shots. You can see 76 players left remaining. We're about to hit that first placement point. It will only be a single one, but it kind of alleviates a little bit of that issue you had before, where when you were knocked out so far out, you weren't getting anything and it felt super bad. Granted, it is just the 1 point, but sometimes that's all that matters. Jex is now creeping up on the wall here, trying to play a little bit slow. Only has the 23 builds available to him, so he can't get into a long drawn-out fight, but it looks like he's just trying to sneak in and find an elim. FA Scale picks up Flu Fishy, which gives us that top 75, and Jex is still just creeping here.
Yeah, right now it's also already just about survival. His points are going to start to rack up very fast. My question is, has anyone actually heard him come all the way up top at this location? Now, after breaking a few walls, having a say in the fight, he can finally get his word out there until someone else starts screaming back, though, because he's taking shots back, although elevated, possibly not the third party, but the third partier in this position, takes out Senny. Now it's just him in a 1v1. We'll see if it's possible. He's going to regroup all the way to the top. But so far, Jexus is playing aggro and playing right.
Yeah, playing very well. Takes a little bit of fall damage there, but he's going to push onto YouTube Tasox here, trying to not let him get away. He knew that other player was there, probably has him at a disadvantage. And frankly, it looks like he doesn't really care. It looks like he just wants to fight and play for it.
Yeah, still using that sneaky maneuver strategy first before going all in. This time, though, switching things up and staying low ground rather than high. Now, the advantages of this is that, first of all, if there's someone else coming through, you're not going to be affected too hard. And at the same time, you get these cheeky angles that push you into boxes, straight up through walls, phasing through. Now, from the top down, the advantages of this pressure is that your shot can land a little bit better. On even ground, it's going to be a 50-50. It's all about controlling the wall. So he'll try to, but he doesn't have the control yet. Now, not controlling the edit. Finally, in the box, and once again, a steaming truck rolling straight through. Jexus has 3 eliminations already, and his game is starting live.
That was so good by Jexus. I'm not sure if you caught it, but when his opponent re-edited the wall there and Tasox edited it, he made sure he hit it with the tack and then force face through right away, because the edit lowered the wall strength so the tack would one-shot it, and Jexus forced in when Tasox went to take the other shot. Very well played from SFC right there. Brilliantly done from him. I mean, just a really good push. Now we're flipping on over to Panjok, trying to get a little push down here. Has the bandage cannon as well as the uncommon tactical. Porta Potty does get jumped into. He's trying to defend over on the yacht side right now. Crazy Pete is just sitting inside there, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure right now this is undestructible, so Pan's is going to have to wait and see what's up. At one point, we talked about the difference in the format as well. He could possibly sit here for a long time and accrue points that he probably wouldn't get, because although he does have builds in this position, he's going to be hopping out and taking a free shot straight to the head. This, at the same time, is slowing down Pan's game. I'm not sure how worth this is going to be, but definitely a stalemate fight at its best.
I mean, at absolute best, I mean, he does have the harpoon gun. There's a bandage cannon on the other side, though, so if both players just want to chill, they can. Panwatch has a supply drop from a player he had already dropped over there, a nice little cash hanging out, and Crazy Pete is just gonna chill. He's not moving. Storm is now coming in, but as you talked about, he has the ability to stay here and just wait it out. You can see he's trying to bait him, but there's really no reason for him to leave.
And there he goes. He jumps out. Doesn't have to leave, but just comes right there for a shot in. Gets nothing off. Actually takes damage. And now in an even worse position. Possibly can get taken out of the spot if someone else jumps in. And that's going to be the case here. A final 50-50. Lots of shots missed by Pan and Pete. Wow, the patience pays off. And he gets to survive, going right back in. A third party comes in. Jumps out again. Pete,
no!
The porta potty maintenance technician, making sure everything works well. Pooping on the competition.
I mean, yeah, just insert whatever appropriate mongrel quote there, because Pete just absolutely took them to town and worked, which just wasn't even fair. Like, there was no reason he should have won that fight, but he's able to just outplay both of them as Ventox catches a heavy sniper bullet with his face. He's like, don't worry, get down, Mr. President, I got you. Noisy, seeing that happen, immediately goes over. And, oh, what? That was the grapple player.
Okay.
That's so huge. He just got gifted it.
He got gifted that and a golden RPG as well. Already has big shields, the options for minis to take, but with this loadout, do you even really need it? Because now the refreshers are going to be coming in. I think Noisy has the hardest loadout in the entire lobby, and Lilith might be walking into a trap.
However, Lilith has the high ground with a heavy snipe RPG combo himself. Noisy needs to be able to make a play, has enough mats, has the grappler as well. No white heals, however, is not going to need it unless his opponent is able to get a solid connection off on him. The question is, I don't know if Lilith knows that he has the grappler, and you don't want to give up that information if you don't have to. The second you give up that information in the fight, the opponent is going to be able to change how they play and kind of account for it. Here it goes, and look, right away, the second the grappler goes off, Lilith blocks it off, and now Noisy is stuck on the low ground. Lilith immediately knows if the grappler comes out, he's going to have to wall off and then go for the aggro, but he doesn't matter. He's trying to heavy snipe into the box because he wants that grappler now, Shy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good strategy to kind of stay away from this and trying to build out the fight, maybe let a third party come in. This will make Lilith use a lot of mats and try to maintain that height. You can see it because every drop down will cost about 100 mats. At the same time, playing this quiet with all this loot kind of shows that you're unconfident, and if someone else has a heavy sniper, they're ready to get in. That's going to be bad. There it is. Doesn't get the actual piece control for the stair inside the box, but once again, we'll have height. Look at this, though. He's already used about 300 mats to maintain this position, although reconnected. If he keeps going down for shots like this, quick bites and attacks, he's going to run out of steam. That's when Noisy can clap back.
Honestly, it seems like Noise is just playing defensive until he gets his opportunity, pushes back into Lilith there. Lilith loses the piece control, but hits a great 100 shot there. Quick little blip, we catch on up. Lilith, though, trying to disengage, did hit the 100 tag and hasn't been hitting back. Able to put the pressure on here, and honestly, Noisy doesn't look like he wants this fight. He looks like he just wants to disengage and try and wait it out, but Lilith isn't giving him any room. We did hit that second placement threshold, getting into the top 50 now, but Lilith, it's all about whether or not he can get this grappler. If he's able to get this, it will have been 2 eliminations, as well as the mythic control. He did see that the shields were able to get popped off. We know he had double heavy shields there, so he should be back up to 100, but the question is, can he get out? They're not going to be forced to move for another minute at least, so they're really just stuck in this isolated 1v1, but honestly, this is super important because the amount of mythic control there, and you can see Lilith just desperately trying to use that heavy sniper recently tampered with, but however, still will one-shot the side of all the builds, so highly impactful.
I mean, like, all Noisy can do right now is just wait for someone to walk by, but with Pleasant not being in zone, with this fight being so isolated, it might already be over the way he's playing. I feel like Lilith has got almost every wall. Once again, gets another quick shot, a big shot off. Although low ground can quickly switch all the way up. We know he owns so many materials all the way up here. Now Noisy will have to build in defense, but once again getting his wall taken, will not have the resources left, I don't think, to stay in here. The pyramid finally comes in, and now Lilith gets to choose what to take. Obviously, will pick up the grappler, the mythic AR as well, and now has Rain on the entire lobby.
Yep, picking up Sky's loadout there, as well as 2 elims and the 2 rounds of placement points, so already getting 10 points, brilliantly done from him. The one thing I do want to note from that fight, and it's probably just a little bit of commentary on him, I think his wall control was exceptionally well there. He was struggling to get that pyramid in. The second he got that in, ended the fight, right? So it's like, the more he can work on getting those pyramids and the ramps in, like, honestly, otherwise, his piece control and the way he was working around that fight when he was at a disadvantage in terms of the utility in his kit, I was pretty impressed.
I mean, he's got the option of a war on all fronts, basically. Usually, sometimes people choose to just stay from up top, get your pyramid and your floor, and make you move boxes, already controlling the other boxes, pyramids, and floors. But what Lilith did there is just drop down on multiple walls, kind of notched away at everything you control, and then finally has that clincher, getting the pyramid when you least expect it, finishing off the fight. Although makes it so that you spend so much time in there, it guarantees an elimination. And against someone with that kind of loot, that's the best route to take.
It reminded me a lot of a kind of watered-down version of the King's fight from his second game at the World Cup, where I forget who it was who was chasing around, but they was literally just trying to wall replace around the outside, and he just kept working on getting a singular wall until he finally was able to get that shot. But hey, you work out of it. And the other thing I want to talk about, particularly in solos, because I know this is a conversation we've had a couple times, but definitely want to kind of air it out. How do we feel about the mythic weapons after we've already seen in this game Sky's grapple and her AR change hands twice? How do you feel about alphaing up on one of those drop spots? And how do you feel about being able to hold and utilize those weapons? Do you think they're going to be more effective in solos than they were in the duos mode? Or do you think they'll be less effective as we see Ski-Q getting ready to line up a shot? But this is a double bait.
Big double by Ski-Q. I mean, he's going to hit every single shot first. Unfortunately, though, I think we'll have to keep on fighting because he definitely wants this loot just looking at his loadout. My man is working with momentum off of spawn. Hasn't really seen someone. The first person he gets, he lands those many shots back to back. You know he can't stop. He's going to keep on going, finally get that shield tag down. Might not own the wall, but has all the pressure in this fight. Is not letting go. Still doesn't get the replay, so now it'll be the opposite of what Lewis had. We'll see. Difficulty in getting the wall, but instantly finds one. The pressure is too much to handle for his opponent. Gets the second shot in, and now he's just going to keep moving. To go to your question, though, that was a no mythic loot fight. When it comes to mythic loot, less effective, more effective, it actually changes from POI to POI. The Grotto in duos, using that minigun, Fredek's going to have his own over here real quick. I think that's not going to be the mythic one though. Oh no, it is. As a solo, you can't really act off of it too much. You're kind of having to all in a lot. It's usually a support item, using it by yourself. Support items aren't that good compared to when you're in the team mode. Sky's Grappler though, that POI, the Shark, it gets so much more intense, so much more worth and effective overall to rotate by yourself. You don't have to worry about a duo partner, and it's just so much better to use in a solos format. That being said, yes, we see the effects of that. Getting past 100 different people to a spot you want to be in is very difficult, and you'll see these items pass hands multiple times, although FedEx right now is at the advantage in this fight. If he gets taken out, no, obviously not, especially with the position he's in. He'll pass that mythic minigun, Brutus's minigun, over to someone else, and the story will just keep going on and on and on. So, although these mythic POIs are very powerful, getting in and getting out of them to the rest of your game, that's the most difficult part, because in solos, their weapons usually are so much better.
Well, and you look at what you kind of have to sacrifice, right? So if you're going to carry the grappler, you're going to carry the AR as well, right? So now automatically you're not going to be carrying an SMG, probably. Some really good shots coming out right there with that epic AR from FedEx, showing that the 4-weapon loadout, not putting him in a terrible spot. However, we've seen in this meta in solos that, like, let's call it what it is. Flopper and the launch pads from the outside is really, really, really strong. It's very difficult to get into a spot, with the one weakness really being if somebody is already on high ground and attentive to it. But with so much going on, it's really difficult. But what that also means is if you're sacrificing dropping a weapon for that circumstance, you're going to lose fights to these more combat prepared people. And honestly, I think the most exciting part about the FNCS Invitational is we're going to see that meta develop in front of us, and we're going to be able to kind of judge. Is Epic Whale still going to go no shotgun, grabbing Midas's drum gun the entire time and flying at people? Is he still good enough to consistently do that on West against other people? Can somebody alpha up the Shark and use the grappler the entire time and maintain control on the high ground? Or will somebody who doesn't have to eat 2 slots using those do a traditional style play, get a launch pad, get a flopper from one of those airdrops or something, and then take high ground away from them? I honestly have no clue what the right answer is, but these players are going to show us.
Yeah, I think that right answer will change as well from time to time, because you can see all the different elements right now just in play. Kara, heavy sniper right now, hitting shots, changing the way these rotations are going to work. You can see the mini-map all the way into Frenzy Farm, one of the hardest zones to play because it's natural low ground, it's all skill. No one's in there yet, and people's journeys are already being stopped or hindered by this big damage. We can see from other fights, non-mythic items, still, you can box fight it up, you can have room for harpoons because you don't have to take 2 items away from a POI or a lot of shields. And when you have mythic items as well, you can be in positions like this where you're one on top of each other, one person has an easier rotation but more time to hold. I mean, these are the 2 most aggressive stories we've seen so far in this match. Jackson's taken out a few people early on, FedEx with a strong aim. Now these guys will have to move in regardless of the loot they have. This meta will definitely be ever-changing Sundown.
And the thing is, there's options, which is really interesting, and you can see players kind of tailor their own game plan to it, but then you also get players who adapt it and will reverse it up. Right now, we have a little bit of a lull. Storm has moved in. People just kind of chilling. You can see Kara getting his edits in, getting his resets in. 35 players remaining. We're about to head into zone number 4 closing, which means we'll have half and half reveal after this. So this is probably about what we expect from an open lobby. 35 players going in. We'll probably end up with around a high 20s, low 30s, 50-50 zone, depending on how many players drop here, as a ton are actually stacked towards the southwest corner of the zone. I didn't even notice that. Look at the mini-map shot.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even in yet. Right now, Kara, this is going to be a big tick zone. I think it's about 5 damage per tick right now because we're already at 3rd, moving into 4th. This is going to be almost a build fight moving in. Seems like already an endgame moving zone. Santana's trying to move in. Kara on low. A lot of mats being expended. I feel like they're almost both too low. Kara's already got that metal. Big tack shots coming in. Now he gets a refresh. I mean, Santana still had a lot of wood, so I feel like the decisions right now, a lot of pressure maybe for these players. Although loot's going to be coming into their inventories on a bad position, they might not be able to use it.
Yeah, and one thing to note, again, this is the open. All those names like the Benji Fishies, the Mongrels, those guys, they've already qualified through. These are the people looking to battle against them. And this is also right at the start of the window, so we're going to be seeing these leaderboards change over the course of the day depending on who has these huge pop-off games. But now Zone is closing, 29 players remaining. As we see them beginning to push forward, Kara taking the higher zone. You have Neo just below him. Stomper 4, Thad Castle, 4Z200 IQ all around that left side with reverse Kinder Egg, and Yaja Fonseca just below. A lot of players stacked over the side. Octave hanging out in the middle. He needs to be careful. And then we also have Retail Row Hero Jex hanging out on the other side. But Kara pulled zone, has high ground control, 3 floppers, 6 minis in a pretty solid spot.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about solid spots all the time when it's super stacked lobbies, but one that's a little bit lighter, just 30 people, I still feel like holds the same weight, especially in a zone that's as open as this. If you're launch padding early, we can see it right now, you're going to be an immediate target. If you have to rotate fast and you don't have mobility, it's going to be that much harder than being in a stacked lobby itself. Everyone's just open, available for shots. We'll see Carl try to get in. Durano's already taking almost all his shield out, just trying to move in. If you don't have a teammate either to kind of relieve any of that pressure, it'll be a lot of box-to-box gameplay with a lot of eyes and shots being fired everywhere. When it's a lighter lobby, I think it's still as difficult.
Honestly, if anything, that makes for the ones who aren't in the zone more difficult, because there's just less latent builds going around, less targets for people to be shooting at. So the second you start tunneling, it's more likely that the rest of the lobby kind of chooses you, and you end up going through. However, as we say that, only 2 players going down in the full rotation, so Lots able to make it in. You see Raja trying to get some shots there with that burst AR. Does have the gray SMG if he decides to also throw some in, but hitting 62, 32, 32. Nice little double tap there. Can he find the finish? Another 32 sneaks through the wall. That's what we talk about when getting chosen. Lewis goes down, and he sees it. He sees the loot.
He has the monster loadout right now, but he's in a position where he got focused as well because this base is not that strong. So he needs to get what he can, get out quick, get some shields hopefully as well. Yes, he's at max and has possibly the most perfect loadout you can with solos. Now, although the lobby knows he has that Sky's grappler in his inventory, I think he's going to be secluded enough in this spot to be able to use it to rotate in this game. And by God, by the ammo and the loadout that he has in terms of just materials, I think having this Sky's grappler in his inventory is huge.
He only has 35 builds, still long ways to go, but he does have the ability to chill right now. When we talk about kind of the higher rate of fire and the boost that the mythic weapons give, talked about how this AR can rip through the later parts of the lobby and enables you to play just slightly differently because you can hang out, you can wait for picks, and then you can try and grapple ahead. That's what Raja's trying to do right now. Able to get that, his loot goblin play so far paying off. No. Player pushes into the box. That's the SMG spray, but he says no, not today. Hits him back with the epic tac shotgun. 2 shots, takes the elim, pushes him into the top 20 as well as Octave goes down to the storm.
Still in a very volatile position because he's at low and anything can happen. Once again, a surprise from the right side, now stuck all the way down bottom. The heavy sniper finally being used, but that's a long reload time. Now must use that grappler. Raja is going to start to move forward. Low materials once again, so all these pit stops, all these boxes are going to take a toll on those mats and on that defense. That means the only option left is going to be to get straight into someone's box, get that refresh, get all your materials back, because right now he's just on a threat.
Honestly, for me, that was the time for a cheeky bush play. He could have chilled in that bush and he could have made a play, but instead he's going to box himself up, see if he can catch somebody on the late rotate. Still going to stick with that shotgun out and switches to the grappler. Everyone knows he's going through the low zone, but it's a little too late. He gets in front of everyone else, but can he make a play? You see him consider to go for the Thwifor Kaizui Classic. Instead, uses it to push in 83 after he already tags him. Will he find the finish? Still trying to chase his opponent. No more heals. He has to get the conversion and he doesn't get it. Alejandro lights him back up. Chaos 4 onto way. Also picking that up. Raja going down. You can see it there from the other angle. Legitimate Growl, or Lermit Growl, whatever name that is, I have no idea, gets back on up, and that was such a clutch launch pad. Everyone else is stuck on the low ground, and he's gonna 90 straight up, sees no one else is there, and he's on ultimate high.
It's an uphill battle both on natural low ground and the leaderboard right now because this is the first game. This is where you want that momentum to hit hard, and now it's 7th zone. At the moment, Lermit has all the mats he could please and ask for at this moment with the self-RPG happening as well. He's in one of the best positions because second height can't touch him. It's a full metal base and a big pump to drop down just one layer and maintain height as this zone falls straight off of a mountain. No AR though means pressure is going to be very hard from this angle, from this distance, so he has to close it. Starts to waterfall down on low ground. It's Pylon and Stomper both going for a big fight. Stomp gets the first shot in. Lermit answers back though with a shot of his own. Now we'll see a replay from his perspective on when he saw the things going down. That was an RPG that happened. The first shot misses. The second one after the jump connects, and now we see that final fight going down. It's a 1v1. SMG and pump in hand. Full wood builds from the back. Lermit can't check it. No mats. Loses height, but gets the final shot. That wraps up game 1. That's momentum. 45 points and a win for Limited Grawl.
Well done from him there. That launch pad around the side of the mountain to get up to the high ground gave him positional advantage on the rest of the lobby. And at that point, it was just being patient, hanging out up on his nice little high balcony, and then being like, okay, now it's time to mop up the rest of you. Thank you very much. I'll take the victory royale. The 3 elams puts him up to 45 points. A nice little start.
And what a game to start off the day. Well, I mean, we got to talk about this, guys. I for a long time there, I was like, Lillis, all right, you've got the Mythic Grappler, you're set. And for a while there, he was flying around the map just completely freely until it eventually got taken down. And now, to see that ending there, Lermit just being like, all right, I'm going. Like, I know what I need to do. This is a hill. I have to be at the top of this. Like, he maintained high ground so well. Shy, like, could he have done anything differently? Like, I feel like he knew what he had to do, and in the moment executed very well.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's the name of the game in solos. Like, you have to be able to react to everything going on around you. I mean, he didn't drop down at a Mythic POI. He wasn't at the Shark, but still utilized the grappler at one point to get where he needed to go. That player we were watching finally gets eliminated. Then a Launchpad player from a non-Mythic POI, Lermita Grawl, gets height and finally has a say on the whole game. I think perfectly timed, held height also perfectly, dropped down all pressure and shots when he needed to, and then ended the game, waited for the final 1v1 before actually coming in himself as a third party, wrapping things up with more mats. I think that's the best way you can play it, and as a platform right now for up-and-comers to showcase their skill, he has everything a pro has 100% in his arsenal, and he chose all the right options. As Sundown mentioned before, players have so many to win out the game.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, right? Having Lermit say, hello world, my name is Lermit, it's nice to meet all of you, you should be paying attention to me. Now, I appreciate, his control we saw there toward the end game. He still was sitting on 280 metal, so he had what he needed to kind of push himself into that final 1v1. How do you feel, Sundown, about that aggressiveness? He kind of jumped down and missed the initial shot, and I feel like that was probably just like a little bit of nerves. But then we saw the 40 come out, he connected, and he just closed it up. His tracking was pretty well as well, because he was listening to the sound cues. The player had jumped off in midair. It's like he just turns and just domes him there with that shotgun. So how do you feel about his play there?
Overall, I thought the play was solid. He won the game. He was the best player in the lobby at that point in time. The one thing I will call out, though, yeah, I mean, he won, so he was better than 99 other players in that one. Though, when we're talking about a region like Europe, where there is hundreds of thousands of players who contend at a high level and are, like, contributing and playing in these tournaments and open events, I don't think 3 eliminations and a victory royale in your very first match necessarily bodes super well for your chances to crack into that top 600 group. I think you need to be a little more kind of foot on the gas from what we're going to see from that top point, because as we've seen in a lot of these other modes, particularly in this format where there was the 4 eliminations and we were looking at Europe where the top 200 or top 50 ended up advancing over, it was really hard and it was really close, and the biggest swing ended up being kind of those 10 to 11 elimination victory royale games that would put you in like the 60 to like 70 point range all at once. So while it was good plays, good decision making and all that regard, I think the players who end up pushing into the top 600 are probably going to have a little more pop-off games than the one we just saw. However, hey, first one back, dude made some nice clutches.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and see where Lermit is on the overall leaderboard. Right now, we've got Bandov at the first place spot, 125 points. So I really enjoy this format because I feel like it's changing a lot of perspective for these players, right? You know, typically we see some of the players kind of temper themselves and say, look, I got to play for that end game. But now we're seeing a lot more action. People are like taking these opportunities more seriously and just trying to like find and take players out and grab their loot. We also have the second page of standings. Shai, I mean, do you feel the same? Like, do you think that this format has shifted a little bit some of their play? Do you think we're seeing, like, do you think it's like, nah, it's pretty much standard out of EU. These guys are all slayers. They're all looking to fight all the time. You know, what do you think?
I think the thing that this format's kind of done is shifted where focus needs to be for a lot of players in this format. Like we were talking about the way that Lermit was kind of playing that last game, although it didn't have an elimination-heavy performance at the end. One thing he had compared to the rest of the lobby was focus at the very end of the game. And I feel like if you just have focus over the 10 games, yes, you'll have some finishes where you don't have the most points, you're not at 190 like this, but you'll have the consistency and the mindset to be able to bounce back and then play out those, 10 rounds, those 10 matches time and time again compared to everyone else in the competition that might get slightly tilted when they end up losing, because we can see right now the points are so close. Any one of these 20 names can just dwindle off, right, within these next few hours. So having focus, having temperament is going to be the first and foremost thing these players must acquire.
That's right. This is only the first game, right? We have more games to come, and we also have 10 more games tomorrow. So maybe today we see some players kind of not have the best games, not the best standout performances, but that doesn't mean that tomorrow they don't come back with a refreshed mindset, refreshed point of view, and they can come back and just start slaying and find themselves up in these top 100 spots, right? There's still so much room for all these players to show off their talent and really show what they're capable of. And I think, as they're also playing against each other, they have to have in the back of their mind, like, if that was Benji, would I have done the same in that situation? Like, these are these little things they need to be considering as they're kind of navigating these end games, Sundown, do you think as we kind of head into the finals, as we're watching these players, are there things that maybe players that are coming in that are new to the kind of Fortnite scene in general as viewers, like, do you think there's things they should be keeping their eye on, right? Like these edit plays we talk about, like maybe break down some of those little niche things that new viewers should be keeping an eye on as they watch these players.
So I think one of the important things, particularly if you're a new person watching competitive Fortnite, or since it's the first time doing an official broadcast in a while and you're just tuning in, a big change is the format, how points are acquired, and what it means when you eliminate another player. So in the previous format, when we had talked about it, you needed to get to top 25 to receive placement points, and then there were different thresholds where you got there. So eliminating another player within that little kind of exchange there wouldn't actually net you anything than just the additional placement point. However, now with kind of this system, once you get up to a certain degree, there's incremental placement, so you get that much closer, and because the thresholds are farther away, and because eliminations are weighted towards being 4 points per right now, not only are you taking a placement point away from them, not only are you giving 4 points to yourself, but you've prevented them from having that many more opportunities to gain points. What that means in practice is you're going to see a lot larger swings at the top and right at the breadth of the qualifying. You're going to see players who might not necessarily have the first 5, 6, 7 good games, but then their last 3 games, they'll drop 14 elims, victory route, 15 elims, victory route. I mean, there's tons of things we can see there.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, here we go. Game number 2. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Zeke, and we're hopping on board here with Mage right away over at the agency. Shai, what do you think of the agency as a solo drop?
Agency solo drop, I just think contested, because this is one of the most hot spots and asked for drops in the game for a lot of players that I'm pretty sure it's Midas's drum gun can't actually do or does more than every other gun available in the game. I think especially when you're going from box to box. You touched on the way Epic Whale uses it in end game. I'm talking about just mid game, especially in this format, to push boxes, to get damage done and down. It's one of the best items, and there's only one on the map. It's only available here. From what it looks like, though, I think Mage is uncontested getting this gun.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw a completely uncontested agency?
In solos? I don't think ever.
Just like actually zero. And just for those of you who are not aware, this is Mage, who is the Week 1 FNCS Squads winner, did not end up qualifying through. for the actual grand final. So trying to get his little solo ticket here, will pick up that drum gun right away and is just going to push himself on down.
Yeah. I mean, he played really
I believe
well.
it's week 1 FNCS duos, apologize.
Yeah. The one thing that he lacked, I think, was that consistency, right, that I was mentioning before, that every solo player needs to have. So I think this is going to be the journey for him to find exactly what makes this mode tick with a lot of players, and that's having pop-off game after pop-off game in a row. So that needs to be done. Holding second right now, I think, overall on the leaderboards when we checked in. So hopefully he'll continue that path all the way through to the end of just this round of open qualifiers. That being said, though, this game is taking a little bit longer to get started. 84 people still left alive, dwindling down with a few early game fights. That placement not handed out yet. A lot of these players are getting out of this game with 0 points.
Yeah, and it's really tough, particularly if you get stuck on 0 right away, because you see those huge numbers and you think, oh man, like, it's going to be so hard to catch up to those guys. But the reality of the situation is, one huge game, like, even if you're just able to get 4 elims one game, 4 elims in another game, all of a sudden you turn around, that's 32 points, and you've climbed up past a lot of other players. And something that people also need to not forget, and I know we've emphasized it a number of times, competitive Fortnite in Europe is freaking huge. There are a lot of them who are really, really, really good, and additionally, they don't care whether or not you want to play defensively or play for endgame. They will fly at you, and they will try and get their elimination points, and they will do everything possible. What that ends up meaning is that sometimes you'll see players able to string off these massive elimination games, but then also other times you'll see players like Mongrel not make it to the finals. Like Benji and Mongrel not make it to the Duo FNCS Grand Finals. Like, there are ways you can get massive swings there in Europe because there are so many players and there are so many just like level of aggression and different levels of talent that can take over, add the variability of Fortnite, and we see so many of these other guys able to challenge, contest, and it creates for some really interesting storylines, really interesting gameplay, and a little bit of animosity between the players at times.
Yeah, I mean, it's a region of pride, first and foremost, because it doesn't matter if it's your drop spot, your playstyle, you want to own it. I think that you were alluding to Benji and Mongrel. I think that's what ended up happening. Sweaty Sands, hard place to fight, especially against people like Nate and Alex. Now when it's all solos, these guys will be playing individually. So we'll see. Maybe there's a 4-way brawl out in these upcoming weeks. And opens, though, we'll see moments like this where D-Trix, a lot of people on the outside of the map. I think the second game I can confidently say it's a lot of third-party action, a lot of fights being cleaned up quickly with only one survivor, not much disengagement going on. Once again, we tune back in with Mage, though, kind of more central to the map, moving right in here, I believe, to Salty Springs. Not many people here either. Maybe another just solo contested spot. Finally, he'll see some action, though. I think he picked up 1 elim on his way here.
Yep, and he's opting to rock. Again, we talk about 4-weapon loadout here, looking to play aggressive. Interesting that he has the legendary silence AR as well as the mythic drum gun, but valuing that first shot accuracy coming out, hits the 333 tags. Know he has that player down to at least 101, follows up right away with an RPG tag, looking to continue pressuring forward, has the option to swap to that drum gun if he wants to swap through. There he goes, phasing on through, player trying to retreat desperately down into one of the salty string basements, but Mage is having none of it. Look at the relentless, look at the piece control, already has the ramp behind him, but
that was a close one. I mean, he trades a bunch of damage. Yeah.
Like, we talk about how strong spray weapons are. We talk about forcing in. We talk about the phasing through and the piece control and all that. But at the end of the day, if somebody is sitting there and 200 pumps you in the face, you're going back to the lobby. And Mage was almost on the wrong side of that. And you can see just the little differences it makes. If that weapon is 1 tier rarer, he's gone. He's out. If one more pellet hits, he's eliminated right there. Despite the fact he had control the entire time, that one shot could have been enough. And, I mean, that's the swings we talk about in solos. And it's like, all of a sudden, boom, you had uncontested agency, and you're out with 5 points in the game?
I mean, it's kind of like a mental battle as well, because showing that you have that gun early on, like even bringing out the mythic drum gun all the way down into that house, into that fight, showing it off early. We saw such a defensive play happen after that, but I was wondering, you know, this player has to have something in his book, and had that purple pump shotgun. At the end of the day, almost wrapped up that fight. As you said, if it was golden, it's all about what you show first, what you have in store second. When it's solos, even all the way to the final shot, there's always a chance that something crazy can happen. We never get to see the full story from both sides. Right now, once again, choosing not to actually get damage done immediately. I don't think Storm Surge is going to be a big thing that people have to care about, so we'll have opportunities like this where you can close in the distance. It'll happen, only 2 shots taken, but now we'll see Crew can actually get into this fight fast. Doesn't have to close the distance as much because he's waited for this player to come forward first. Although a lot of these builds will be full wood and be able to be taken out quickly, it'll make the positioning a lot more volatile. These players will have the chance to move out of boxes quick, but oh my god, gets right in. Doesn't even matter. The skill disparity too high between these two players. Cruon gets out of there fast, gets that pickup, and now controls the entire bridge and possible lake of Misty Meadows.
That was a really weird kind of counter edit and reset on the cone in his own box. I think he actually messed himself up there. It looked like he was trying to go for the huge shot, but he also had attack shotgun. So I think if he had just played defensively there, he might have had a better chance. But as you said, Kron picking that one up right there, repping the Mongrel clan over there, got the Grawl at the end of his name. We've been seeing. So for those of you who are unaware, there are some kind of idols in the community or trends that will end up going through. Not quite so sure, but you'll see a whole bunch of players whose names end in Graal. It's a shout out to Mongrel. You'll also see a lot of Fishies. You'll see a lot of RRs. Shout out to CRR out there as well. Like, you get them all over the place. I mean, they're joining the famous clans like the L2 and On 60 Hertz guys and really competing for the top.
There's a few more. There's like the Arunis, I think, to give homage to Saf. I think the Epic in front of your name as well for Epic Whale. A bunch of different regions have a bunch of different names. I believe there's obviously some Middle East and Asia I can't get off the top of my head. But right now we'll be watching W as well, which is some, everyone shares a few stories together.
Though, Shia, the one thing I am going to say, particularly with the return of official broadcast, as Mage just rips him apart there. That's why he carries the first shot accuracy gun. Wasn't even close. Gets a nice little refresh there. But with the return of the broadcast and the FNCS Invitational, and just with how prominent social media streaming and all that stuff is, please, if you are a talented young player, stick to your branding, stick to your own name. It is so incredibly important for building yourself up and having it out there. And not only does it, yes, I'll be a little selfish, it makes our jobs a little bit easier, but on top of that, you can see what Benji Fishy has been able to do in that regard. Like, being able to build that up and create an own name for yourself so it's recognizable to other people is one of the most important things about progressing yourself if you're looking to get involved in the competitive gaming scene. So I highly recommend people maybe rethink that one a little bit, or at least make sure we're able to tell who you are.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you an example as well, right? If Sundown was an up-and-coming top player and an idol, and his name was Sunfishy the whole time, he wouldn't have his own brand, right? He wants people to rep the Down clan, in a sense. So if you could have the option to be a fishy man yourself, start a whole trend, I think that's really cool. Make a brand of your own. Just make sure it catches on, make sure it's appropriate. Right now, Mage looking to do nasty things in boxes, though. Once again, ending fight so quick. Did he even miss a shot there?
I mean, both with their pumps. It was just a question of who followed up afterward. Mage doing it with, honestly, probably the most damage-efficient weapon in the game that isn't a heavy sniper to the face. So, well done from him there, making short work of that. And you can see, this is what we talked about. How Lermita was only able to score 45 points, but then we go back and we look right away at the leaderboard and we see in the top is 100-something points. Those are those players who are that much better than the rest of the field, playing aggressively, and that's what you're going to see out of somebody who won an FNCS Duos week. Mage and Cast Street are very good, they're very aggressive, and when they're playing at their best of the best, they're going to be able to do things like this. Right now, 39 players remaining in Circle 2. Don't forget, this is full open. Anybody is able to play in it. So the skill disparity between somebody who won an FNCS week in one of the hardest regions and then literally anybody who can go in and queue up is going to be rather large. I would expect Mage to honestly run 99.9% of the people he interacts with today.
Yeah, I mean, I know we saw him land at the agency, but my man is acting like a shark, swimming in every single possible river he can for a speed boost, acting on any action he sees. He smells blood and he's out for it on every single one of these players. If anyone shoots at him, I feel sorry for that individual because he's ending these fights super fast. Right now you can see the other side, though, of the zone. A little bit more calmer. I think this is where Mage isn't. But still, 12-year-old Museo, hope you're actually 13, my friend, is going to be moving over and looking to have a hunt of his own. A mere 7 points, so not as aggressive, but on the back end of an AR beam. Whenever he takes it, it'll be huge. A lot of headshots there at the same time as a grappler to close the distance. This is Sky's loadout. That's very close. But the storm's coming, so this fight has to be super quick. And although not at the prowess of Mage, he's trying to end this fight, at least get a lot of control fast. It's going to be hard to react, but this person on the defense has added some builds of their own. Gets a shot off from the left. Museo is actually caught off guard. Once again, going up with the stair replacement method. Gets the wall. Doesn't actually get the predict for a second time. Gets the box in, though, all the way around. Now it'll be a stair flip coming in. The SMG is not going to be enough. It is not a mythic drum gun. Even if you connect all the shots, there's room for attack to have a say. He gets that elimination out quick and now has the grappler to kind of catch up with the zone.
That was honestly that's a pretty weak spray right there. Granted, it was just the gray SMG, but opting into it, the Tack's going to put that one down pretty much every time. And Lucia rotating away. And again, we're just hopping back on board with Mage as he continues running forward. You can see 36 players left alive. But Mage, honestly, is barely heading towards the zone. You can see it almost every time. If he sees another player, he's running towards them. And you can't blame him. One, the Silence AR, the legendary Silence AR off the start, is going to be ripping people apart, and it also makes him have a little bit more time to get approachable. He has the rocket launcher to be able to force into builds, and then once he's inside the builds, he has his choice between the mythic drum gun as well as that epic pump shotgun. I mean, he's looking to full set. He's looking to get points. 7 elims already, up to 31 points.
Yeah, almost matching the amount of players that are in the lobby with the points right now, and my god. Like,
dude, he's just better. Like, that's not even, honestly, that's what it would look like. That's what it would look like if I had attempted to play against him. And I know for a fact the player he's playing against is infinitely better than me as well, but Mage is just on another level. And that's something we need, like, we were trying to talk about a little bit during the opening of the show, is there are a level of players who have qualified. Most Sharks have been taken out of this pool. However, particularly when you get to a region like Europe where there are a solid number of both solo and arguably duo players who weren't able to crack into the grand finals in squads and in trios simply because of how packed the region was there, which means you are still going to have a couple players. I think Diego GB is another one who hasn't qualified through and is playing today as well, who got 40th at the World Cup. So there's a lot of high-level players who are still going to be in here. And I mean, for some of these guys, it's going to be their first time seeing this kind of pressure and this kind of relentless gameplay as Mage is still going forward and doing everything, using his entire kit, sees the player launch pad away, and is still pressuring down on them. He's just going to follow him, Shio.
I mean, he's got the pressure out from everyone. This player not showing an ounce of defense whatsoever, just escapism 24/7, is going to be a target for Mage. And I can probably count to 10 and see this fight just ending fast. He gets all the way in. 4 more seconds left. I think he's going to have the edits, have the ability to catch up on repositioning. That's one thing as well. Every time Mage goes for one of these walls, every time he gets it or gets a shot off, it causes the other player to reposition. When that happens, he has another opening to get another shot in, and him being so adept, knowing when these changes happen, he's on your head, whether it's with his gun or his own mind, and he ends that fight in a matter of seconds. This is going to be one of the biggest pop-off games I've seen Mage have, I think, in history.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Apparently, if you say it 3 times, Mage makes him go away. Nice little trick there from the Magician. And he's just going to keep going. You see here, he's looking for shots. He doesn't want to box up. He knows he's about to hit the next round of placement thresholds and continue pushing forward, but he honestly doesn't care. And this is what we talk about, particularly with the eliminations being weighted at 4 per point and with the skill disparity coming through here. He wants to capitalize on those. He wants to guarantee he's playing in that top 600 because, as we said at the top of the show, this is one of the players who you would keep an eye on and say, they could make that final lobby. They could make and be one of the top 100 in the regions. He's probably one of 3 or 4 who are playing in the European Open today who are worthy of that. So if you want to see kind of what a really good player looks like when he's going through, watch what Mage is doing here. Look at kind of the difference. And one thing you noted here is how well he moves with his opponent. The opponent is trying to disengage, but because of the disengage tools available in this season, generally you're always able to be followed, and Mage is just following and destroying and eliminating and saying, you can get out of my lobby, you can get out, and you, alright, bye.
Usually people have timing to carve out a position in zone, especially in the fourth one, waiting for that half and half to tick in, but Mage is literally carving things out with his loadout. From box to box, if he sees a box he doesn't like, he's there. He had the option to have 4 floppers, chose not to, just to have some medium range damage with this legendary Scar in his inventory. He has a launch pad he hasn't even used yet, but I assume he would just to get on a box at some point. I don't even think he's planning on staying here for too long here, Sundown. He's just looking to get out and back into another fight as fast as possible.
I was about to say, it looks like he's trying to set himself up to catch people on rotations, but the question is, at what point, if you're playing like this with Mage, do you drop that legendary AR and opt to pick up the floppers? Because he's not really shooting it anymore, right? He's just going box to box at this point. Like, when he was rotating through, like, sure, he was using that as part of his game plan. But now, with the amount of medium ammo he has for that drum gun, I'm not sure I really see kind of the use case for the legendary AR unless he swaps over to playing kind of more of a gatekeeping rifling style. Then, sure, I like it as having the option there. But if he's just going to keep flying at people and going full send, I expect him to go back and pick up the floppers.
Yeah, I mean, at one point in this server, like, especially when that 5th zone finally appears, you're not going to have the ability to actually play box-to-box too much without those consequences. It gets very hard to actually isolate out fights, which is what, although we're seeing him do very fast, is exactly what he's doing. He's getting these one-off instances where third parties don't really have that much of a say, because even if you are the best player in the lobby in the world, if there's another person just focusing you the whole time, it makes you have such a hard time even against the worst player in the lobby to finish out a fight. So maybe that's why he's keeping that legendary AR to switch things up, change gears to more so long-range eliminations. I don't think those gears will be changed anytime soon. Right now,
he pulled the zone and is now sprinting out of zone to push somebody on a supply drop.
I mean, hey, I think this is just his world right now. I don't think we can predict much other than he's going to be in every possible box that has even a slight advantage compared to anyone else in the server. And it's Lucio that we saw have a fight earlier on, a little bit of struggles getting some walls against Mage. If that's the case, I think that I can say this fight might be over before this care package even touches one of these builds.
But the one thing to note is Emusio does have the high ground advantage, also has the grappler, is going to be able to get himself up, will get a launch pad out of this, as well as, honestly, his...
Nope.
Nope. Yep.
Nope.
Never mind. Yep. Never mind.
Nope. I'm telling you, we can't predict anything.
He should. So I didn't expect him to stay after popping it. I expected him to grab the launch pad and dip, but Mage wasn't going to give him that option. So very well done there. And now we see Mage opting to drop the drum gun. He has now dropped the drum gun for the Mythic AR. He's picking up Sky's loadout plus a pump and the rocket launcher, and he just drills it to the face. Mars, ta, easy. Well, that was easy for Mage. Swaps over to that AR. 2 tags going out, almost hitting the top 20. 61 points right now from Mage. The Week 1 Duos winner with Castery is a shark in the tiniest of ponds, just cleaning up on everyone in this first game of the Opens. Honestly, I wouldn't expect him to get challenged if at all this game, if at all this round, maybe in the later games, but he looks like he's playing some really good Fortnite today.
I mean, he can still do it if he chooses not to. 4 launch pads that he hasn't touched since the start of this game, mind you, as Sundown said too, the first game, at 0 points. So 63 points all the way accrued in just one game. One of the highest ground positions, 14 eliminations overall. Now with Sky's loadout, a legendary RPG as well. With so many people around him, if you're not at 100 effective HP, I think your reign is over. We talked about people getting airdrops opened up on the lobby. Even if you're in a good position, if you're in zone, Mage is looking at you, and he's going to be at your door in a matter of seconds.
Also, one thing to note, we talk about first and second game. We mean that in terms of the broadcast. For those of you who don't know, this is fully open, which means there are multiple lobbies going on at once. And then as we move through the Invitational, there are still going to be multiple lobbies until we get down to the final week where it will be the top 100. So there is going to be a little bit of differences there. This could be Mage's first game. He could have maybe got a little bit start, or maybe we're just popping in because we wanted to see how he did this. Because right now, 16 elims, has full control of it, and he's done it by playing hyper aggressive the entire time. And this is one of the strategies we wanted to talk about coming out of the first game. How strong can a mythic point be? If Mage... Oh no, he had the grappler as well. Good job to catch himself. I thought he was going to be able to flip over. Sorry, I get a little bit of vertigo every time because I'm definitely afraid of heights. But Mage able to get himself go up there, take the grappler over on the side and maintain his high ground, and also pull over to the correct edge of zone. So now everyone is going to be pushing into him on height with this mythic AR, with the legendary rocket launcher, epic shotgun, just raining shots down there though. Look at that! Nice little double coming out. 2 rockets back to back, and he can just rain down. Not sure if he's playing Fortnite or Unreal Tournament since rockets just flying from the top down, but Mage wants to clean it out, wants to make it a 100-point game here, Shao. He wants the 20 bomb, wants to get everything out of it. Can he make it happen though? Grappler into the spray. Needs one more. Mage, 20 bomb on the stream. Do it. Second game back. I want to see it. Just do it. Punish the player. There's nothing left for him to do. On the low ground, RPG hits. It's Mage's world. We're just living in it. We talked about the shark in the smallest of ponds. The week 1 FNCS Duos winner is going to be able to close this out here in a second. There is not a chance this other player takes it away from him. Like, there's no way. Look at that. Mage takes it out. 20 bomb. 113 points. Has 4 weapons almost the entire game until he swaps to the grappler. And that is a good Fortnite player.
Guys, what was this game that we just watched? Mage, what in the world? Dude lands agency, and from the beginning of the game has the most stacked loadout, and that just like, it was like smooth sailing. It was like he wasn't even playing Fortnite, man. He was on playing a different game. What happened?
I mean, his name's Mage, and he's definitely casted a spell on me now because I'm interested to see exactly what happens for the rest of this competition, especially after if he makes it, hopefully, to grand finals, because playing like that against the toppest of the top players, I feel like the way he's tracking players from box to box is 100% possible. I mean, we saw him very synergistic with his duo before. It feels like he has a ghost following him with the amount of pressure he has. It's like the equivalent of 4 people on your box, the speed at which he finishes fights. So, Mage, I'm a super fan, man. That was really impressive.
I just, like, honestly, I couldn't believe... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Take it.
Alright, I was just gonna say, I can't, like, I was just so, like, taken aback by his play. Like, the way he's just running around builds so, like furiously and so, like, honed in on what it is he's trying to acquire. That moment, and when you say you got vertigo, Sundown, like, in that moment, I was like, is this it? Like, there's no way. He can't be eliminated. He catches himself, and then without skipping a beat, he's like, you know what? I'm back in this. Like, I'm not going to sit here and think about what could have happened. I'm just going to focus down this guy, because that's what I need to do to get the win. It's just wild, Sundown.
Yeah, it was very well played, and the thing I wanted to bring up, again, great heads up, his piece control to catch himself, but additionally when getting control over the rest of the lobby, it was very well done. But also, we didn't get to see a lot of that in duos. In duos from him, he was mainly focused on working around castery, working in a position where they could fight together, and then doing quick little pincers. We didn't get to see kind of full sense here. It'll be, 1, interesting to see if he can keep it up as we go through the rest of the games, and 2, if he's able to push forward and do that, and he sticks with that type of gameplay against the top 600 in Europe, because they're all just about as good as him, and he looked a lot better than everyone else in that lobby.
Yeah, for sure. Well, gentlemen, thank you guys for joining us for the first 2 games. Fortnite fam, we're going to go to a break. We will also have highlights from other regions running during breaks. So stay tuned, you know, don't get yourself too far. Go find yourself a snack. Bring me back. I'm actually quite parched. I'm going to need to get myself some water. But yeah, we'll see you guys in just a little bit. All right, Fortnite fam, stay tuned. This is the FNCS Invitational.
So Zeke, I'm gonna be honest there.
You know what?
Since I know we're not cutting through there. Did you just ask? Did you ask the audience to get you a water? You know we're at home,
Yeah,
right? Like we're working. There's no like producer or somebody can be like, hey, can you guys bring me a water real quick? Like, no, go get your own water.
No,
we're gonna go to the break. We're actually going to break because Zeke can get his own water. Like, we'll be good.
Okay. All right. Well, what do you guys think? We're still waiting here. We got some technical difficulties, so just stay tuned. But dudes, Mage, really quickly, do you guys? I want to kind of touch back on the Week 1 FNCS Duel winners, him and Castry. That was so wild. Like, touch on that play, and now like we're seeing him then. We knew he was a god then, and now we're playing against him again, and it's just, I just, what more can we possibly say about this dude? You know, Shy? What?
Think about it this way. We've only seen one POV. When we got to look at that leaderboard, there were about 20 to almost 100 people doing this performance with just a few games out of the way. And with just a few people able to qualify for the next round, man, it's going to be huge.
Get your water.
Find out when we see you guys. Welcome back, Fortnite fam. Sorry about the technical difficulties before, but we're back. And we're back with two new faces, Bala TW and Aussie Antics. Welcome to the broadcast, my friend. How you guys feeling? Aussie, let's start with you.
I'm feeling really good. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I think I'm the only one on today that hasn't been on the official broadcast, so thank you so much. I'm so keen to be back. I mean, I didn't obviously go anywhere, but I'm feeling so good for it. I'm back with the best team. It's feeling awesome. How you feeling for it, Ball? Are you excited to get back into competitive Fortnite?
Dude, yes, in a big way, too. I mean, we just saw Mage tear it up with that 20 bomb, and I'm going to see if we can find anybody else out of this EU region who's going to show up. I couldn't be more ready and hyped to be here today, Zeke.
That's right, man. We're going to take a look at the current standings for EU to see how players are holding up, especially after performance like we just watched Mage throw up there. Right now, Ensar is in that #1 spot with 161 points, so keep that in mind. We've got Castry in 8th at 141. That is Mage's old duo partner. So to see his duo up there as well, dudes, we're in for some games. What do you guys think?
Yeah, we really are. I mean, Castry and Mage out of that week 1 duo's performance, topping that, but not making it all the way through, and now both of them at the top of the leaderboards. This is definitely something really cool. And then other people like Gyanza, Shiro, all these guys, we've kind of seen them a little bit, but not have those breakout performances. Now's the chance. This is the time. All open. Everybody can play and try to join that group of exclusive people in the Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy so far. Going to be seeing how many games they've played as well, obviously. We're going to see if these guys, maybe some of them have some few games in their back pocket, maybe some of them running slim. You don't know whether they're going for those aggressive early game fights or whether they're playing their games out. But I mean, when you're seeing people drop 20 bombs, I don't even know how many games these guys have played. That was an incredible game. There are some big names up there putting up some big points.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is only day #1. We still have 10 more games tomorrow, so even if we're not seeing these stand-up performances today, those dudes could show up tomorrow in a very big way. You know, especially with these first few game jitters, some of these players might just be trying to shake those off, but hey, we still got some games to hop into. What do you guys think? After just watching the first 2 games, is there anything you guys feel has maybe changed the kind of dynamic of, you know, the games with the format? I mean, you know, what do you guys think?
Yeah. I think that just having 2 days of opportunity to kind of loosen things up and also feel out how this is going to play. I think this is the first time we have not these stages broken up over just 1 attempt. You just have the 1 3 hours. This time you got 6. And we're going to have again tomorrow. They're going to be able to come back to the drawing board and figure out what the strats are going to be tomorrow too, and reset it all. They have a chance to reset and try again, basically.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
now, very quickly,
like
before we
how
do
you
anything,
played it. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was actually just going to point out, Aussie, you're out in
second?
Australia, right? So it's a little, late right now.
Yeah. Yeah, people are going to have to ease with me on that one as well. I think we're taking this signal all the way from NA out here to me. I'm very happy to be involved, but yes, it does cause some of the issues occasionally. But yes, it's currently 4 a.m. in the morning here, and I'm this excited for it. I am broadcasting from Australia, Aussie Antics, true to my branding. I'm on the other side of the world, so bear with me on that one. But
Dude,
yes, I'm super excited for it.
You're an absolute legend. Thank you so much for being part of this. All right, guys, Battle Bus is ready. It's launched, so have some fun in these games.
Let's do this. We get to watch more action, more excitement. First with Itachi, who has 125 points right now, Ozzy. He's going to be in an early game fight at what I like to call Camp COD. This is where Mr. Savage had his breakout performance at DreamHack and won this. And already starting things off with a nice shield tag on the player below.
2 heavy shield tags. This guy has found some good loot inside this building. He's already managed to get full shield, so Itachi's cracked him twice. He's trying to disengage a little bit. That grey tack hitting pretty damn hard for a grey tack, but he has some shield, trying to find his way around. Player disengages nicely to outside of the house. They've got to be careful, as you can see in the minimap on the bottom right. There is another player nearby, but he finishes it quick enough. Shiro RR going down, so he's taken down one of the other players on the island. Needs to take down the other if he wants the full loot, or maybe he'll take that fight and just start rotating with it.
Yeah, that could definitely be a thing, because as you see, Vava actually looks like he's going to opt to maybe fish or get on the outskirts. Hopefully Itachi isn't going to see him. No, he's going to creep up, and that does show that it might be interesting if Itachi has to fight again. But like you said, his decision still hasn't been made, and yes, he's going to get right on top of this build and make things difficult and awkward.
Yeah, he's Go above him now. Oh, the beam comes out. That blue AR doing some serious damage. Now he's going to push forward with the green tack. He's got the blue SMG in hand too if he wants to try and spray through. See if he can find that angle in. He had a beautiful angle through the wall. He jumps down, gets the flick shot, and he goes down. So he gets all this loot. Now, I guess the extra big pot, he wasn't able to pop it. Full health, full shield with this whole south area now to rotate through. He's going to pick up some serious loot and get in very, very healthy unless someone holds it.
And the interesting too is that he's going to have to rotate with nobody around. There's another player who takes one out. He's already got 2 eliminations at Slurpy Swamps. This is kind of an open stage drop spot, I would say, especially when Elim points are so heavily influenced. But right away, this is the other thing. There's so many fights that you have to take back to back to back.
Yeah, it's just constant people all over you. He's got 3 minis, big pots, but I don't know if he'll have the time to get them off. He's trying to have the piece control. I don't know if this is his floor. It's not. He's trying to take it back. There it is. Gets both the pieces, but Linux takes the chance to go for the wall. Comes out with that purple pump and hits insanely hard. Just switched the whole tempo of this fight. Now he's got plenty of time to get the shields off. Don't know if his opponent has any spare shield. You're going to hope he does because he's just turned the tides of this one. There it is. A little bit of a mat breather, a little bit of a med breather. 129 effective health. Trying to go back for it, though. Linux is playing aggressive. He took one big pump. He's going to want to be careful. He's not missing his shots today.
Knowing the Slurpy Swamps, I know there's going to be more people lurking. But actually, looking at the radar, there's probably not too many. Maybe they've already cleaned it out. As the shots continue to get traded, heals continue to get spent. And we see the impact of actually fighting. He has some G-Spray still coming in, and he does get these nice edits. These are 2 very skilled players fighting off against each other. You mentioned the piece control, which is all the control that he has on every single little build, but now it looks like they're starting to get low as people are playing a little bit more cautious. Another big tag. Can he finish the fight, though?
Yeah, this fight's playing out incredibly clean, and there it is. He can finish it off. He played that insanely well from high ground. I think his low ground opponent actually ran out of materials. He started sitting in his builds, but that was a really, really good fight. Good piece control. They played it very smooth, and he walks away with it. And like you said, it's Slurpy. He's got a lot of shields to get, a lot of loot. Didn't look like there was 2 people in the area. We're tuning into Agency now. We have Heretic on the low ground. Obviously, his drop has Agency even in the name. Trying to go down to Coolest Carrot. See what can happen. He's got 4 floppers and the Slurfish. So if this goes into like a light fight, he can disengage, maybe utilize the extra meds he has. Oh, he finally gets the keycard. This is going to be the fight for the vault. This is one of the biggest fights in the early game. Who can secure this vault loot? It is massive. Who can walk away with the huge advantage? Coolest Cat, they're right next to each other. He's on the other side of the bed. He opens it, doesn't know he's there. 99 tag and a 77. Takes off the henchman disguise. He is running for his life now. Coolest Carrot has the open vault with no one there, but he chooses to push the fight, going aggressive for those 4 extra elimination points if he can get them.
Let's see if he can. Heretic on the back there, and he is going to actually get taken out. So it looked like a good start to that fight. Sneaking up on him in the vents is going to cost him. Now Carrot not only has the vault open, but he's got the loot off of Midas, and he's set up to do what Mage did in the previous game that we watched. But moving on to Castery, actually. This is his dual partner, and he's in a fight of his own.
He's doing it well. He's trying to take it if he can. He's going up onto the high ground. Nice builds. This is one, again, we heard Sundown mention a lot. We talked about those sharks. Castery is definitely one of those sharks in this lobby. Hasn't got any eliminations yet, but he's set up to do so. He has a very good loadout. He's got the launch pad as well to make it to endgame. He goes for the edit. Ooh. Look at that. Look how clean the edits are. The speed. He put edits through the floor, goes through the cone. You can tell when you're watching a next level player because even when there's players above them and they're right in front of them, they're still placing builds before their shots. They're going for ultimate piece control. That was an incredible fight. You can just tell straight away some of these guys are on a whole nother level.
Yeah, and he's going to continue to push the pace, continue to get right on top of another one. Kind of learning from his duo partner in the previous game. Says, hey, I can W key just as well as you, my friend. And he's going to get right on this wall. Brick. He does take it, but the cone is actually on the other side. He has to reset and takes things slower.
Definitely, he's going to try and push up now if he can. He's building, he's got 47 builds, should be enough to close out this fight. I say that, but he's going for them very quickly. He's got 39 left. Player has the high ground. He's on low ground. He's going for those jump shots. Just finds the angle, trying to keep himself covered as he goes for it. He's going up. They're building themselves pretty high, though. I can't see it on the minimap for the third party. Takes a heavy shot. This is it. The tide has changed. He's got one mini. He's got the med kit, but he won't probably have time to get it off. Claven is aggressively pushing forward, trying to take it.
This could actually be bad. Now he's lost the high ground. Now that Claven is the guy pressuring down. Has this stalemate. Maybe wonder if Castery's on the back foot with materials. Maybe wondering if He has to disengage, but no, the stair goes up. The edit comes through the cone as well. Definitely wants to get right back into it, but can't quite find himself on top of the stairs.
Trying to make his way up for it again, trying to knock him out. They've got to be running low on mats. This has to be a mat conservation right now. He's only got 10 builds left to his name. Player above him has to be running pretty low too. Could even be worth going low ground, maybe chop it out, apply some pressure from below, and that looks like exactly what he's going for. No, maybe just going back into his own builds, trying to conserve those mats, going for the med kit. It's only 18 health, but it can all matter at this point.
Only 8 builds. So he has to kind of bait his teammate, or not the teammate, the player that he's fighting against to come right on his wall. And hopefully he can get the tack shots. But you're right, he's going to try to drop down and maybe get something to work, or look for a path to actually get down without getting beamed from the top. Now, I really wonder if there's actually a chance to make his escape here.
Yeah, escape, because like this has been a very long fight. There it is, the chop down. Here it is, breaking out now. They drop down. Caster still on the low ground. He chops him out, but he can't take the height. Down to 6 builds he's looking for. It's going to have to end quickly. I don't think a disengage is possible now. He doesn't have the mass to build out of this. He's going to have to take the fight. It's go big or go home. Oh, and he drops down. I'm surprised there's no one coming for this fight. This has been a very long engagement in Holy Hedges. It's not too central to the map, but at the same time, it's definitely not out on the outskirts. There could be someone around who sees this fight and wants to make something of it. Good use of positioning to go back in the house. He doesn't have the builds, but he can use the existing house's angles. Gets that right-hand peek. They're both going for it, popping their shields, having a bit of a break. He's got to get the med kit off, though. Claven, this might be a chance pushing. He does it. Here's the med kit going off. Gets another right-hand peek. This is being played so well by Castery. He played that engagement perfectly. Went for the med kit. The audio cue made Claven push in because he thought he had enough time to get it off, and then he goes for the right-hand peek with that shotgun. This is an incredibly good engagement. Again, this is opens. These are guys who haven't yet proven themselves for qualifiers, and they're still playing this well.
And if he can pull off this med kit, which he knows is happening right now, he's not going to be able to as the edit comes through. If he could have pulled that off, he would have made this fight completely lopsided, but no. Castery, who is up there on the leaderboards, who is up high. We mentioned him. I think he was around 7th place. Is going to fall to Claven the King. And with 2 eliminations so far, that's 8 points. And he still has to play now. The game is on, and he has a lot to work for in the rest of this.
Yeah, so he takes Holy to himself, but it's kind of going to be that situation. Does he win the battle, lose the war? He's now got to try and get all his mats back, all his loot back, and then rotate. So we'll see. We come back into another situation here. Fruoto with the epic AR. Look at the piece control comes through with the edits. He's trying to take it. He's using that tack to damage down the wall to whittle it away to see if he can take it. He's got spare meds, but if he can end this fight without using them, it would be massive for him. They're on the edge of zone. You can see 2 other players to their south, 1 player near them. There's a lot of verticality at this area, though, so they're going to be pretty safe from third parties from a lot of angles, but this player he's versing, playing very defensive, jumps down, tries to phase through with the cone. You can tell this player has definitely been practicing his box fights. He is fast. He's got very, very good control of this fight right now, pushing him towards the edges and just trying to take every piece he can.
And he's going to still try to take this floor, has to back up, and does get beat a little bit back with that pump shotgun. We're going to see it again from Zui's perspective, but up top, he's going to manage to take off that large shield potion. 50 shield back up to max. And on the side of zone, we're looking at the positioning now in the bottom right of the screen. The mini-map is up high on this. We don't have any sort of surge or anything like that. He's going to dive the box. A couple big tags on the face of his opponents. And he gets the spoils and doesn't lose too much shield. Yes, he took the big pot at first in that fight when we saw him up on high ground. So he spent a little bit. But all the rewards from the other side, because that fight was quick, down from 200 to 0 from his opponent. So no health spent on that side. He gets to pick it all up.
Definitely, and that you can see right there, that's the advantage of the tack. He jumps down, he used the tack to break all the builds, so there was at no point where he pulled out his pickaxe. He was always at the position to apply pressure and deal damage to his opponent. If you're running the blue pump like his opponent was, you don't have that ability. You can hit a heavier shot, but you don't have the faster fire rate, and you don't have the ammo in the chamber to be able to take that many shots. So he broke his way through. That was a clean way to get into what was turning into quite a long fight. This has been a very different paced game to what we watched last time with Mage. He was just going straight for it. But we've got a lot of good players, and again, it depends on who you run into. This is the opens right now. There is a lot of players in here. If you're Champions Division, you can play in this. So there's going to be some players that are going to be much less experienced than their counterparts. If you push up for a fight, again, we've got a Solari player there, Hunter, up on the high ground. Definitely one to look out for in this game. So there's some players in there who maybe this is their first event, and you've got people in there like Mage who have won a week of FNCS. It's a big discrepancy, but that's how we're going to see these names. People are going to come out, and they're going to make a name for themselves in this tournament.
And if you're unfamiliar with how this open format works, when it's everybody has an opportunity to play, we haven't kind of gotten down and narrowed it into top 1,000, top 500, as we're basically trying to do now. You'll see that the games get better and better as the points get higher and higher, because these guys are placed into games with the best points as well. So it's matchmaking based on the points that they have. And you can already tell the impact that has in the lobby. When we saw the radar, when we saw the mini-map, everybody, also we were talking about it when we were off, how congested side was kind of very, very occupied. In this, it's a lot more even. There it is on the spread, the mini-map. How many people are wide across that entire range? I think we're definitely getting up higher in terms of skill.
Definitely, yeah. The skill-based matchmaking kicking in here, so making these end games, making these lobbies a little bit more stacked. You have to be a bit more careful with how you play them, but that's why Mage's game was so huge. When you have that chance, when you go into your first lobby or your first few lobbies, and there's going to be some players in there who haven't got that many points yet, if you can drop a 20 elimination game, it's going to shoot you up there, so when you get into those more difficult games, you just have a nicer buffer. So we got Opal here trying to go for this fight. He's got good rotation, good meds. He doesn't really need to take a fight. We've got a Weeping Wood zone here. There's a lot of cover. There's a lot of trees. You can refarm a lot of mats. It's going to be one of those zones that's going to play out slower because there's so much to cover you while you rotate. You don't have to use your own builds too much. You've got all these trees. You've got a lot of cover to make it through. And we're seeing, again, we talked about congested side. This northeast side you see in the bottom right on your mini-map. There's a lot of players sitting around this area, but because there is so much cover, they're not engaging too often. And we see this is, I would say, a sign of a smarter player. Wouldn't you, Baller? Someone rotating in early, taking his chance to get positioning, building out of hard mats, not waiting on the edge for when zone moves, and then you've got 30 people firing at you while you try and move.
Yeah, 100%. There's going to be somebody getting right next to him, and he wants to try to maintain the position that he has and make sure that the player doesn't get too close. So now that mission failed, he has to back off and make his base a little wider. But yes, you're right. And that's something we saw in the first two games when we were lower point lobbies. One of the reasons why Mage was able to have such a game. Ooh, hold on, Pool just got in the box and took him out. That's also another sign, is the ability to take circumstances like this, when somebody builds over top of you, and catch them when the entire lobby is kind of like, oh, okay, hold on, there's an opportunity here to take some shots. He pounces right back on that.
Definitely center zone now, and he picks up that second launch pad. This zone's going to be a little bit awkward. Short launches, high launches, they're going to be a bit harder with all the trees covering it, but 2 launches in the inventory is a very big pickup. You're guaranteed to save quite a lot of materials. Maybe if you get in a bad fight, you can even pull off a disengage. Getting later into this game, it's going to be a little bit scarier, but he's in such a good spot now. He's got extra materials there, so wherever zone goes, he can use those to start tunneling towards it. It's looking really good for him. He's in a good position coming into this game. See Coolest Carrot, who we watched a little bit earlier. He's here now, just boxed up beneath him. This is a congested spot with 4 people right on top of each other. When zone pulls, if they don't take a fight now, it's going to be hard to get out of here.
You're right. He's cool and calm right now, but where the zone goes could determine a lot for him. But look at that. More people rotating instantly as zone was revealed. You heard the sound cue that said the next zone has just showed up. And instantly people are running across the map. That means probably a max distance zone here for Coolest Carrot. And everybody near him. And it is going to be mostly pulled forward south. He does have that drum gun that we talked about when we first saw him. It is nice. Yeah, the fish, specifically the floppers. And something there that he did, make sure he builds over the bush, knowing that there could be an enemy lying in wait.
Using his wood builds as well. There's a lot of extra wood that he can refarm. He has a lot of trees. He might even take a few hits as he goes through. Looks like he might. Just you can refarm that wood as you go. Using those heavier mats, that brick, that metal is going to give you more of a defensive position like we see in front of him. The fully built metal, you can't see, and it's going to take more shots, but you're not going to find much brick and metal around here unless you get an elimination. So he's using his mats very, very well, trying to make it into zone. We haven't seen too many, I would say, like long storm flopper plays here in the end games we've watched today, maybe because they were on that lower end. It is a bit more of an advanced tactic. It's easy to pull off in theory. sit in the storm, eat some fish, but if you don't time it perfectly, it is going to go south for you very quickly. So Coolest Carrot, he's got such a good loadout right now for this endgame.
And he did make his way up towards the edge. Look at that, how spread out it is over the entire 4th zone. And so much impact as those fish in towards end games and solos specifically. But we haven't really seen a major solos tournament since the addition of the Mythic POIs. And from what we've seen in these last 2 games, it has been those mythic items, the grappler coming into effect, the drum gun. We haven't quite seen Brutus's minigun yet. But we hear it off in the distance right as I say that.
We hear it right now. There's the cue. At the same time, again, a lot of those mythic items are more of an aggressive nature. Drum gun, you got your minigun. You can use the grapple more defensively, but in these lobbies where it is, again, there's that skill discrepancy. Being able to rack up those eliminations, they're massive. Got a player sitting inside the cone, good positioning. Got a lot of players. This is looking like already a lot heavier of an endgame. So we're seeing skill-based matchmaking take into effect, and we're going to see a very, very good endgame by the looks of it. A lot more experienced players managing to find their way through, not being as aggressive, not taking those fights they shouldn't have taken. We're going to see if it stays that way, but this is a congested Forest match.
Yeah, and here it is, 5th zone. Probably the most impactful 5th rotation that you have to make when it comes to anything positionally. And it's going to be fully across for Pusher. This is a player who's playing on Team Wave Esports. And he's played with Styler in a couple of different Cash Cups. But I don't know if he played too many times in the FNCS. At least in the duos portion. Because I believe Styler was playing with Maestro. All of those guys now. Have to see what they do in this invitational. Pusher has the grappler. He has Sky's AR. He has a lot of potential. And you're going to see possibly a high ground take from him with the grappler. At least maybe once this 5th zone rotate stops, maybe build over the established high ground in the zone. We'll see who that is in a moment.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a hard rotate to make. A lot of players already in there, but a lot of players not. We can see a few people beelining it straight in with the white zone, and here it comes. They're going to start moving, maybe trying to reuse a launch pad or use his own. Chooses, he hears that launch pad audio cue, doesn't try to find it, doesn't risk it, goes straight in, doesn't have the luxury of those fish. He has no health meds. If he takes down the zone, it's going to start taking down his health, not his shield, obviously, and he's only got spare shield. Doesn't use the grappler as well. Quite often you see people, less experienced players, go straight for that grapple, but it makes you a target. If someone sees, I say making yourself a target, flying into zone, glider pull, that was an easy shot. Logic goes down with 2 tags. It's a very big pickup. He's got the grappler in hand. He's in a good spot, but this end game, it's shaping up to be a good one.
Yeah, it definitely is. This is harkening back to the Cash Cups that we had in the beginning of Chapter 2 for solo games, when you'd be watching players like Benji in these end games. Very, very good. And we'll have to see now where 6 zone goes. There's definitely a lot of people fighting, but I think most of the players know that they just have to bide their time and wait a little bit, and then the eliminations will come to them. But also, the placement points are racking up right now. Every single time somebody goes down, they're getting very, very close to maximizing all of what they can get in this game.
Definitely. We haven't talked about it too much. Obviously, the guys did a great job, Shayo and Sundown, talking about the new point format, but at the same time, they're going to start getting some serious placement points. They start earlier, but you get them more often. So just the more you make it endgame, it's not about those massive thresholds anymore. That top 25, that top 15, you are getting them constantly. So the longer you can survive, even if it's just a couple people, makes a huge difference in these lobbies. We saw the leaderboard from other regions coming down to 3-4 points. He's on top of his cone, boxed up around him. We see maybe a bit of inexperience. The drum gun comes out and takes him down, boxing up on a cone that wasn't his, didn't try to claim it, and we see how it goes against him. And there's the floppers. You talked about it earlier, Baller. He has the luxury of sitting in Storm now, using them, getting his shields off, but this is going to be a tough rotate. How do you reckon he's going to make it?
Well, there's a launch pad in front of him. He's going to be able to pop that, and with the floppers, he might spend them all, but he could get in the zone. Yes, there's an opening, and he's going to be able to land very close to height. I thought there was a potential there for him to even land on top of him, but no, he's going to have a cooler head, sit down, heal up, get in zone, and then start looking for opportunities, but also make the decision of where this next zone goes and how fast he needs to get over there.
Yeah, he's in a good position now. He's got the drum gun out. 77 builds left. He's looking for what he can deal with. 24 players alive. We're getting some serious placement points now. Rotating zone goes north again. It's far away from all these players. No one is there on front side. He's making his way through if he can. Interesting shots coming out now, trying to make his way to the tunnel, and oh my gosh, the drum gun melting the player in front of him. Doesn't manage to pick up too many mats off it. He is just aggressively pushing forward. A lot of times we talk about getting into zone, then shooting back. Coolest Carrot does not care. He wants to shoot while rotating. He wants to get the eliminations on the way through.
In a moment now that he reloads everything, gets through. 12 players left, make that 11 as Boomer takes one out. Top 10. 4 eliminations for Coolest Carrot, and I think he's looking for way more builds. So far ahead of 7th zone, but he's still looking down. Who's on height? It's Akeem. As he takes out Pool, there's still a large tarp over the trees. Nobody actually knows that this is too possible. As they look up and they don't really see too much because the tree's in the way. Oh, the beams, 66 and 33, and the recipient of that is actually Coolest Carrot. He gets the elim from it. And 3 go down in quick succession, and there's the grappler. That's a big threat for Akeem, especially being low HP.
4 players alive, 10 health, though he needs to be careful. If he gets knocked down at all, 10 health, he's going to go down to 4 damage. You don't want that at this point. Coolest Carrot, 15 builds left. He's got such a good loadout. He's dropping down. It's a 1v1v1 situation. Coolest Carrot, he's looking for this one. He wants both the eliminations. He comes through with a drum gun. Bit of a switch around. He gets himself put in the box, but he stays alive. 42 health in zone, 32. He's trying to get up if he can. 22 health. He has the extra builds, though. The material advantage proving itself massive. Takes the high ground. He takes the hill. I don't know if this player on low ground has the builds to get up. He's just got time. He's got the breather. He gets the minis off. He can go for it. The right-hand peek with the drum gun or the legendary tack. Both of this is going to be lethal. He's closing it out. Here it comes in the 82 tag. He takes down a Kim who just slid in on the high ground. He did well. 62 effective health takes him to the second. But Coolest Carrot with all those eliminations endgame. He did phenomenal.
Man, he's had his fair share of carrots because his eyes were on point, doing everything he needed to finish off that game. I think, I don't know if you guys saw, but in the elimination feed, Wave Pusher also made it there. I think he was like top 5 somewhere there, so also fighting eliminations and placement. So a lot of these guys are going to be contending for these top 100 spots to try and move on. What do you think of that first game there, Paula?
I think that that Pusher is somebody that we're going to see over towards the top, but Coolest Carrot, I mean, he cleaned up. We even saw some of the things that happened high ground affecting elims that he got. And then he actually cleaned up everything. So I think that that was awesome, and I think that was also one of our first looks at what we might see out of the stack games as we continue through this open qualifier, and also what we might see at the beginning of tomorrow too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Honestly, like, running it back, you know, we watched as Coolest. He kind of got himself in that situation where he was stuck in the storm. He used the floppers, though, efficiently to try and keep himself alive. Now, thankfully, there was that launch pad right there that really helped him get back into the game and kind of push on the edge of the storm. If that hadn't been there, that might have gone a little bit differently. I don't know that he would have made it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the addition of the Mythic POIs, you know there's going to be a certain amount of launch pads on the map at all times. They're guaranteed to drop out of those airdrops. There's always one in the vault, so you know at least some people around you. It's kind of safe to bank on it, but he played that well. That's the thing. Again, he was very aggressive on rotates. It worked well this game. I want to see if he makes it into that top 100. Again, these are the open qualifiers. If he makes it into those finals against those top tier players, you will often get punished for that, though. It works, but if you're versing someone good and they know how to play aggressively back, it can really throw your game, but it worked this time. The aggressive gambler got him a lot of points going into this one. Here we go.
Oh yeah, man. Let's take a look at the standings right there. OVA Zeston 185 points. And I mean, I don't know, Simo FN there 184, only a single point behind. Now again, the point differential is much smaller there as you're kind of moving up through top 25 to that victory royale. But every elimination is 4 points, so you know, Simo is very, you know, these guys are probably more than likely going to qualify. Now, there's still games to happen tomorrow, but don't forget, look who's in number 7th, Bala. We got Mage back up there.
Yep, he's back up there, but Coolest Carrot was there too, who won that last one that we saw. Drum Gun Buddies are reigning supreme right now. Pusher up there too from that game. We saw Akeem as well, and I believe Vox was in that one too. So definitely a lot of big names in the last one, and like I said, with the matchmaking system the way it is in these open systems, these are the guys who are going to be playing against each other. With the times the way they are, there might be certain people who end up in another one, but we're going to see stacked game after stacked game, and this is not only a learning experience, but for us, for the players, for everybody, the audience, we'll see how these continue. And this point disparity, the point spread between top 1 and 30th right now. And these open quals, they end up being very, very close. And also we get to kind of figure out what a good game and what after 3 games, essentially, is what these guys could have played by now. 3 good games that we've watched. This is what those look like. This is what the best of the best are performing right now. It's around 150 points.
Yeah, you talk about the consistency too. It's crazy that Mage, like we saw him drop a 20 elimination game and still he was not in first. So again, is it an issue of consistency? Has he gone down on early game a few times? Hasn't got towards those end games with placement? Sundown touched on it earlier today. It's not that combination of it's either high limbs or high placement. You need to combine the two. You have to play consistent or you're just not going to be up there. To get that many points in one game and still not even be in top 5 is insane. There's a lot of big players here. They're making names for themselves.
That's right, Ozzy. It has been an incredible day so far. Now, for everyone that's just tuning in, welcome to the FNCS Invitational. This is the open qualifier round where 100 players in every region will move on to next week, where all the players that have already been invited will be competing. So this is going to be a little bit different. The format's a little bit different than you're used to seeing, and a little bit more aggressive, as EU is showing us. Now, the games are getting ready right now. The players are boarding the battle bus. We'll be into the next game shortly. Bala, what do you think? Like, and now that you've had kind of time to watch these games, has the format changed up EU's play at all? Do you think it's primarily the same? Do you think it's like, hey, you know what, the more aggressive coming out? You're right. EU is just always sending it.
Zeke, you've been watching Comp Fortnite since the beginning. You've been there since that very first week 1 Summer Skirmish broadcast, and you know that EU always is a little bit more aggressive than anybody, and for good reason. They not only have to, because they have really, really good players. They have to be good at that fighting mechanic. You need to be able to and be prepared when Mitro comes up to you and starts taking your wall. You just have to. So that's kind of why you see these guys good at fighting, is because the good players are really, really good at that. But at the same time, it's their style, man. It's always been their style. And with this format the way it is, I don't think we've seen a change. Because at the end of the day, the goals are still the same, right? Get towards the end game, find elims. And sure, we saw Mage W key a little bit, but that's just because he knows the skill that he has over everybody in those early lobbies.
Yeah, for sure, man. And I think, so for me, it's funny because, like, I do agree. I think, though, with the every elim being 4 points, I feel like it's just that much more tantalizing as an option. You're like, okay, yeah, like, I love to W key, sick. But I can get 4 points off it? Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, let's just go. Let's go. You know, like, you know, especially with the addition of all the mythic weapons as well. Like, you know, I guess, Ozzy, do you feel like those mythic weapons are, like, more conducive to what Europe's doing already? Because, like, obviously there's only so many in a game, right? Especially if you guys haven't played Fortnite recently. That was an addition in this season. So, with that, do you think that's changed up anything? Like, I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take too long. I think we got games underway, but I mean, it's going to be, if you're an aggressive player and you back yourself mechanically and you know if you're going to drop one of these POIs, you're going to walk away with one of the best guns. Again, we talk about mythic POIs. We're dropping into the Shark now. Simo's here. He's going to, if he wins this, he picks up a grappler and Sky's AR. That is massive. So again, if you back yourself as one of those players, it is massive.
That it is, but what else is massive is the amount of players here. There's so many. Simo, we saw him at the top, finds one to start things off, but no Sky yet, no card to get that vault opened, no AR, no grappler. So he's got to find one of those things really fast, otherwise he's not going to be a player in this too much more longer. Ooh! And I say that, but no, it doesn't even matter, as Nespit is going to just completely dominate him and make him a non-factor regardless of whether he has the vault card or not. And he's going to be able to pick all of that up in quick fashion.
Definitely, he's got it now as well. So that's the thing. It's one of those drops, again, depending on where you go, being able to pick up that AR and then being able to have the key card. Again, you drop Grotto. If you get the minigun and then you have the card, you can pressure it. But here you get 2 mythic items. Oh, he's inside the box though. 80. Hits him for 80. Gets taken down to 70 health. He had 20 before the Siphon. That is massive. 136 points. If he can walk away with this loot, it's going to be a big game. He needs to try and get into the vault though. They've obviously changed Shark recently. It's got more of a prison loadout now. It's a bit more, it's very box fight induced. explosive. There's a lot of verticality in there, but naturally there's just rooms which are their prison cells, right? So there's boxes everywhere. So these players dropping there, using that to his strength and his benefits. There's still 3 players here he has to beat. Chris looking probably the worst of it with no shields. Nesbit though pinned up against the wall. He's got 64 builds, and there it is. Takes down 1. Is he going to take down 4 people and get the vault loot? This would be huge. Knocks him off the stair, breaks him down, places the cone. We've talked about the piece control. It's always the indicator of the superior players right now, and there it is. Nesbit, 4 limbs and the vault.
Yeah. Let's take a second to explain the piece control concept a little bit, because while I might say it a lot to a lot of people who are new to competitive Fortnite, might not know exactly what we're talking about. And yes, it's been a thing always to take walls, but when you see these top pros, you see them take the extra step. They're always getting 1 cone that you would never expect them to be able to do. You see them getting walls behind people, a whole step ahead of them. And that just allows you to control the fight, allows you to put people directly in your hands. You get to control everything in that situation. There's no escape, no routes for them to get out of. And Nesbit definitely showing that he can do it, and he can hang with the top.
Here we go, though. We go from an aggressive mythic PY. Now we have a very unaggressive drop. I mean, there's a lot of loot around here. You got the henchman chest over there, so you can guarantee some good loot from that. Ooh, drops down, almost drops down. Maybe a bit of a misplay. It's awkward to build around. He's in the bushes, though. Man, this guy must be back in his shotgun aim. He is dropping straight into bushes. We said last game, watching him, you made a note of building over the bush to make sure this doesn't happen. He's dropping straight in. He's backing his shotgun aim against Mr. T. Oh, and there we come a third party. Again, I'm talking about this drop. There's 3 people here. Oh, the heavy side through there in the box. It's a 3-way box fight, and there it is. I said he backs his shotgun aim, and maybe with very good reason. He does not miss a single shot. Just walks through both the enemies. My gosh.
And that's gotta feel, that's actually probably one of the best feelings when you're like, oh gosh, there's 3 people landing at my spot when I need this to be uncontested. And then you find yourself the heavy sniper. Maybe he landed over towards Pleasant Park a little earlier, but you find 2 people in a box fight, heavy snipe in, and easy, both of them are cleaned up, both of them are low. That's the best feeling in the world, and that gives momentum now for Gia to possibly go forward with the loot that he has. It's looking really nice for him.
Really, really nice. And that's 8 points right there. 2 eliminations off the bat. It's such a big buffer. Again, he's got 160, but that's a big deal. If you get those eliminations early game now, and then you can ease up a little bit mid game, maybe play really passive to just try and get those maximum placement points, it's going to do it for him. Now we have, ooh, around Grotto. I can't see the Grotto player that actually has the loot. Maybe hunting it down a little bit. We have, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players here. Again, it can get confusing. A lot of those triangles on there. If you're looking at the bottom right minimap, they're actually henchmen. The colored ones are the players, and oh my gosh, the legendary burst being put to use. Worth noting right now, this player is running no shotgun. Very good chance this is a controller player going for that advantage with the fast spray of the SMG. Could be wrong. We'll have to see it. Heavy burst shots is normally a good indicator as well. We'll see if he's going to try and make his way into this one, but he's playing aggressive nonetheless. It's looking like a bit of a mage throwback right now.
Oh. I love the counter there as he edited out, placed the wall quickly. Exteriors, definitely a quick one. And I think we're seeing every single player in this contest. This is actually the first time we're looking at the Grotto. And yes, this is a little bit later in the game that we might be seeing. And there was a drop here, a supply crate that landed not too far out. That might make it very much more contested than we might see. But Light is building up over top. And this is a player too, Light. Familiar if you watch the EU scene a little bit. Adds the fishy to his name for extra luck. And both of these guys so quick with the reactions. Every little tag matters. Even if it's 30 shield, it doesn't. You just need to continue to fight. You got to get every single little advantage over your opponent.
Definitely. Talk about luck. I don't think he needs it right now. He's playing this really well. Has the pelt pump. I say that though. Beautiful edit out the top, but the player can't track it. No, the third party. There it is. He gets a little bit of payback. Osiris RR hitting him with the AR third party like he did when he first rocked up from the fight. It's almost the exact same situation. And then Osiris choosing not to push it. Maybe a smart play that I got my elimination. I got my 4 points. I'm good on mats. I'm good on loot. I don't need to push into this one. And there it is. Exteriors, I think I might be pronouncing that. Gets everything to himself. That's pretty huge.
There it is, Grotto. So many people. Another box dive. This is Jia that we saw earlier come off of the bridge. And it's a 3-way fight too as this continues now. He's got 3 elims. He's got a launch pad if he wants to get away from it. I see that he doesn't have the big pops that he had earlier. Another 50-50 tack shots. They both trade a little bit. Now they're wall to wall. Heavy snipe into the box. And Ja is just showing off now, but the escape is there. It doesn't matter the phase. Right through the yellow ramp. Ja is showing up, man. And this is box fight prowess, too.
This is what today's about. We talked about earlier, finding those new people. Again, maybe I'm ignorant towards EU, but Ja, I've never seen this player that much before. He is dominating today. That's 4 eliminations, but in very clean fashion. He is backing his own aggression. We talked about high skill-based matchmaking lobbies. He's in one of them, and he's still backing his skill. He is going through every wall, and here we go. We're back to Grotto Osiris. Might better pull it off again. He does! The third party takes off all the shield. He absolutely beams him from the hill. See if it's going to break out now. We're just going from 3-way fight to 3-way fight. Who do you reckon is going to win this one ball at the situation we're in right now? You going to make a call on it?
This is going to be difficult. I think Osiris definitely has the opportunity to continue to take beams on these guys as they try to level away. Exterius looks to be signaling that he wants to get away from the fight, get some more materials as his first priority, but hopefully duck back into the grotto and maybe use the air vent that's in there to make his great escape. This is the thing at the grotto, at these mythic POIs, these fights tend to get a little drawn out no matter where the zone is. You might be used to seeing the zone coming in being like, oh, this is a storm fight, you should probably start rotating. But no, at the grotto, at the shark, people will not stop until they get the item that they came there for, which is the vault card and those mythic weapons.
You have the ability to do it a little bit more too, because you're guaranteed some meds in the vault. There's a very high chance you're going to walk back into the vault. There's going to be a med kit lying around, maybe a bandage cannon, so you can heal up from those early game storm fights. You don't have to worry too much. I mean, in high level lobbies, if you watch any of the massive tournaments, they will sit in the vault until they're pretty much gone to storm, just holding it with all the white meds they have. He's pushing through now. The SMG out. Purple pump, green SMG, gray AR. He's running down though. Now Osiris is coming in for a piece of it. Third party specialties. Already picked up 1 free elimination from this. Can he do a second? Put himself up on the high ground above them in a very commanding position. And now he's slowed down this whole fight. When you're trying to take walls, if you know there's someone above you that can take that moment of you focusing on the other enemy to spray you down, it's going to play out a lot slower. He's keeping himself constantly in the position of power. Oh, a very smart disengage. One of the players here choosing to swim around and try and get away. That means Osiris now has to peel his attention, and possibly both these players can get away. There it is. So it's Exteriors. He's going to go around the backside, making his way out. And then we have the player beneath him trying to make it up this hill, this elevation, struggling a little bit, trying to save his mats on this awkward elevation. But that was a big disengage. Here he comes up. He's making his way. Maybe he can apply some of the third-party pressure to Osiris. It's just swapping backwards and forwards with the third parties.
That it is. And another fight that looks to go the distance here in Lazy Lake. Rex definitely trying to find a big flank, trying to find the first tags in the fight to make it so that it's an easy cleanup for him. But as soon as there's another third party looking and lying in wait, he says, no, okay, I'm going to go back to where it looks like he found himself an elimination earlier and he knew that there was an extra flirtfish lying around. He goes right back up to 200 effective HP. And his loadout is looking very, very good. Maybe a little unfocused because he has the RPG and the fish. But
yeah,
he has the opportunity now to make big plays in either direction, right? A couple of flopper in zone and then also the RPG to knock out and pressure height.
Yeah, my only fear here is the box fight. He's got the purple pump, but if he misses the purple pump shot or is weak, he's going to rely on the mythic AR. And yes, it hits very hard, but it does have a very slow fire rate. So if you miss a couple shots and you miss that pump shot, you're stranded in a box. If they've got attack, they can put some pressure on, but maybe he has the ability to play that one to his own. He might play slow. Maybe, again, he'll control it. He won't get in the box. We'll see.
And it's so interesting, this open format and this invitational in general, seeing older names that I, recall from prior seasons. I just saw Mawaka end up falling in the feed. And that's something I haven't seen since Trios, but back at it again here in the Solos Open Qualifier for the FNCS Invitational. We're all grouped up in one big game mode and have to fend for ourselves. Back at the Grotto, Exterios probably still fighting with the same guy from that entire storm fight that we watched. And possibly Osiris is lurking nearby too, but we can't quite see. And this is it. Did any of these guys find the card? Or are basically they fighting for nothing? Or are they just going to have to try to get to the air vent and out? Is my biggest question right now. that it's not so many medkits available with how much loot potential is in the grotto. Something like 17 chests plus extra agency chests too. Those are the ones that can have that extra loot. He's gonna go back down and up to get that extra air and fly himself into retail row, and there's nobody there. With the launch pad that he has, I'm wondering if he actually already got the vaults earlier on, because that's obviously guaranteed. And when we say that, it's because out of supply crates, there's a 100% chance for a trap slot item to drop. But right now, the only item in there that's not unvaulted is the launch pad. So it's a guaranteed chance of that. Back to Ja, who's made his way all the way from Pleasant Park at the start of the game now to Lazy Lake, and he's in a fight. And this fight is not ending. This guy wants to get in. So Rex had a plan starting from the box factory east of Misty Meadows, south of Lazy Lake, to grab Meowsicle's mythic AR, and then move up towards Lazy Lake, possibly find a fight. Mage is in this game as well, and he's at 175 points, so surely we're seeing mostly top 100 players right now. And when we see somebody like what we saw Ja just do, fall before really too many placement points have been accrued, only 2 thresholds in that case, then you have to wonder if that might be the end of the run, or are they going to go right back into another game? Mage picks up another one, and this guy does not stop.
Whew. He's got the slurpfish though, so he can quickly heal this. There it is. One slurpfish popped. If he gets another free second, he'll pop the second one. And there it is. Goes back up to full health. And I don't know if Keys knows that he had those slurpfish, so he might still think that he has the health advantage when it's actually completely even. Mage is in this game, changing his playstyle. Not to harp on the same point, but skill-based matchmaking, a superior player like Mage has identified that. He's changed his playstyle accordingly. He's slowed down, hasn't gone for as many eliminations, making sure he gets to the end game for those placement points. But we say that Keys is on top of him. He's taken the cone, and Mage is too quick for him. This is going to be an interesting fight. This is going to be definitely a good one. Didn't even know Mage was in this lobby until now.
It's going to be awkward after this fight ends, how to get up over that weather station, how to get over that mountain that is looming and threatening pretty much everybody. Though I'm surprised not to see the people up at the top taking shots down at Mage and Keys, and I think Mage knows that. He starts to dance a little bit, have a little bit of fun in the meantime. Keys takes that as a cue for him to get out of here and get right back up to the top. There's loot down here that Mage remembers, and he goes down, grabs it. There's a big pot. This is what I'm talking about, the scaling of the mountain. Jesse on the backside too. Where can they find themselves in a good position? Look how far that zone goes up the mountain. And people shooting right now is actually building back in zone 2. This is causing you to lose opportunities. Don't forget, there are people up on high ground who will 100% have angles as this zone starts to move. So you've got to start trying to find a way in and not take these fights.
Definitely be his job down. He's taking the fight though. 90 to 30 tag. He just misses it. Oh, he lands it though. 11 health. Gets him back up to 61 with the siphon. He has plenty of meds here, but this player maybe sees that. It's going to start pushing forward. No, chooses not to. Luckily for Jesse here, Skew doesn't have much of a health advantage anyway. 150 effective total. Mage looks like in the back of your screen there, he might still be in a fight, or he's rotating. Can't quite see him. He's got a lot of nameplates on top of him. This edge is not too bad of a rotate. Jesse needs to be careful from behind. I said not bad. There's only one player behind him. One's enough to take the shot. The rocket doesn't phase in. He's going to try and get these minis off. He's got the floppers. He can stay here for a while, but this player might not let him. This could be the play. This could be a Controller Rex because he has that mythic heavy AR. I can hear the fire rate. I'm pretty sure this is Controller Rex. And Jesse turns the tide of this fight on him. Drops the launch pad. Can he get him out of the sky? And he does. It was Controller Rex. And now for that, Jesse gets topped up. 4 points and a launch pad and another launch pad from Rex. Thank you very much for taking this fight with me. I appreciate it. I'm going to take everything you had, and I'm going to take it to endgame.
Yeah, he is. Stuff falls down the hill, and with that, there is no more heavy AR in play in terms of the mythic rarity. And we scoot back up to the top of this as we see Osiris get taken out in the background by Keys. We tune in with Wind, who was in the top 10 last we checked. And I'm wondering if this is Captain Wind. Ooh, a nice opportunity. The wall opened from Sky. Did not notice it in the background, and Wind did. And that is the ends. Good pickup from Wind.
181 points. He's looking good. He's trying to find his way through. We look at the zone right now. Look at the edges. If you're on top of that mountain, you're looking pretty good because everyone's on the edges. There's 2 players up there in the middle, but everyone's down here around Wind. He's got to be careful. This is going to be very, very congested very quickly. We talked about congested, dead side of zone, getting away from other players, but when it's mountains, you just have to get up there and you get in. You don't really have a lot of time to scale the whole mountain sometimes. Wind being one of those players and zone pulls away from them, this is going to be a very, very interesting endgame if these guys don't have launch pads.
Case, but look how the spread is actually up on the side of the mountain. I think we're going to be okay. I think most of those guys will build their way in unless they all decide to sit still and wait for a launch pad to be placed, which could be the case. But the other awkward thing is when you're on top of this mountain, those pulls can be really, really early and could actually cause you to lose your game from using the launch pad too high. I wonder about people rotating in from that eastern side as Kowitz is going to sneak in an RPG shots. It does connect, but not even on the players who was trying to get the elim from, and that's Pusher, who goes down. It's a player who grabs both of them, a quick, easy cleanup, and people are already starting to tunnel to try to get that loot.
Yeah, trying to make their way in. A bit of a lobby manipulation. Not a few people talk about it. You spray an enemy, it's just a free elimination, right? That guy taking a few AR shots gets him 2 free eliminations, 8 points. But Kowix, there's 2 people out of the lobby now, so he's still going to get more placement for that too. Oh, Biwi getting... Oh, he's getting beamed right now. Biwi getting beamed. He's losing his health. He's getting shot at from a lot of people, and Kowix hears it. He heard that shield crack. It's such a distinct audio cue. The player above you is weak. If you can push them, try, but he drops back down, chooses it's not worth it. He's too close to placement points. Never mind, but then Kowix jumps. He's now got the angle on him again. Biwi comes down to his layer. Oh, the rocket with the pump follow-up. It's such a lethal combination. Breaks the wall, and you can just get that shotgun shot through sometimes. Wasn't the case this time, though.
And look at everybody kind of mountain goating on the side of this right now as we are getting closer and closer towards moving zone. 6 has been revealed. It's going down the mountain, but not before traversing the side of it for quite some time. Kowix has got the RPG, and that could cause a lot of trouble for everybody who's actually fighting for height at the stages as it falls off. But good thing is that that zone kind of stops right as the mountain goes off the side, so they can kind of stay up there with a bit of safety with that in mind.
Yeah, I think out of all the ways this zone could have gone, that's probably the friendliest, going back down the mountain. It doesn't go over the other side. This is also going to be friendly for the next zone, because if this went up and over, and then it went even further across again, there is some big verticality in those zones. Gets the edit and takes him down, using that purple pump to precision. He's going to keep pushing forward if he can get to front side. He doesn't have that launch pad. It's going to be so crucial to get there quickly. And now he's going to run past some opponents. Getting taken down. Wind's pushing forward with that AR. He can't find his way in. Kowix is on shambles right now. He's trying to get away. He's pushing towards front side, but he is so very, very far from front side.
That he is. And the innovations in tunneling, the way that he's using the cheap stairs right above him without covering necessarily all the sides. Back when there was a bunch of full tarps, players all around him, he knows, he heard the sound cues, and now he's in trouble because people are in zone looking right back on him. But with the full metal that he has, he's actually able to get away and drop way down, and nobody's around him now. He has the time to heal, and it continues to pull off this hill. Maybe the opportunity now to go full low ground.
Yeah, this is a good position to be in. He dropped down to low. He didn't use too many mats to get down here. He's only got 15 left of his name, so you talked about trying to use those iterations of tunnels. He's going to have to be very inventive to make these 10 builds last him. 57 health, 25 shields. He's been in the best position he's been all game as far as close to zone. Here he is trying to find it. Oh, gets the RPG tag through. He's trying to get his way in with the pump as well. He can't push forward. He is going aggressive. You think this guy was 100. Doesn't matter. Takes him down. And the refresh, all the materials, the floppers, the minis. He has everything he needs now.
He's got so many mats. He's got so much in tow. And there he is down on that low ground layer. It's going over the bridge, possibly even lower. Keezy in this game. Still, I hear the grappler in play with 10 players left. This is when the majority of the placement thresholds come through. RPGs all around. That's 4 in a quick instant. Make that 5 as Recon finds Yims. A launch pad pull from Keys. This could be huge. A quick short launch. Almost gets on the bridge. And with the materials he has to make this work underneath. He actually uses the unbreakable material of that bridge to have himself a home. Mage still in this game too. It's Ally on high ground though.
That was such a good position. I'm happy you were taking that one because I was going to say a bit of a misplay. Only grabbed the launch pad, but look what he did with the launch pad. Got himself under the bridge, under the unbreakable builds. Like you said, the pressure only coming out from below now. Ollie is on second height. With this grappler, he can be at height at any point. Needs to be careful. Tippy toes on the edge. He only just holds up, comes up with the pump. He's got no builds. This is insane. He's trying to Spider-Man his way through if he can. He's just jumping up, jumping down. He can't get away. He goes down. Ollie is out of there now. We have you mad because Zero ping on high ground. He's looking very good. He's got the high ground now, trying to take some shots through. Mage goes up with him with the launch pad. Makes his way past and doesn't get taken out. The rockets are dropping. Oh, he gets it to get both of them. He takes the Mage down. Mage is out of this one. Carwick's on the high ground, dropping down 3 alive. Can he close it out, Baller?
He might be able to. The RPG down on low. There's still a player up high. It's Zero ping. And now on 1 versus 1 as it continues to go up and down the mountains. Cosmic's going to lose that wall. He has floppers to play with, but obviously that's the case because his opponent knows that too. He's going to continue to try to drop down, but Carwix knows and getting the pump shots. He has all the advantage in the world. He can work this as much as he wants, but it's still a mini shield, but he doesn't care about the heavy snipe. He lets it actually come through, lets it kind of bait. Carwix with the 4 elims, he takes the victory royale.
Oh, the edit there. He went for the heavy snipe through the floor, and then right as he hit the edit, the heavy snipe hit open air, and the pump shot hit the body. He takes him down. Zeke, what do you think about that end game? It was an exciting one.
Man, that was pretty good. Now the question becomes though, is 4 eliminations enough to take him up there and push him up to the top 100 that are moving through? I mean, granted, look, he had some disgusting edits, some very smart heads-up plays, but is it going to be enough to get him that coveted spot that he's looking to make?
Yeah, I think that we have to keep in mind what that threshold is kind of always at. We saw basically 150 points was around the top 30 in that entire time when we looked at standings before, and he was definitely way above that. So probably in the top 20, top 15, somewhere around there, but we still got room to play. I believe there's an hour left for their queues to go on, and that means there's still games that play after that. But you have to wonder, what is that top 100 threshold right now? What is that points? Where are these players at? Because then we can kind of make those conclusions, Zeke.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's tough because like I think just getting it's interesting like viewing players that we don't normally see, right? Like there's a lot, like EU is arguably the largest region, right, with the most players and so much raw talent. And now that we get to see some of that, like, yeah, like Mage was in that game too and he made it top 10, and that's incredible. But we also watched this player just completely pick him out of the sky when he's trying to like make his descent after using the launch pad in the storm, which someone else followed up on, but it wasn't enough. And at the end, Zero ping unfortunately bit the dust there and was eliminated, but still second place is really good because of the way the points kind of spread themselves out. Ozzy, what do you think? I mean, a lot of these players kind of have been showing up, and we still have 10 games tomorrow. I mean, it's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's looking exciting. We're trying to create those stories, right? These are their moments. They get to have those new players that maybe get overshadowed. Maybe they perform well, but all eyes aren't on them. All eyes are on them today. They're playing so incredibly well. And there are still those big names, right? Like taking down Mage is very impressive. He is a well-known player. So not only do you have more eyes on you, there are still those big players around where you can prove yourself. No, I'm not just making it through open qualifiers. I'm still taking these guys out. I'm good enough to compete, which is what they're going to have to do. Again, Sundown talked about it earlier. If you make it into finals now, like that's one step, but you have to verse these other players, and they are incredible. Again, in regions like EU, the top 100 in EU, they are the elite of the elite, and these guys want to stake their claim as one of them. They need to get there, then they need to beat them. It's not good enough just to get there. They're doing very well today, though.
Pretty good showing, though, to start, and as, like you're saying, if they do make it in, you know, they've got to face off against the Mitros, the Bendis of the world, right? These are the players that I'm sure they look up to in a lot of regards, right? Now to say, okay, not only have I shown the world what I'm capable of, now I actually get to go toe-to-toe with these guys and in a more concentrated lobby. especially when you're looking at literally every single week having to kind of qualify to push you to the very next week until grand finals. Now, there is still that reboot round, which a much smaller pool will be able to kind of make their way back in, but it's gonna be an uphill battle for a lot of these players across not only this region, but every region as well.
Yeah, it 100% will be an uphill battle, and you're right, they will be facing off against those guys, but what we have to focus on right now is this first basically qualifying round before we get to the real week 1 of the Invitational. And so far we're seeing people do their best of impressions of the people that we see in these open rounds dominate. People like Wolfies, people like CRR, Mitro, Benji, specifically a big one. They're kind of doing what they normally do in this round right here. And I think we've kind of slowed down a little bit. I think you might see Wolfies, for example, go through a lobby like these and continue to do it no matter what. But now that we're into the 3rd hour of these EU queues, we're starting to see people have to take it a little slower, take it a little calmer. Like, we didn't look at Mage that entire game. He probably had a couple eliminations, but it wasn't that 20 that he had in the first time we saw him.
A lot of these players are really going to have to focus up, especially, like you're saying, with this limited window left, and there's only so many spots to go around. You got to kind of turn that aggression and temper it some and say, like, okay, I know I need, like, roughly this many points going into this next game, or I need to at least make this level of placement if I'm hoping to even try and claim one of those spots. Like, yeah, the eliminations are going to be great, and if people can pick those up, that's going to be a huge shift in their points, especially when you're looking at things like tiebreakers. But also just being able to say, like, all right, I need to make, like, top 25. And then at that, once you hit that mark, you're like, okay, now it's like one at a time, 24, 23. All right, we're going up every single step, and that is just netting me more points, especially when you're looking at opportunities. Like, if I wait for someone to misstep and I pick them off, I get the 4 points, their loot, and that's just pushing me one step closer to qualifying into next week.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see. So a lot of players, it's quite spread right now. Like, it's spread before the bottom end, but at this top 100, it's going to be insanely tight. We talk about 4 points. We looked at the other standings earlier today. There was 3 and 4 points separating like 30 people. That's one elimination. So even though it's across 2 days of 10 games each day, this new point scoring format, we keep talking about consistency. That's what's going to happen. If they can just get that extra elim, if you get 3 extra elims across 10 games, that is huge right now. Every single one of these fights matters. So, I mean, I'm loving the new scoring format. Baller, how do you think about it? Is it playing out the way you thought it would? Is it keeping it more tight at the top, or?
Yeah, I think we kind of had previews of this format. It's definitely not necessarily exactly like that. I mean, we saw at ESL a format that was pretty similar. We saw a DreamHack format that was pretty similar. I think Winter Royale Day 2 was probably the most similar to this that we've seen ever. And one thing that we kind of... You talking about the closeness of the points as we get into game with Kenski. You talk about the closeness of the points, and one of the reasons for that is actually these placement thresholds being awarded at such a wide spread. So we're getting a lot of people getting the same amount of placement points in every single game, you know? Very close.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very, very close to the top now. We'll have to see how it plays out. But some of these guys are dropping some serious points, and there's other people still around them. There's a lot of big names in here. There's going to be names made from this. We obviously watched in-depth Mage's 20 eliminations. That's incredible. But some of these end games, that last zone was one of the most interesting zones I've ever seen. It went all the way across that bridge on a rotating zone. Like, the chance of that happening going straight through is perfect. That was such a cool end game, and they played it well. These guys are very top-tier players.
That was definitely one of the most unique zones I've seen in even Chapter 2. Seems similar, but that bridge was fantastic, and it kept going down and up and down and up. And even that kind of... the bridge making it so that there's both a high ground layer and a low ground layer. They all played it very well. I love the addition of that launch pad, that short pad from one of the players. I forgot what the name was, but that was some quick thinking and right under the bridge. And then there was also that grappler guy who ended up falling all the way down because he had no builds and he tried to make a play on the height. Ooh.
Again, that play's so hard to make now because the grappler it has infinite uses, but it has a cooldown. You have to wait a few seconds to use it again. That has been added a few weeks ago or about a month ago, so that was incredible. He managed to almost pull it off, but then he went straight down. Here we have the agency. This is such an awkward fight right now. So we see that it's Dexy, I think it is, inside the vault, looking out. He's got that right-hand peek. He's behind an impenetrable wall. So if Sinalor wants to push through, he needs to find a way in. He needs to be inventive. Good look at that. He's just, oh, he sees the toe.
Oh.
I say be inventive, and inventive indeed. He sees the toe. He finds it, and he goes down. Maybe a little bit of a lapse in game knowledge from the player inside the vault. Maybe doesn't drop here a lot to know that you have that angle, but obviously Sinalor, he's been dropping. He knows he has that angle.
Yeah, that he does. And we've seen the drum gun be such a big impact in every single game, except maybe the last one. I don't think we saw too much drum gun play out of that, but Sinalor, he's got it. He's out of the agency, and he was already obviously in the vault. He's got the launch pad, and 4 floppers too, possibly looking to fish a little bit more, but we are in second zone, so we're hopping in a bit further along in this game than the prior ones. So that could have been even a drawn-out fight since the beginning, Ozzy, all the way to second.
Yeah, definitely. To get those 4 floppers, he also has the legendary tack. Like, my gosh, that's one of the hard things to find from these vault drops, right? They have a lot of they have the mythic item, but sometimes the shotguns are hard. You see a lot with Grotto. Walking away, you got that mythic. I mean, I saw it was so prevalent in NA East. You'd walk away with the mythic drum gun and you'd have like a grey tack, right? He's trying to find his way through. He does not have the grey tack. He has the legendary and he wants to put it to work. He can take this as a fight. He can even stop back med. He's got everything to his name. I think that's 2 launch pads too. So I'm going to have to imagine that Asian fight was a bit drawn out for someone to get 4 floppers in the water around here. Oh, the third party comes out. He's being shot. They're in a very, very bad spot for third parties right now. They're on the low ground. There's mountains to their east. There's mountains to their south. It is all open. Everyone has eyes on it, but there you go. Sinalor walks up after the third party and finishes it off in style. Looks like no one's going to push forward. That was a very clean sweep. Gets another elimination. That's 12 points off spawn. That is massive.
Huge. We see it's more of a central zone on the entire map. Here's Stampy, Zyflare in this game. Kensuke, somebody that I tuned in with a lot throughout the FNCS Opens and semifinals, but didn't have the performances that he needed to break into the Sunday finals and end up being there at the heats. A nice heavy snipe attempt, but does not actually connect. Now we're in third. And a good position for Stampy. Maybe tries to move a little bit further in, but no, he's just going to stop right here. And I think you take what you can get, Ozzy. In certain situations with positioning, you just take what you can get. Don't move too much farther where you give yourself the room to get beamed from somebody already in zone.
Definitely, and when you're in Stampy's position, no extra shield in the inventory. If he walks out of his box and even takes 125 tag, he doesn't have that back. He doesn't have the minis. He can't top back up. So, smart position. Maybe he can find something with that heavy sniper. Maybe elimination close to him. Yeah, if he rotates in the open for too long without extra shields, he's going to pay for it. He might get to zone, but the next fight he's taking, he might be 100 or less health. He has the 1 flopper, but it's not going to do much once he goes below 100. We'll have to see. It's not a bad position. He's on the mountain. There's a lot of people on this edge. Look at that northern edge right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's about 9 to 10 people within a stone's throw of each other. There it is. Right there. Heavy snipe. Impact frag. There's the 50 shield. Doesn't need the minis. He can just farm it on the opponents.
That's for sure. I'm looking in the radar right now. And we're getting back towards a little bit more congested. Maybe that's because it's one of those central zones that people just posted up and waited. But down in the southeast of this, I don't see too many people. And with only 37 in this lobby, this is certainly going to be a lot lighter than we have seen in the past couple of games.
I have to think the shark in this lobby right now is going to be whoever got Grotto. So that southeast edge, it's very uncontested, like you said. If they can just fly in from Grotto, they've got their Grotto loot, they're looking great. But they might not be there yet because they're having that slow, long Grotto fight that we saw last game. That could be taking up all their time. And then maybe we see a few people fly in towards the end of this one with 27 seconds until this storm fully closes. They got a bit of time, but that's going to be a scary spot to be on the map.
I think so for sure, but when you actually think about the solos and the efficiency of Grotto in that case, the minigun, it's not something that you can really put to use because of you don't have a teammate to give you the time to spend there, sitting there, you know, rolling it and revving it up. It's difficult to actually apply. I think the best of the best players will be able to do that, but we'll see. Maybe one player does have it, just like you're saying, on that southeast side.
It's a very good point. We haven't really seen it put into use at all today. I don't think we've actually once watched someone who has it or it causing too many issues. Drum gun, again, no charge up time, like you said. That can be put to pressure straight into the box. But the minigun, yeah, you're right. It was more of a team game mode. You have those teams on height. Again, Chap, AV comes to mind. They have Grotto. They get on high ground with the minigun and all goes straight through the wall. And there it is, though. Never mind. Don't come through my wall. I'm pretty sure that was a one pump, takes him straight down. It was a legendary pump versus legendary pump. Oh my gosh. He was confident. He came in. He's like, I have the best shotgun in the game. I'm going to put it to use. No, Zodi also has the best shotgun in the game, and now he gets this elimination. All the extra floppers there, the heavy snipe as well. It's a very, very big pickup.
And on that side of zone 2, definitely did not want to have a drawn-out fight, so he's kind of happy there. Kovacs spent a lot of materials on that box up. He had like 15 extra cones, it felt like, on the outside of that. That might cost him as we go forward. He's not even in zone yet, too, so a large investment of material. Somebody right on top of him. He almost looked like he wanted to go for shots, and he does. Wow! The jumping. No ADS. Oh,
yeah, he's Kovaxed.
That's for sure.
He is definitely Kovaxed. Very nice loadout for Sush. He's got the launch pad as well up on this high ground. He's in a great position. The legendary rocket launcher, it's so good endgame. The reload speed, that increased reload speed. It's also about the damage and how much damage it does to builds, but that reload speed, if you get high ground, you can just keep dropping them with 12 rockets to spare. Have to think that Sush maybe came out of lazy or maybe retail, one of those more looted POIs, or he got a lot of eliminations to try and get those rockets, because he's pretty stacked on them for this point in the game. There's a lot of people down here. I think it is that central zone congestion like you were talking about. It was easy to get to zone. People just got in, based up, knowing there's a lot of people around them. This is going to be a bit more of what I want to say a vanilla zone compared to last game. It might not have the coolness of the verticality, but it's also hard in its own right. There's not a lot of cover. If you don't pick the right spot or you don't get the right zone, you're running in the open. There's no trees like we saw earlier in the woods. There's no mountains. It's just pretty much an open flat ground right now.
Yeah, there is the river that could get in towards zone. I think we'll see where it pulls, because I guess there's rivers on both sides, southeast and north. And it is going to pull over towards the northeast again, hinting that maybe a player out of the grotto could be doing very, very well in this game. But for now, not really anybody in zone right now. I'm looking out for any high ground builds. There's definitely some people fighting over towards that at the same time in the distance, but neither of them are pushing up towards height.
Yeah, and you can see again, we're in those higher lobbies now, we're in those more skillful lobbies where as soon as that zone showed, people started moving, right? Like you see in those lower lobbies, people have to make the decisions. They're a bit slower with it, thinking, do I go? How do I go? Higher lobbies, they know. They have drilled this in scrims. All the tournaments on right now. There's so many tournaments for them to practice in. And the shots coming out. Sush with this launch pad might be able to make something here. Might be able to pick up an elimination and late rotate. Do you think it's the right call ball? Do you think he should have maybe prioritized the rotate, then gone from shots in zone? Or do you reckon this is the play maybe?
I think depending on how many people are in zone, he's definitely going to find one elimination, possibly two. And he has a launch pad to make this worth his while, but there is a certain risk at going very late. Look at this. He's actually the only player, besides the people still in zone, that is going to be launching. And nobody. Look at this. A full launch, too. That's definitely so dangerous. He does finally get the zone pickup, but nobody shoots at him. Finally, there it goes. And he makes it in.
There it is. It's hard to know whether it was going to go that way, but 2 eliminations and he makes it in with a launch pad and only has to go through 1 mini and 1 big pot. I would say very, very right decision. Whether it plays out like that every time, I'm not entirely sure, but in this instance, this game, that was an 8 free points. It worked very well for him.
Side flare in his cone. There's a couple people directly underneath him. Sino, we saw him with the drum gun earlier in the game make his escape out, and both of those guys still on edge. Sush went all the way towards the center, had to land in a spot that in some cases is good, in some cases it's bad. It continues to pull over towards the dead side of half in, half out, where basically it wasn't even in the zone. So he kind of gets it for free. A little bit fortunate for him, but also putting himself in a space that's going to work out.
Definitely. Look at him. He's alone. I've never seen 27 people alive, front side of zone, look this just uncongested. He's right there. There's no one even closer. He's got a nice right-hand angle. He's going to look down. He's still got that legendary rocket launcher. He wants to put out some pressure, but I think we saw how lethal he is with the AR. I think he's going to put that to use again. They're all launching past, and here we go. Can he get his 3rd elimination out of the sky? He does. Takes down another player. That's another elimination. Here we go again. Can he do it again right now? He is incredibly. There it is. 4 eliminations now. This game just out into zone. He's doing so well. Doesn't have that launch pad anymore. Maybe a bit of payback. Here we go. This might be the punishment we talked about earlier from rotating late. No, Sush going above the drum gun. Nice little rotate. He's back onto front side.
That he is. There's a player directly above him, and he edits it down. Good awareness. Ends up dropping off that big pot, not finishing it off, and cleaning up. Getting himself back up to 100 mats and possibly looking for a higher layer somewhere where he can really, really operate from. And also now, the legendary rocket launcher is in play.
Yeah, definitely. He played that incredibly well. We've seen his AR aim, but that edit, that shotgun aim too, he's definitely one to look for in the lobby, but here it is. Bit of lobby focus. We talked about the minigun not having a lot of time, but this player has some time to drop it onto Sush. He's in a bad spot, but he's only taken 1 shot. 30 builds is dwindling. They're not going to stop. Here's the rockets. He has the floppers and the minis. He needs to make something big to get back in this one now. He's just gone through almost all his builds, has a phenomenal loadout if you don't count the mats right now. Other than that, he's looking good. Maybe an impact frag. Maybe he can find this player near him, get that refresh off, and he's back into a good position. He's not so bad on the rotate, though. There it is, though. Player comes from behind. This is the hardest position we've seen Sush in so far. The only time we haven't seen him in the driver's seat. He's in the bottom of the screen there. He's trying to make his way through, and it looks like he will. We're shooting him with Cinelor on the high ground, or it looks like maybe second height. I think someone must be above him because he's still covering his head.
Yeah, definitely. And with the RPG raining down too, he's going to actually be able to make pockets for himself to shoot this drum gun through. And he does find one. Right now looking for more. The minigun also somewhere right above him. Oh, that's so dangerous, that stairs. I thought he was going to self-RPG, but no, it's going to be an elim and possibly a refresh. He's going in the zone, looking for height too. Yes, this is going to work for Sino. This is a heads-up play if I've ever seen one.
Oh, he left it to the last millisecond, though. That was a bit of a risky one, and here comes the drum gun. We haven't seen those late flopper retakes like we talked about earlier today, but again, higher skill-based lobbies is where you can pull it off. It's more stacked, there's more cover, and these players are more experienced. He's on high ground now. He traded a lot of health for it, but there's the rocket. He's got that legendary rocket launcher in hand. He's dropping them on the lobby, and there it is, the top-up, but as he gets it, he gets beamed from below, down to 4 players alive. Vino is here now, trying to make his way through with that drum gun. See if he can close it out with the floppers.
Yeah, he could. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Vino, 3 floppers, but high ground is taken by Sky's grappler, and all of a sudden Vino decides, I don't have what I need to actually fight against this. There's a grappler in play. He's going to use the drum gun down from low ground to really make this work. He dips all the way down and now tries to put it on even ground, and yes, beams him right through the metal floor and takes him out with 4 elims and the victory royale. 195 points to end that off for Vino.
That was us, Jay. That was the player that was pressuring on the backside of that storm. He was in that awful bad position. We saw the other player in 2. He was on 90 health, and he still made his way through, and he came second. We talked earlier, the placement points. Second is still not bad. You got a lot of placement points. It's not just that top 5 anymore. He's still got extra placement points, that top 4, top 3, and then top 2. Wasn't the crazy of an end game like last game with the Mountain Zig? What'd you think about that one?
That was definitely fun. I really, in my heart of hearts, believed Voosh was just going to push it all the way to the end. I love that he was kind of being patient with his play. And he was kind of holding those people out in the storm. Didn't quite work out, though. He did get beamed mid-air. Quite unfortunate, but still just an awesome game. Now, gentlemen, you guys have any maybe final thoughts before we go ahead and head to break?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think that we're seeing the drum gun be probably the best mythic item in all of solos so far. Of course, this is still the open pool of players, so we'll see what the invited players are going to be able to do with it. But right now, agency reigning supreme.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
Fortnite fan, we're going to
Good.
cut to a break, and when we return, we'll have more action after this. Stay tuned. And we are back, Fortnite fam. What's up? Now joining us for the stream, we've got Sundown and Monster D-Face, the guy that people still can't tell us the part between.
No, come on,
Monster.
come on, they got
Monster.
it, they got it.
Why don't you say hello, Monster?
I'll say hi to all the people at home. What's up, guys? Monster D-Face here. I'm here. It's Monster. We got Zeke, you know.
I'm Zeke. Hello, I'm over here. How's it going? All right, but we are back for the rest of the games for EU. These first set of games have been unbelievable. I know you guys have kind of been watching on the side there, and Sundown, you casted the first set. We're going to come back for 2 more games over in EU, and obviously we cannot forget there's going to be 10 more games tomorrow that we'll be watching as well. But before we hop into the games to get the battle bus moving, why don't we take a look at the standings and see how things are shaking out for EU. Right now, in first place, Coolest Carrot. We saw his performance earlier on. Dude was pretty, he was pretty on point, Sundown.
I want to know who Coolest Carrot is, because I have a sinking suspicion that is somebody who used one of their name changes to kind of anonymize themselves a little bit and remain hidden right now. So if anybody does know who Coolest Carrot is, let us know. He's playing pretty well so far. But again, as we can say, there's a decent number of swings here that can occur. He is only 15 points clear right now of Ensar. That's just 4 eliminations as a difference. As we flip over to the next page, some other names you'll see on there. Quinton, one of the World Cup qualifiers on the page. Also Nate, who we have seen before, Kawix, Subok, Zestin, Scrib, Flois, rounding out that top 20. Now, don't forget, as Zeke mentioned, there is 10 more games tomorrow, and the scores will reset, and then we will add them up. So it's a nice little circuit, and if you're not necessarily performing today, you'll have an opportunity to bounce back. However, it's going to take a solid amount of consistency between the two. Going through, you can also see Simo, Vox, Finn in there, as well as Genesis. So a lot of names who we've seen before around the EU community and are able to perform showing up. But one thing I want to note around this point format in kind of the 21st to 30th right now, that's 3 points separating them. That is 1 elimination. That is surviving 1 more point threshold in the mid game, and then those late game point thresholds, we talk about it. The way this format is set up, elims definitely are valued high when they're valued at 4, but then you look, it's scaled towards placing in the top 5 consistently.
I did want to talk about that. I feel like the point threshold is way closer than what I was anticipating coming in. I mean, 281 points for like first place. It's very, very close to format, really proving to be true to the competitive nature of Fortnite. And that's what I really was looking forward to this weekend the most, was how is this going to impact play, right? Overall, there's no threshold on the amount of points you can earn in the game. You can just keep scoring and scoring, but regardless of what, it's still very, very close to the top.
And as you see now, you say close to the top, we're hopping in at the top. Coolest Carrot 999, you can see currently sitting at 255, so this will be his most recent game that's going to be pushing him up here. We'll see how he's able to perform. We're also hopping in midway through right now, 57 out of 99 left, so we have already hit that first placement threshold, everyone getting a point there, then the rest coming through on elims, which our current chill little orange buddy is sitting on 4 of them, so 16 points already gained this game, and again, he's rocking that drum gun.
Hey, the Coolest proven why he is one of the best, and yeah, Bala touched on it ever so subtly in the previous game. The name of the game right now, Agency. Agency has been making an appearance all the way through, but probably because we've been seeing players like Coolest, right, following some of these similar storylines. The drum gun really making a big play. Mage is up there, still in the top 20. He was off to a crazy start. I want to say he came off the gates kind of guns blazing, but now that the lobbies are probably stacking up a little more, you see things are slowing down. He's trailing behind just a little bit, but regardless of what, I think he's behind by 20 to 30 points. That's pretty close so far from what we've seen.
Yeah, and now getting a call out right now from Twitter that Coolest Carrot 999 is actually 4E Clutch, or Clutch FN, when the U in Clutch is an X on Twitter. 14-year-old controller player. So playing incredibly well right now, showing up. And probably part of the reason why he's focusing and tunneling in on that drum gun. We've seen Epic Whale do it as well. We see Mage did it in one of the earlier games, tunneling in for that weapon and then getting in on close quarters and utilizing its ability to just shred through not only builds but its opponents is proving to be a very effective playstyle, particularly in an open format where eliminations are weighted so heavily.
Yeah, no, you're right. But what I will say this, Sundown, they didn't take any of our advice. I said pick a better name, boys. Regardless of what, though, here we are. It's VOV who's jumping in the box right here. VTN's looking for the big shot, tactical shot, and now the pressure. This is he looks like he's a cut above the rest from some of the competition today. Look at how quick and easy he makes work of that player right there. Rec loves the elo. He's giving away the elo here to VOV VTN.
Just giving it up. Also giving over that Boombo, the rotation from the rig, not quite paying off there, and VOV cleaning it up and then rotating away. I mean, getting the nice little refresh as well as the 4 points during this stage and pushing you closer towards that top 50 threshold. That's going to be a nice swing. And honestly, I'm a huge fan of the Boombo. We didn't see it a ton in the duos, but the times we saw it, it came up with really clutch plays. There was a great finish out of one of the matches. I think Shio ended up casting that finish, and it was just so clutch. A nice little 1v2 in the European finals. I think that was week 1 from the FNCS duos in EU, but I almost think that was Mage and Castery as well. With that being said, in solos, with the amount of damage and pressure you can put on somebody as they rotate, and if you can get into a spot where you're able to free file and gatekeep with that weapon in particular, these players are good enough to make it hurt.
Yeah, 100%. We know what they can do with the weapons once it's in the arms or the hands of a really good player. They don't tend to miss these comp players here, but here's Pusher pushing into the box. It's going to be to no avail, though, as this player does sneak out. The shotgun shots blowing through the build, and now he gets caught off guard with the 176 points. Look at how close Jasper is to him. This is how tight the competition is right now. They're in the same ball game as far as the point threshold goes. The skill discrepancy is not what you were used to, right? Or not what they probably expected coming out of game 1 and 2. The tide of the battle is going to change as the games go on. And you're seeing it right here as Jasper just makes a big part of his presence known here in this three-way fight right now.
And that's one thing you'll notice, particularly in Europe, you are never safe in solos. No matter how close a 1v1 is, no matter where it is on the map, no matter who you're fighting against, every single one of the players, particularly once you get up into the threshold, you're clear. Like, yes, this is an open tournament. Yes, anybody can play. There's 10 games. But once you get clear of a certain point threshold, you're not going to get those lower players. Those players who are going to be like kind of the fodder, the little fish, they churn out very quickly. Their 10 games will run out. They aren't playing through full games. And Jasper makes Mythic pay right there. A brilliantly set up shot. You saw him baiting that corner. He didn't need to go aggressive and then drops the launch pad knowing he needs to rotate back through the zone. And that's what we're talking about. Each one of these fights now, it goes from being, okay, hey, I can reliably run through 2 or 3 people before I need to really worry about an opponent. Now we're seeing you're catching mid-game fights, and each one of these guys is making you pay a little bit more.
100%. Here's high ground now. What a beautiful loadout. We talked about the minigun. The minigun not really being a big deal here in solos, which I'm so surprised of. It's been all about the drum gun so far today. Minigun being one of the most dominant weapons in a duos, trios competition, right? The squad games. I can't believe that we haven't seen it kind of run crazy right now. But let's see if high ground can kind of make me eat my words here, as he's got it this game. And this is his time to shine.
He got his elimination just yanked right away from him, and I think this speaks to Shio's point that yes, the minigun is very strong, the rate of fire is very high, and a lot of those bullets are able to kind of pressure onto walls. With that being said, it leaves you vulnerable. It has a ramp up time. You have to kind of be consistently putting bullets into somebody if you really want to eliminate them, unless they're overexposing themselves. And yes, in duos you can do that because somebody else can cover for you. Somebody else can reset the wall and be sitting there with a scroll reel reset, or be sitting there with it held and ready to go, or they could be sitting there with a heavy snipe baiting you. You don't have that in solos. The second somebody pushes your box and you're minigunning someone else, or somebody gets an angle on you while you're trying to keep up that consistent pressure with a heavy sniper, your game can be over. So how much of it is really worth? And honestly, I think we'll probably see less and less of it. Right now, getting the spray down, and so far, he's got 20 damage on it. Granted, third party comes through on the other side. He's going to try and press in. Will this be the time? And he got it, but largely in support from the other player. He only did 50 damage to that player.
Hey, think about it. That minigun is the surefire way to know that someone is under some serious pressure, but well played to high ground, making quick work of that. Here's back with Jasper, who once again has taking out some of our competitors we've been following with. It was Mage before. See here now who he's got in target. It's Cookie who's down low. Cookie's on a run right here. Let's see how Jasper's going to play this one out. He's got that heavy sniper looking for the shot. A little bit of an adjustment made to the heavies. It's no longer as strong as it used to be, being that the damage is a little less. He's going to whiff the shot right there, but it's okay. He still has control of this area. The short zone on the rotate. Kind of seeing if he can hold this guy out here. It's not going to be worth his time, so he's going to make the rotation in. Still near max mats here, Sundown.
Very close to max mats, and I would also argue that the larger nerf to the heavy sniper wasn't the change to the body shot damage, so much so as the game mode. I thought heavy snipers in particular were so prominent in the duos FNCS because they drop in pairs at the POIs, and then, ooh!
My God.
Like you said, you talked about it, the nerf, it impacts the body shots, but when you have somebody as skilled as Jaspe just turning and hitting the headshot, and then immediate 150 flick through the cone, now has the pressure, uses the heavy sniper to go through, doesn't need the body shot, just wants to break the wall, has the player coned off, gets in, double edit up, following him around, but this player is doing everything he can to disengage, doing a good job creating multiple pieces in between him and the opponent, till Jaspe gets pressured, but Jaspe is going to finish it off. Prey didn't pray enough, and Jaspe hunted him down. I mean, he made that look efficient. A quick double elim, and I mean, honestly, I don't shoot back at him after watching him just destroy two players like that right now. I don't want to be the next target of his focus.
No, he's making it look easy. This is what the opens are all about, guys. It's making a name for yourself coming up. Remember, the best of the best, quote unquote, right, have already got the pass to the next week. This is their time to shine here to see if whether or not they can run with the Wolves next weekend. So Jaspe really showing up, jumping on the radar right there. I love the wall takes, love the cone control, love the edit through. That was a flawless execution of two different players right there. Big points for him on the board. And this is that moment in the game where things really start to settle down now. It's all about information grabbing here from Zyrax, Manette. Zyrax wants to fight. He's going to lose the exchange shot there.
Yeah, it looks like... what is his intent there? I know he wants to get close to the zone. I know he wants to try and get above the person. But it's such a weird fight to pick with so many other players nearby. You can see instantly now getting pressured back down. He was the one who chose to pick this. Manette's fine to play defensively. He's able to disengage. He has a launch pad if he needs to make the long rotation. But now they're going to get caught up in a build battle. 38 people still alive. No zone coming in. And he'll just take a 50-50. That's a weird fight, Zyrax.
Such a weird fight. He went up to height, knowing that Manette was kind of situated and planted. You were wondering who was taking the shots looking in. It was V Wolf and Pluto off on a distance there, now making their own ground rotates. Nice and early, too, not waiting for that storm to pressure him out. Here's Jaspe being ever so proactive in the mid-game right now. Such a bold move on his part to have his boxes open. Most of the high tier lobbies, you'll notice mid-game comes the quiet part, but in opens, you don't know what to expect. You don't know what your lobbies are going to look like, what players are going to be deciding to do here. Players like Jaspe right now, and 4 elims coming into mid-game is so impressive nonetheless. Let's see here, as another heavy snipe block seems to be the special from Jaspe here. Oh my gosh, can he catch another 2-for-1 right now, Sundown? He's done it before at 5 elims.
And is looking to now just disengage, get his health at least back up to the effective 150. Has no big pots there, so wants to find another pick. But notice, again, I think that was the minigun player who he ambushed, using the sound of the minigun covering from the side to get in and around. And it's another reason to show why that weapon just isn't quite as efficient in solos.
Sundown giving us the best insight here. One of the most knowledgeable Fortnite players on the scene right now. For Fortnite commentators, you gotta love everything that you can provide to this cast. As we're looking at it all kind of unfold, this is our first look at solos and just kind of getting a taste for what's going to happen in the solo season. We haven't had much other info to kind of rely on as far as gameplay goes. Look at the congestion right now. Every man for themselves right here. Jaspe is just kind of in the thick of it. You have Umi underneath. He's kind of in the mid layer here. Wolf just up above. They all somehow rotated on top of one another and now sitting on the zone here.
And if you remember, these players were so close to each other on the leaderboard the last time we looked. These are all the players who are sitting in the top 20 and 30. SPK down there from LDLC as well. So you're going to see a lot more contention. Notice how every single game we've casted today, the 5th and 6th zone have had more and more people. You've had more people rotating inside of that zone early. Look in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Those arrows represent players. If you're unfamiliar with it, the blue circle is where the storm currently is. The white circle is where it's going to go. So as we begin closing in during the later stages of the game, in competitive Fortnite, the zone actually will move outside of the circle as Jasper hits one of those body shots. So, you know, the 30 less damage going through is going to be a little bit better for that player. That saves you the mini going through. A little bit more utility he's going to be able to use. But Jasper knows he's weak and is going to keep an eye on it.
Love seeing some familiar names there. I think I saw Pate there, one of our old veterans on the scene. So you see there are still players still trying to come up. See now, we'll jump back with Coolest. Coolest has been really fragging off. We know he's up in that upper portion of the top 10 right now. 263 points. He's big chilling here. His Saturday looking so good. Drum gun in the loadout. Legendary shotgun as well to back him up. He's now kind of hunting here, using all those audio cues. Still being patient though, not opening up any of those side walls. Remember, when you create the edit, it will reset the health on the wall. So having these health pool of the walls all at maximum HP is playing into his benefit here, giving him just a little more cushion, a little more safety. And this is a tough rotate Sundown. He's got to go all the way across. I see a couple launch pads in his loadout in the inventory here. I think he's looking to set one up right now. Hence moving out to the storm line, right?
Looks like he's going to go for a later low launch. He does have the 3 big pots, which are super helpful, but will take a longer amount of time and get less valuable as the game goes on. But he has the 2 slurpfish, so if he wants to tank some storm damage and then go, he has that option available to him. Right now, we're going to hop on board with Flames Dexy, I believe, as he gets a nice little triangle tunnel off and a good little reset edit, but the other player is already out. Going to continue moving forward. He has the priority position on the zone. You see Resume picking up Wolf as we get closer to the top 25 threshold right now. Flames looking to catch somebody as he continues this triangle rotation in, wants to steal a wall. He's getting relatively aggressive here, goes forward as we catch up a little bit, and he's just going to turn himself. Needs about 2 more tiles to get into the zone, and then he can look for picks, but he says, no, I'm going for picks now. Drops in with that legendary pump, gets the 200, backs out and resets to 150. He's going to pop up a layer, and honestly, Monster, I think he just wants to get in zone and then sit and reevaluate at this point. With 6 elims, he's doing okay.
He's doing so good. The little refresher really puts him in a prime situation. Finding someone on the back end of the storm line, crushing players off his layer. SMG in the endgame also grossly underrated on that damage you can put through. Such a great bully weapon here now. He hasn't reloaded though, Sundown. So risky of him to continue to pressure through boxes when he doesn't have to. Decides to go back onto the rotate game here now. And there it is, taking a little brief moment right here to kind of reset, pause up, and it was worth it. The damage he did looks like some fall damage is going to get given out to Kyle Wex here. He jumps in another box, and suddenly he's converting on elims left and right. That's going to be a refresher for Material. This could be his game, as he's controlling all of the mid-ground right now.
Well done from there, controlling the mid-ground as we jump on board with Jaspe on the low ground. This is another player we're keeping an eye on. 5 elims from him here, and this way where you really start to see him separate. A good turn to catch the player on the edge of the storm. Only cost him 10 HP to get a nice little refresher on Matt's and shield. Notice he's running a very aggressive loadout, has the heavy sniper and the rockets, but he's not putting either of them to use. Is all pump shotgun so far. Another great shot. Back-to-back elims. Right on the edge of the zone. He's going to continue to work forward. We have our top 10, 8 players remaining. Jaspe now, though, becoming the target of the lobby right as he cracks over into 200 points. I mean, this is a close end. You have Wolfie all the way up top. LDLC, SPK hanging around in the mid-ground with Eric and iResYumi as well. Coolest Carrot goes down to iJaspe on the low ground here. You can see it as Jaspe just hits his 3rd straight. 1 shot, 1 elimination pump. Can he put any parts of his kit to use otherwise? Drops the heavy sniper to go for the slurp, and we have our top 5 monster. Who's going to be able to close it out? Jaspe is so threatened right now.
He can do it. He can do it. All he needs is these big shotgun shots. He's been connected all the way through. He's on fire. There's a good little 40 shot. Now chucking him out to the zone here. He's going to follow with another. The white shot. The double 2-for-1 right there. And a third in the zone now. All of a sudden, he's running it right here. And it's a 2. 2 more players left. 2 more players left. Jasper's coming up. He's got the mask. He's just trying to scramble up for height right now. Swordfish is going to bounce him back here. Sundown. Oh, there's still a grappler in play. I think it was a choke, though.
He only has one build. He has to drop down. He's just got a rat, and that's going to get him taken care of. That was Eric, another top 20 player. That's the one with the grappler. But he also is now stuck in the barn. He pushed in, and Wolfie closes it out, pushing forward and cleaning him up. It was so close at the end. You can see Eric actually ticked over from the storm immediately after. It was literally shot for shot, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. And I mean, there's so much aggression coming out of Europe already in these first stages of the game. Zeke, what did you think of that one, man?
Dude, that was really exciting. I never in my mind would have imagined a barn would have been their undoing. Jaspe, though, wow. I loved his close quarter combat playstyle there, only carrying basically a few meds, and then that pump shotgun, like, you know, it's really interesting that it feels like he understands the very limitations of that weapon. He knew when he could kind of go in and take those shots, and he also knew how to, like, take a shot and then immediately dip from the situation when things weren't quite running his way. And that's like, I appreciate that play quite a bit. Really quickly, we'll touch on the standings, and yet again, Coolest Carrot, aka Clutch, sitting up there at the top with 306 points, but Monster, Mage, there in third. Coming up too, Castries there as well. I mean, we're starting to see some familiar faces here.
Yeah, I could definitely jump in on that one. Mage really kind of pulling through. We know that this format has been rewarding consistency, but more importantly, it has had the competition so neck and neck, because now all of a sudden you're getting rewarded for every action that you kind of take, right? You're surviving in the games, just paying off, just making it all the way through. So that extra little bit of cushion, our top 10's been pretty viable and then pretty consistent. I would say top 20, honestly, all the way through. You look at the rest of your competitors here, guys, this is the open weekend, so if you're looking at a bunch of new faces and new names like we are, that's what it's all about. It's about finding the new gems, finding the new stars that are going to be running with the best of the best as the weeks kind of develop here.
And that's right, to just kind of piggyback and build on what you're saying, as we kind of turn the page here, the next 10 players. This is Open Qualifier weekend, so next week the players that have already been invited will be participating, and 100 from every region will join them heading into next week, earning themselves a spot on the battle bus. So that's why we're not seeing, you know, all these super familiar names that you're used to seeing all the time. These are brand new players. Some are brand new, some are like Castry and Mage that have been on the scene for a while and are showing up here trying to claim a ticket into the next week. And Sundown, I mean, you know, Mage has already showed us with that 20 bomb today. In case you're just tuning in, Mage dropped a 20 bomb earlier. It was one of the craziest games we've ever seen. But, you know, we also have seen Castry show up as well, his dual partner from FNCS Week 1. So there's a lot of this talent we're just seeing kind of come up and basically let the world know, like, hey, you guys need to be paying attention to me too. You know what I mean?
I mean, let's put it in perspective. It's one of the early game open rounds. Like, Mage and Castry won week 1 of the FNCS duos together. They just stumbled during heats and necessarily weren't able to qualify. So let's take one more step back. The people invited as they're coming through are all the previous FNCS grand finalists. So the ones who competed in Season X, then Chapter 2 Season 1, and then Chapter 2 Season 2, both PC and console and mobile track, as well as up to 100 invited influencers from Epic side. However, that varies from region to region, honestly depending on how many of those wanted to be dropped straight into the Shark Tank that is the best of the best. So there are a variable number of spots here. It's to be expected that somebody like Mage and Castry, who can win an FNCS week in the strongest, most populated region, they should dominate their first 3 games. Like, honestly, if they don't, I was a little shocked to see the inconsistency out of Mage from his first couple games, but it might have been because he was playing just so foot on the gas the entire time that maybe got tripped up, and now we're starting to see kind of the same top 20 or so be in the matches, which is what we're going to see as we're at the end of the queue time. So all of those players with the high points are going to be getting into the same matches over and over and over again, and the ones who are consistently making late games are going to have those interactions and a chance to kind of nudge out and build their lead for tomorrow, because tomorrow points reset and we play another 10 and then we'll add them up.
That's right. Tomorrow is going to be very telling because, you know, Castry and Mage right now are performing out of their minds, but tomorrow they could falter, right? We don't really know. Every day is a different day, and though they're performing very well right now, it's a great cushion, but that doesn't necessarily mean they should slow down heading into tomorrow. I'm very excited to see more of Mage as we kind of head into tomorrow. I think he's just out of this world right now. And granted, you know, just like to touch on what you said earlier, him and Castry were a dual winner in FNCS Week 1. A winner, you know what I'm saying? These guys are on another level. Monster, I've actually asked everyone previously like what they've thought about the format and how that kind of relates its play to EU currently. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think the format is like shifted EU's play style at all? Most of us have pretty much said like, nah, EU's full send, but I'm curious to get your thoughts on it.
I think honestly we've already fostered the Fortnite playstyle. I don't think that's going to change very much from now. If anything, it's only going to reward more and play into different players and allow us to highlight players in different kind of sections of the game, right? We already know mechanically gifted players are going to dominate as when it comes down to elims and just being consistent like that. But now if you're a placement style player, like a lot of the others that we've seen in the past, this is your time to shine. It's kind of like from meta to meta. When you change the way the point threshold works, all of a sudden there's going to be new gens that come up. And that's kind of how I feel about it. I think it's not really a matter of are people going to play different. I think the play style is already there. It's just going to allow us to put a little bit more of a spotlight on other guys that know how to rotate better and make it more to end game and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. One final question for you. We'll kind of start with Sundown. How do you guys think the updates to the heavy snipe has kind of changed the game a little bit? We saw, you know, you kind of talked about it, Sundown. We saw, you know, 130 to the body instead of that, you know, 150 that we normally see. You know, you maybe want to touch on that just a little bit, maybe in case people aren't, you know, following the meta. They haven't followed Fortnite in a little while. You want to talk about that?
So honestly, in terms of impact, I talked about it a little bit on the cast. I really think that the swap to solos has a higher impact than the actual change does. If you look at the number of interactions of player encounters with a sniper as we go in, but the matches are also ready, so I'll continue this thought as we jump on in. If you look at the number of kind of interactions you see over the course of a game with a heavy sniper, you either get headshot by it and your game is over, you get body shot by it and now you'll have 70 health instead of 50 health, which will save you a mini. So that's actually relatively helpful in terms of healing and keeping somebody off you, but not super in that regard. Or somebody heavy snipes your wall and then still forces into your box, which that scenario didn't change. So it's really only like super different in one out of those three. Whereas if you compare the change from solos to duos, you can now no longer be instant destroyed through two barriers by a double heavy snipe going through, and they were dropping in pairs at the islands. Not a ton of people are going into the old like rifle because we have carrying two with them and double forcing into boxes, but we've seen it. And you're also less threatened by the heavy snipe RPG combo, because if somebody wants to carry that, more often than not, they're sacrificing a weapon or utility somewhere else, as we've seen before. However, some players get away with it. So overall, I think the change to solos has kind of hit it more than anything else.
100%. Sundown, we're looking at the agency once again here. We're back. We're in the middle of it. We're in the thick of it. I think Coolest Carrot, from what I can tell, has some competition here. It's probably going to be the first of the early games that we've seen in quite some time. At least now we get to see Coolest Carrot in a bit of a higher stress lobby, right? Skill-wise, because as time goes on, the points get higher and higher. The competition goes up too. Let's see what Coolest Carrot's going to be able to do here. How much of a...
I'm gonna advocate for calling him 4E clutch. I'm gonna try and do the best to do it, just because let's try. I want to try and encourage people, if we're able to go and find them as best we can. Try and be you guys. Monster talked about it earlier as well, but like build up that branding, particularly when you're having a pop-off performance like this and you're getting this much screen time. We shouldn't have to go through and find your Twitter bio that's as cool as Carrot 999, right? Like let us give you the credit you deserve, man. You're playing super well. And also don't forget that the queue times, there are 2 limits on it. There's 10 game maximum, and there's also a 3-hour time limit, which we passed about 7 minutes ago. So these will be the final games you'll see for EU, and then we will have day 1 standings when we come out. But as we talked about going in, we have to add the day 2 ones afterward to see who advanced to that top 600 round.
Wait a second though, Sundown. I saw the RPG come in. Looks like someone else enters into the competition here at the agency, as all of a sudden Carrot is pressured all the way back down to no HP, forced to run here. I saw Zinix there. He's just sitting still, sitting quiet, not trying to give away any information right now. Let's see what Clutch can do. Can he bounce back here? 5 eliminations, off to a very strong start here. The way the points are worth, Elim points still matter so very much. Breaking into those placement thresholds matter just as much as well. I mean, it's not a lot of points, you know, for the early placements, but it's something here. Oh my gosh, though. Zinix, who was ever so lurking, is going to eat the bullets of the drum gun right there. And you see Clutch hit off a little bit of a taunt. Well deserved as well.
And in that scenario, when you're crouching in a Ven against, like, he's not going to miss you. He, like, 1, it would be very impressive if he did miss you, and 2, he's directly on top of you. So regardless of lurking there, that's a rough battle to take against one of the mythic weapons. Not going to win that exchange a lot, but now he's trying to capitalize and come through. However, the other player picking that up, and Clutch goes down 2 rockets back to back. Zenit saying, no. You don't get another game with that. I'll take that one over. And that's the danger of dropping on the mythic POI. However, if I'm Clutch, I'm saying worth. I think he picked up 5-6 elims right there before he left, so it definitely hit the first placement threshold. So leaving with about 25 points from that game, that's going to give him a huge boost into tomorrow.
Hey, not only that, I mean, he got a little bit of placement, right? So don't count that out either. Where I thought there was only 1 or 2 players here, more have entered in, so there's always someone lurking. You never quite know when you're safe in Fortnite here. And that's the thing about opens, right? You can't really determine who you're going to get in the lobby. You don't know what players are trying to play for the agency. This is just one of those luck of the draws here where agency was super hot. And all of a sudden now the lobby's starting to thin out just a little bit right now. We jump over Rusty, who's jumping into a box, making quick work of that player there. It's all over for Rotary. So now Rusty finds his first eliminations outside of Salty Springs.
And that was a really good push from him, just immediately jumping through the wall. And that's a bit of tech that has actually come about and been, I don't want to say come about, but been exposed as of recent. It was something that I believe Booga and Clicks were doing super frequently on NA East, but there's ways that you're able to kind of phase through the wall and immediately have a shot ready to go afterward. I forget who posted on Reddit. There was a fantastic explanation video that was kind of 5 minutes long. It showed all the different variables of how you can set it up, but had it set up perfectly, able to go through, get in the box. I'll make sure I get you guys the receipts on those, but you're able to see the kind of pressure you can get about and kind of the manipulation he's able to use to force himself into a box without a heavy sniper or without a harpoon or without a spray weapon. And honestly, that's a level of technical proficiency that you don't see out of a lot of players, but Europe does it incredibly well, and that's why their kind of skill is always talked about so much, because even in opens, you're able to see such high-level plays done on a routine basis. Ooh, 3 great shots right away. Fisty, no armor.
Yeah, Rusty looking good here. And just kind of touch up on that point. It's when you stand on the left side as the attacker. If you're just looking to exercise it at home, if you're on the left side of the wall, you have more odds of pushing through. And if you're on defense, recognizing danger, if that guy's on your right camera peak, be a little careful if he's trying to push in. Regardless what though, here's Rusty. Once again, left side, like we kind of mentioned here. It seems like it's all muscle memory at this point. No hesitation when it comes down to setting up. As I watch Rusty jump in and out of box. Beautiful rep at it. My gosh, he's kind of clean with it. He did miss the shotgun shot though, and it's okay. He's gonna pause here. Want to get a little reset, little gentleman's reset right now as the Thigh is going to pop his heel as well. Ace is just listening by. 56 shot exchange there. Rusty's going to take the losing tail end of that one. Still confident though. Still wants to take the fight. He doesn't care.
Yeah, but look at the bottom right-hand corner. Look, people are creeping, and that's what happens fighting around Salty Springs. There's so many different rotational paths that come through there, and this is very quickly going to turn from a isolated 1v1 into two people trying to third party and pick it up. You can see Thaisu has come out ahead so far in the trade. Also gets a great 66 tag as he's trying to disengage here in a tough spot, but I'm not sure how much he wants to keep pursuing. He smells blood in the water, but he has to know he's been in this fight for too long.
Not only that, just he recognizes the loadout difference, right? Like, he has a green pump shotgun versus a legendary pump. You know the difference just by the sound indicator of the shot. So
the second you hear that deep little boom, yeah, no, you're backing off. You're good. And he has 40 builds left. They've burned so much. He needs to get out. And no, instead you're going to see a fight on the other side. Ace Yims, who was creeping, is now just creeped out of the game. Great little turnaround and refresher coming out from Rusty, and he's going to have a lot more room, has the map priority. If he's able to top off with the shield, he's honestly going to come out of this the better.
Rusty is kind of clean with it. Take a look at how he's backing up here now. The Thigh is getting back on the offensive. He doesn't want to let this one go for free. All the mats that he did expend, the time wasted just a little bit there. He wanted something for it. Rusty now suddenly has the swing in his favor again, being that he's back on the offense. Momentum ever so higher now that he hit the headshot. See what he's gonna do, Sundown. Oh my gosh, the rip!
Great little trade. He's using the burst super effectively against these already hurt walls. Is he going to be able to get inside? But another player crashing down. Again, you have to keep an eye on these fights. Look at the bottom right-hand corner. So many different individuals going to just going to launch pad out. And that's the EU special, is immediately jump on and go straight after him. Don't look, don't know if anybody else is there. Go straight into the bush, face check it all the way through. Miss the shot, but then double dink him in the face anyway with the legendary burst because you're the best player ever. Brilliantly done from Rusty, but man, that is just relentless.
He doesn't pause, he doesn't stop. Rusty's on fire right now, really riding the momentum of the Elims as he's caught a nice little chain right there. But if there's a time to fight, it's probably now for Rusty. He needs to pick up some material because he's wasted a lot. Hasn't gotten... Wait a second. I was going to say he didn't get much in return for it. All of a sudden, he's at max. Someone must have turned out a big turnaround. Okay, we got another little box fight here. Let's see what Rusty's got. We know he's fired up. He's on fire here. Still inching out, really trying to bait this player. And there it is. He falls in his box. Those are his walls. He has control. So easy. So simple. Killer goes down. Rusty finds another one here. 5 eliminations now. Good refresher. Puts him back in the game. And controls all of this space. It's all his.
He had some great shots there, and he's setting him up. My only issue is I felt like he overbuilt so much in both of those fights. And he was reliant on getting the refresher that I'm not sure that tactic will necessarily pay off against somebody who isn't going to give him the same kind of shots and the same kind of opportunities. But he made them absolutely pay for every single mistake that was there.
Good control by the player. Platypus is fighting here. This is some high-level tactics right now. You see the ramp kind of maneuvers. The wall bully right there. He's going to grab that one too. He doesn't want to walk into all those enemy builds. So now changing the angle here, getting away from those. It's his wall now. He takes it again too. And now all of a sudden A-Day falls down. Platypus, great fight. Great little box fight right there. Cleans him up. Finds the ammunition too. My gosh, what a refresher for him. Now he's big chilling here. Back of the zone line. Only zone 2. 29 players remaining.
big chillin'. Placement points coming through for everyone all over the place. This is what happens when players get to the end. You get down, you get desperate. Everyone's like, okay, I gotta drop a 20 bomb. It's my last game. You know, I gotta be super aggressive. I need to at least get like 4 elims and go through. The problem with that thinking is 4 other players are probably thinking the same thing, and then it turns into everyone who played safe just ended up outscoring you when you got your 1 elimination. As we hop on over to yet another fight, as Sush is down to 62 HP. Decent shields to be able to get up, but there's pressure all around him. Again, look at the bottom right-hand corner. So many of those little triangles heading over to him. They represent other players that are looking to come and try and take a part of this fight. Sush also overbuilding, swapping the hard maps, knowing he has to stay in this game. Cannot be eliminated or else his run for today is over. At 226 points though, so done a decent job to make sure he's up towards the top. You can see Narette from the other angle, another player also boxing him with hard mats, so a big investment from this 3-way fight so far. Everyone trying to keep a decent amount of space right now, but it's just this fighting is completely unnecessary. With that being said, getting the refresher and getting 4 points has been the difference for so many of these guys that I can understand why they feel like it's necessary. Some really great SMG shots coming through, spraying into the builds. Looked like that was a double dink into a headshot monster to put Sush honestly back in this game. Give him enough time and respite to shield up and potentially continue to take this fight.
Not only that, he's tracking, he hears a shot. More players are kind of moving around here. He's not safe either, so he's trying to follow the fight, follow the distraction in. Trying to see if he can get a nice little pinch going from the side. Let's see if the rotation he's making right now is going to be worth it. It is. That's some white shots right there. Can he convert right now? Quick little reload now. The double pressure coming in. Whoever the other guy is on the other side, it's making it too easy for him. Oh, and the easy tracking now. Sush just has him walk into him. All of a sudden now the 128 follow-up. And that's his too.
And that was Rusty. Rusty just got popped. And that's going to be a huge swing for Sush. We talked about that SMG spray potentially being the difference. The respite gave him enough room to then pressure back forward, picks up a double, shuts down Rusty, who had already eliminated 4 players, and was also sitting on the legendary pump and the legendary burst. So now Sush has every player's honestly wet dream in terms of a weapon loadout, unless you're trying to pick up a heavy snipe and like force into people's walls. Like, he's in a spot where he can play floppers in a launch pad late zone if he wants. With that being said, there's also only 25 people left.
That is true. And remember, guys, the queues are closed. This is the conclusion, more or less, of the EU Opens for day 1. They still have another day tomorrow to kind of get it back together. For the most part, the players we're seeing right now are doing relatively well. These are your finalists that you'll see kind of push through tomorrow if they can continue the consistency. So remember the names as they are all getting their opportunity to make their way to next week. Let's see here. Soon Lucky's trying to get this lucky shot, and he is going to hit it. It's going to connect right through the window scape right there. Too nice. Now looking at the loot. Probably not worth going for, as he knows there's a player in there. It was a box fight he was kind of jumping in on.
You don't loot goblin that. You don't loot goblin that. And we were talking about, hey, we talked about the heavy sniper. Change right there, hits him to the body. Guy gets eliminated anyway. Takes him down right there, still able to send him right back. But it was a really good angle and job to get in that position. It's just unfortunate. You always have to be careful when fighting inside of those houses. You have to assume that everyone is having an angle or a spot on you, so you must cover it. You just add, particularly in the late game at this point in time, like generally lobbies, when we see in the top 600 or the top 300 and top 200, depending on how sweaty and aggressive the people decide to play in the solos, you'll start seeing 30 and 40 and 50 people in these zones. In NA East, you'll be seeing 60 and 70 in potentially the top 100 games, because we know they like to play for late, play safe. In those circumstances, everyone is looking for a peak angle. Everyone is looking for tags. You can't leave yourself exposed for a second, or you'll catch a heavy sniper either in the body or to the head, and that is devastating regardless of when it hits you. And right there, boom, Mings gets hit, has to box himself up, and then just start the process of getting back up to 100-100.
That's it. He was paused dead in his tracks. Hit the red light on the tracks right there. Here's Sush, who miraculously came back from being in such a weird position, pinched by arguably the most aggressive player in the lobby. It was Rusty. He was going crazy with it. but he did manage to overcome him too now. He's got a launch pad. He's got a beautiful loadout right here. He's all set up for success. Good rotate in. He's just moving early, not waiting for other players to make the move. He is going to eat the punishment of doing the sorts. And now the lobby's collapsing on him with fire. My gosh. Walking into the wrong place at the wrong time here, Sundown.
And he walks in here with only 84 builds. I was about to say, this rotation is fine until one person decides to shoot at you and everyone else gets happy. If you can't get into that kind of old skeleton of builds that the other player has there, which is dangerous in and of itself, because you don't know if somebody's hiding in there, like, you're going to burn so much of your resources. You now have 26 builds, but he doesn't matter. Pushes in, survives with 3 HP, gets the siphon over. When you eliminate someone in the arena or in a tournament, they not only drop 15 materials at their body, 5 of each, but you also get 50 health or shield back, depending on what your health is at. And Sush making all the use of it there, surviving with 3, and then having enough room and utility to eat his floppers, and then get his shields on to now get back up to 100. And that risky rotation, it caught him a lot, but getting the refresher in there has now paid off. And the story of the open broadcast so far has been refreshers and really quick double eliminations.
Not only that, just the positioning right there, getting behind the enemy pre-builts that were fully healthy allowed him to mitigate the incoming damage. That one player that was holding him out, so now I don't know if you noticed, he made the rotate from the safety into Sush's shotgun shot there. Really wasn't probably what he was expecting. So respect to the play right there and coming out alive. That was incredible. Because we're now looking at Sai here, who's kind of chilling. He's got a good rotate, nice clean rotate across the side. He's going to save all his material. Oh my gosh, looking like a Bizzle play right there with the sniper shot, by the way. The headshot connect. Bizzle, NA East, is a huge advocate for the suppressed sniper. You see why here.
It's great for catching people on rotations and not exposing yourself out. Incredibly difficult to track where that comes through. Difficult to catch the tracer coming out. And Podesai is a player who we've seen before. It's somebody who he's been around. I believe we saw him in, it might have been Winter Royale. I know he's competed and played in a lot of the EU events, but it's fantastic, as Bala said, seeing so many names who really I haven't seen since some of the earlier days of Fortnite now coming out competing and playing well. That is something I would expect a veteran to be able to do. Do a safe late rotation around the outside of the zone, catch someone else trying to do the same, and get a refresher off of it. Very well played from him, and now in a priority position as we get into the full moving zones. You can see in the bottom right hand corner, it's the 5th out of the 9th zone is when you see that first overlap, and a great rocket from Minato to knock the player down, get the fall damage to combine in the elimination, and push us into the top 20. And reminder, format is different from the previous broadcasts and the ones we've seen before. You start getting placement points at 75th, and then an increment at 50th, and then increasing increments going upward. However, it is much more heavily weighted toward placing in the top 25 and then into the top 5 as well. So all of these players have already done a great job maximizing their placement points. Even now, the eliminations they get here are going to count that much more because it's against other high point players. So it's against the people they're directly competing against on the leaderboard and challenging them. And we see Sush, the player who is able to take out Rusty, on the far side of the zone and looking to try and get a pick right now.
He's doing so good right now. 6 eliminations. Things are really starting to thin out here as far as the lobby goes. It's about to be a 20-man moving. Good shots here to pressure someone's on the backside. I think that player did manage to launch pad out. Zeus is deciding, is it worth the play? I guess he's going to go for it. Jumps into the zone at the expense of 5 ticks. So now he's down to 50 health. That's going to be the flopper, but it's all right. He gets the full-on rotate with the no material. This is probably going to be a desperate push for him right now as he decides whether or not he wants to jump down on the enemy. And no, he's just going to shoot back into the storm. He's going to find another point there. Another elimination, I should say.
Another 4 points there, Monster.
Right.
Racking him up, and it's also pushing him closer to that top 15. You can see he's desperately looking for pick. No builds, hits the spray. That's brilliant pump to follow it up there, taking out TDR Nezak. Zeus pushing forward. He also gets a nice little refresh, gets the minimum amount coming out as well as an additional 5, but he's already burned through some. However, he's doing a good job checking his angles and trying to get picks on the backside of the zone, Monster. This is really impressive.
Yeah, staying on the storm line so he can minimize how much he needs to build. And remember, he's just letting the elims come to him. Even with a desperate take on the mats, he's not rushing into anything. Here's Sush. Now look at the other side of the map. You can see how many players are on height. Sush is actually going to get caught off on that rotate there. That tree was the bane of his existence. He broke it down. He gets taken out. Here's Present now. Just kind of chilling in the mid-ground. Loving the 2-layer tarps right now. Conserving as much as he can. Launcher has ultimate height, though. Look at the other angle here. Launcher also has the grappler, so that's why he's able to sit up there so comfortably. A little box fight right now. Zero Ping's going to win that one. And Skytoes is out.
Skytoes has his toes pointed towards the sky there, and I'd be mad because Zero Ping, man. You can see him picking up his first elim. However, not quite getting the refresher there, or if he did, he burned through it very quickly. Only sitting on 3 builds. Present does go down to the storm there, but a really nice job to turn and get a pick on the backside. David does go down. However, again, we talk about impact eliminations. Yes, he gets the 4 points. Yes, he's going to start getting more placement, particularly as he gets in the top 5, but he doesn't have builds to protect himself. He's going to be forced out now. He has 3 left, 2 left, 1 left now as he drops in heavy snipe in and a brilliant tack shot. Can he follow it up? 121. Does he find it again? He finds a third. Doesn't get a fourth as Lozy picks it up, but a brilliant job from him there. Pushing into the top 5. Soon Lucky and Launcher on top. Lozy and Bafo on the bottom, but now it's a 1v1 for the finish. Bafo again, you have Lozy on the other side of it. Will Bafo be able to take him out? Goes up, has the grappler, and this is the final play, final lobby of EU. Queues are closed. Who will close out the day 1 on a high note? Who will take the victory royale? Lozy in the back, goes for the flopper play, but unfortunately, the fish was not enough. The grappler overtakes it, and right now, EU's showing that, hey, those mythics are paying off, but they're also changing hands.
True.
Yeah, man, for sure. That was a great ending game there. Bafo, congrats to him for picking himself up the victory royale. And that pretty much wraps up EU for the day, guys. What do you think, Monster? Did you enjoy the games today?
I mean, things really ramped up. We started off what we expected with an open lobby. Towards the tail end, we got to see some rising stars and some new names and faces come up. That's what the broadcast is all about. So, yeah, it's right in line with what I was expecting.
All right. What do you think, Sundown? Is there maybe someone that you're looking forward to seeing tomorrow? Or is there maybe a standout in your eyes today?
I was impressed with Clutch. I thought Clutch played really well. Again, for those of you, that was Coolest Carrot 999 up at the top, but that is actually 4E Clutch. It's the first time I've really seen a ton of him, but his ability to pressure and his control over agency was really solid, and he looked strong in the early game. The question is, can he do it again tomorrow? And if he does it again tomorrow, what does he look like when he's contesting through at agency? Again, my biggest focus here is looking at the players who go through, but I want to see which one of these players that we feel is going to be able to threaten kind of those larger veterans who are coming back and the ones who have been established in a solos game modes, because some of these guys might be better solo players coming through, and they're also going to have this week to kind of play and warm up, get themselves ready to go, have the strategy going. Yes, everyone else has the scrims and all that, but it doesn't compare to actually having a spot on the line. Again, no money on the line this weekend, but the opportunity to compete and compete for more prizes in that top 600 is on the line, so you need to be in there if you want to keep playing.
Yeah, and especially with another day, right? Like, this is just the first half of the competition for not only EU, but every part of the region, right? Every other region out there. We'll have NAE shortly after in a little bit, but, you know, that's something to consider as well. Is like, yeah, you might have had an awesome day and you're feeling it, and maybe you're on the other side. Maybe you're like, man, I was elimed every single time off spawn and I just couldn't get anything going. That's okay, because based on the circuit, you have tomorrow to play another 10 games, and it could be completely different for you. Now, do you think for players out there that maybe just didn't have the greatest showing today, do you think, Monster, that they should change up their strategy? Like, do you think they should start landing other places and changing their routes? Do you think they just kind of run it back? Like, what do you think?
I think you stay true to who you are and what you know. It's kind of too late in the competition now to kind of mix things up too much, especially in an open format. It's a different story when you get into more of the condensed lobbies and you start to thin out the player pool. But in this right here, I don't think you hold it against yourself too much. I think you stick to your guns.
All right, well, that about wraps it up for the Europe region, Fortnite fam. Now, keep in mind, we are going to be going to a break. However, we are going to be, after that, returning back with NA East games. Now, don't forget a couple things, maybe, in case you're just tuning in. This is the FNCS Invitational, 10 games today, 10 games tomorrow, excuse me. We have a bunch of awesome casters that will be joining us. Of course, get up, go get yourself some food, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Stay tuned. What's up, Fortnite fam? We are back for more of the FNCS Invitational. Joining us for this broadcast, we're going to have Shia Wager and Bala TW as we get into some games. It's good to have you guys on board. Now, before we do anything, there's a couple things I want to talk about. First, we've got an interview with the coolest carrot. So we're going to hop on over to that. And the second thing is we will be, for those that are just tuning in, we'll update you guys on how the stream is going to be running, all that stuff. But first, what I'd love to do is talk to our boy, Coolest Carrot, a.k.a. Clutch, a.k.a. the Coolest Carrot. Carrot, are you there?
Yeah.
How's it going, my man? I mean, all right, first off, I'm going to ask you one question, all right? Is it Clutch or is it Coolest Carrot? Have you committed to one or the other?
Well, it was Clutch, but I think I might as well rebrand to Coolest Carrot now that everyone knows me as that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty great name. I like it, and obviously, as we're following you across the competition, bro, you slayed today. You know, how do you feel about your performance in today's showing? Like, was it what you expected? Did you think that it would be a little bit different? Tell me your thoughts.
Well, I didn't think I was going to get first, honestly. My plan was to just go in, land agency, since I'm controller, to like pop off, and really, the drum gun's so like good with controller. The combo just works so well, and I was managed to put them two together.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. So, I'm assuming then you feel pretty comfortable landing agency. Like, there was only a handful of times that we saw where you were contested. Do you feel that you just like chased everyone away and you just had control of it? Like, even when you were contested, did you feel like, it's not a big deal? Like, I'm just gonna, stroll on over and eliminate them? Like, what were you feeling?
Yeah, well, I tried to be confident today. I tried to go in and just think that I can kill everyone, and it mostly worked. I died, I think, 2 times there.
Yeah, dude, it's so unbelievable. So, like, I guess the thing I want to do not only is, open up the floor for you, but, now that everyone's kind of got eyes on you, and now you're the coolest carrot, what do you want to tell to the world, to these people out there that may have not known who you were before, but now they're like, okay, this is someone we've got to keep our eyes on. What do you want to say to the world? What do you want to say to fans of yours that are, being created today because of your performance?
Well, I just want to say, like, never give up and stuff, because I never thought, this is just, at the beginning. So I didn't really think I was going to get first, and you just need to keep grinding and grinding until you get better and better, and then you have, your chance.
Dude, that is so awesome. Great response. Coolest Carrot, I almost called you Clutch. Coolest Carrot, it is truly an honor to meet you. It is an honor to have you part of this, and congratulations on your big victory here on day number 1. Do you think you're going to change anything up heading into tomorrow? Because remember, you still have another 10 games, but right now you're locking down that number 1 spot, and by a pretty significant margin, might I add. In OCE, the highest was 285. Heading into last game, you had 306 points, dude. So are you just going to run it back tomorrow, or are you just going to change it up? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm just going to keep on abusing aim assist and jumping in people's boxes, killing them with the drum gun.
Awesome. All right, dude. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking time to come out and talk to us over on House Party. So best of luck tomorrow, man, and we'll see you real soon, all right?
Yeah, okay. See ya. Can I plug something quick?
Yeah, sure.
Just make sure to follow my Twitter. It's now CoolestCarrot9. And yeah, that'll be it.
There you go. Shoot this man a follow. He deserves it. All right. Thank you so much, Coolest Carrot. Take it easy now. And there you go. Getting to hear a little bit there from the
awesome.
Coolest Carrot ever, who is now committed to being the Coolest Carrot. What do you guys think?
Yes. I mean, just like his demeanor, the way that he went into this with a plan in the open stage. Nobody knew who he was. Now they all know, and he's taking advantage of that. What more could you ask for a young man to have confidence like that? And going into day 2, it's going to be the same.
Yeah, I mean, like, for me, one thing, like, no pun intended, the court vision on this man. Like, he knows exactly what he did right, what to do right the next time as well. If we're looking at the up-and-comer, it has to be coolest carrot 9. So I'm excited to see what he has to bring.
Well, that was over on Europe, so we'll take a look at the final standings from Europe. And there you go, 308 points there at the top. We just had a chance to speak with him, so definitely go shoot him a follow over on Twitter. But Mage right there in second place. I mean, he was basically the only one that was close to overtaking Carrot at all. There in the final game. And I mean, Jaspai, we watched him in the final game as well. Bala, there's so much talent here.
Yeah, there's so much. And the interesting thing about this format is that it's not actually over for these guys. I mean, we look at some of the scores in EU today, we look at some of the scores in OCE, and we know that the tally at the end of it to be top 100, not a single one of these guys have actually reached where that's going to be yet. Because as we go down this list, even 20th is 243 points. It's going to be a hard task to still make it into the top 100 tomorrow.
Yeah, like you mentioned the points as well. We're just looking from the top all the way to the bottom. Side by side, every single placement, it's almost a tiebreaker. So it's so close today, it's going to get even closer tomorrow. Now that people have the info on how to play as well in the format, actually being there on tournament day, like that's so huge for a confidence boost and for a boost to hold the spot that you have right now.
Man, I look forward to seeing how things shake out tomorrow for Europe. Now, of course, guys, that was already said and done. We are done with that, and now we're getting ready to take a look into NAE. So what we should do first, just in case there's maybe some people out there that are viewing and are just tuning in, we should talk about the schedule and kind of how the whole broadcast is going to be run. So obviously, this is NA East. Welcome. This is the FNCS Invitational. This is actually an open qualifier weekend where the top 100 players in every region get to move on to the next week's invites-only game. Taking a look at the format, we've got 33 points for the Victory Royale. Every elimination is 4 points. And I mean, this breakdown is a little more spread out across the board. Right now, top 75th is at least earning themselves a single point. And Shayo, I think you talked about this earlier. You know, now that there's this point disparity, points are being spread out more, there's more opportunities to play for placement and now those juicy elimination points.
Yeah, and then all those points and placements rise you up on top of the leaderboard. If you end up winning, you can see the prize pool being split down in so many ways. The top contenders will get so much of a big prize, a reward for their hard work at the end on every single region. Obviously, Europe being one of the biggest with the $800,000 prize pool. There's so much to fight for. There's a whole new format incentivizing playing out all your games properly. It's the best and one of the most competitive things we could ask for.
And something to go back, Zeke, you talked about the format for a second, to reiterate that. Basically, it's a little bit more simplified. It might look complicated on that sheet that you saw, but you get placements, you get points. And when you get to 10th, it's basically you get a point every single placement. So maybe a little bit simpler if you just think about it in those basic terms.
That's right. Well, we're not going to keep you guys any longer. Let's get ready to hop into game. The battle bus is off. Shayo, Bala, take us in.
And this is where it all starts for one of the most fan-favorite regions, I would say, from the beginning of the Fortnite community. Now going through another change of the format. It's going to be the NA East Game 1. We can already see the points retallying down all the way to 4. Once again, to set the stage for you guys, a lot of people have already been invited for this invitational. Right now, we're going to be watching a lot of the open people who haven't had much of a chance to get through to those grand finals. Another chance now to play with the top contenders in the region. That being said, we saw it a little bit in Europe. There are still big names that are out here in the sea.
And I'm super curious, Shia, how this is going to differ from what we saw in EU. And already we're seeing kind of a difference. The early game spread on one side of the map that isn't necessarily as always contested is certainly less so of that. In EU, we saw people fighting off spawn in so many different spaces. Here, I think NA East, as we always see, will be a little bit more passive. But here's a fight from Obtained and Learned.
And as we watch this fight, we'll talk about that thing about, you know, fights being more passive, drops being more passive. Although there is a box fight going on right now, it'll be what we're used to seeing 24/7. One thing we don't see is a third party coming in immediately. We can see people outside this yellow arrow finally tuning in, getting closer. But usually from other regions, we have an instant response to whenever a shot is fired, or whenever there's a shield crack.
And this Dirty Docks fight is going to be important. Again, this is going to be the first game for all of these guys, and this sets the tone. That's not what you want to be doing in your first off-spawn drop at Dirty Docks. It's a spot where if you win, if you feel cool, if you feel collected going through the entire day, it's just going to snowball from there.
And once again, to just hit home as to what this day really means, this is the first taste of what these guys have and to offer as well to the whole region, right? The official broadcast being back sometimes might be an extra level of pressure for all these players. You're going to be seeing missed shots multiple times here from Learned. Could that be a factor? No. At the end of the day, he secures it. And that just gives him a little bit more confidence, a little bit more of a chance to push forward and get his name all the way up top there in the leaderboard.
And it's also the first taste these guys get of the early game, the first taste of how people are playing Dirty Docks if they're dropping in certain spots that you're normally used to. And back over towards Pulse on the other side of the map, he gets a quick one. And that's a very useful one because, as you can see in the inventory, already got the heavy sniper. This is a spot that you want to control out of Sweaty that has the agency and henchman loot from Shadow, from Ghost. This allows you to really operate in solos.
Yeah, let's talk about that operation here for a second. Let's talk about the pacing, right? Because we've seen people win games, but then be nowhere on the leaderboard whatsoever. Having the heavy sniper, having this much ammo, usually we're always talking about, hey, set yourselves up for endgame. But when we talked about the format earlier, right now it's all about getting your aggressivity on, getting into these fights and finishing them fast. Plus, Pulse will try to right now, but I think the issue is he's not actually landing too many shots and getting hit more. Very interesting cone there. He gets a little bit of control, but at the end of the day, a little bit too high for him in terms of elevation. His shields aren't all the way up there right now. You're going to still have to play secure while being on your hot feet looking for eliminations.
That he is, and right back on the wall. These guys are both making fairly good decisions back and forth, but it is going to end with Pulse getting the better of that opponent right there. Nice tack shot as he kind of conditioned him to think that that was the end. He's like, oh, this guy's disengaging. I'm going to chase him down. But Pulse said, hold on. I'm not actually doing that. I just juked you. So well played from Pulse. That brings him up to 3 and already 13 points in the game.
And he'll have a little bit of a ramp to kind of boost off from, go towards that next fight. One cool and interesting thing now about this new format is no more Storm Surge really from game to game, at least from before to now. It's kind of just about winning these mid-game fights. You don't really have to keep track of a passive timer, but your active score.
And he's already found himself another target. Just missed the heavy snipe shot, but that was so close. And to touch on the format a little bit more, yes. He might even find himself another Elam before I get into that. We're getting to the point where you want to make it past this top 50. This player is not paying attention at all. He's really just trying to get away from the fight. And early on in these games, this is going to happen. I'm guessing that guy has basically no materials to make it out of this. Whew. And that's an easy pickup from Pulse. Makes it 4. And we keep talking about how it starts. There's nobody in this area, and it's only first zone with 4 elims to start. Talk about confidence. He's actually even more. The one guy in his area, he's still fighting. He's still trying to engage. He knows something, though, that there is nobody around him. It's only first zone. There's not a congested area yet, and with 56 people alive, it might be a while until that actually occurs.
I mean, solos is the mode of third-party central, basically. A third party basically being an extra person coming into the fight just slightly a little bit later to have a say. I'd say the best advantage in the fight as well. And although that heavy sniper did get nerfed the last patch, Pulse still finds a way to hit the shot, get the 125 damage tag, and then move on to this fight. You'll notice his playstyle is kind of picking and prodding exactly what your enemy's going to do when faced with pressure. If he's basing up in wood, hey, that's an easy fight to take. He moves right up, looks for it, has the advantage in height most of the time as well, then drops down, already had the advantage in damage. This is going to be an easy wall replace, a quick tack shot, maybe 2 or 3 to wrap things up. A little bit messy, but he gets it done, and that's 5 now, Balla, for Pulse to start moving really fast along this game.
That it is. I'm wondering if you got actually anything useful out of that besides the points, because now we're starting to get to the point where these fights that he's taking, it really needs to be about getting something out of it besides just the points, besides just the Elam. I want to see him refreshing the big pots. I want to see him refreshing his materials, getting right back up into the fight so that he can continue to push. But we're on the other side of the map now, and looking at this means, yes, it is a chase. This means that Steamy is in zone, and that he has a long way to go from Sweaty, where he was just a second ago, on the Zero. There's 3 people just kind of looping around. This feels like the old floating island. that moved around from Loot Lake. How many people would just fly around you chasing them forever?
One of the things about that island is that it just takes so much time to be there, so much time you're not looting or finding more eliminations. You're just kind of locked in into this position. And if you're on the ground, I mean, Sir Omically is now trying to just call it all off because he knows that, you know, time is of the essence here. If you're on the ground, you're forced to move a lot more. You're forced to expend materials. If you're in the air, it's a little bit better. But if you have people with the aim of Sir Omically, I don't think there's a place you can go to escape at all. You're going to be taking damage. You're going to be at a disadvantage either way.
And I was trying to figure out how to pronounce his name, but I like it, Sir Omically. And I'm thinking, because who lands at Steamy? It's the Knight. Maybe he'll find himself a knighthood in tow as he chases his fight. He almost gets right on top of it. I'm not even sure this is the same guy that he's looking for. It might be. He's in the box now, and he will finish it. Camden cannot find a yard to hide in. Steamy Stacks is not going to allow him to do anything. Sir Omically continues forward. He's now up to 1 only. Things start to slow down in this stage. This is when you try to look for good positioning for spots that are going to pay dividends once you get to those moving zones, the 4th, the 5th, and it becomes actually harder to rotate. Keep in mind, in this open stage, this is just the beginning. This is the easiest of them all. In the EU, we did see, 30-man endgames or similar, but it only gets harder from here. So if you're not thinking about those topics already, maybe you have a game plan that accommodates this first game. But if you're not thinking about those topics, it does kind of make me think, are you going to be somewhere in towards the end of this tournament?
The end of the tournament specifically as well, Bala touched on it, the end of the game. Usually games, as you can see right now, are kind of split off into different sections. The beginning is all about where you drop. Afterwards, we touched on it a little bit, it's about the position you have on the map. If you're in a good one, like I would say Lodge Raider was in before, you'll have the option to both fight and look for targets for long shots. But if you're in a bad one, which is now what Lodge Raider is in once the zone closes in and repositions, you're going to be at the edge. You're going to have to be forced to take fights. Even if you have good damage on it, waste time and mats. But if you're efficient, just like Lodge is, he can get that quick 180 burst down with the pump and then move on fast with some good loot to boot.
A nice shot. We get the instant replay from a different angle. Awesome stuff. And yeah, you're right. How does he move from here? I thought the zone was actually going to start moving, but I misread the timer. There's still a good 30 seconds. And he has floppers as well. Being on this side, on the edge, when everybody else who's in the game right now is pushing towards the center, kind of actually is okay. But the good thing for him is he finished that fight quick. He was in and out. As soon as that Camden player jumped right on top of him, he said, no. I noticed one thing too, and probably one of the things that I'm looking forward to the most today, is that player's name was something YouTube, and I'm thinking of Sway. He's playing today.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if we're going to be able to see him. He did play well in duos, but just not quite enough to earn himself that invite, and he's trying to qualify today. And I know a lot of people are definitely going to be excited to see him if he does end up being shown.
You talk about Sway, I'm looking at this fight as well. The prominence of speed, agility, going for mats, not worrying about a second partner, just getting into the box and looking for the finish. Balo, this is what solos are about, and this is what Sway is good at. It's what so many mechanical players built their name off of, and we haven't seen enough of in these team modes because it's more about chemistry and positioning. When it comes to raw finishing out fights in record times, that's what an invitational format like this offers. That's what Ceramically is showing us from drop to mid-game, and we're going to be seeing it for so many people who will get their start, just like Sway, hopefully in this stage of the competition.
Another almost fight breaking out, but we are now looking towards the people who are in that center, so definitely a lot more passive people who did pay attention to the positioning. That's core tenet of competitive Fortnite is that has always been since the beginning days of elimination races and all that. It was getting towards the center and positioning yourself so that you don't have to move, or you don't have to take the risk of moving a long distance like we saw those people on the edge. But prevailing knowledge has kind of been that in stat games, it might be the opposite thing that you're looking for. You might want to stay away from the center because that's where everybody is going. So that meta game, when we use that term, that meta game where people shift in one direction in strategy and then shift back in the other direction, is clear here why that has been the case. You can see everybody passive. It's quiet, Shia. There's no shots ringing out except for occasional heavy snipes.
I mean, those are all the different options, right? When you have 7 people beside you, if you even just try to peek or edit, rotate. I'm looking at Frosty right now. Not sure why my man's not getting shot. Based up right beside a heavy sniper comes in. Vinla gets stopped in his tracks, but no, he's actually the one to put a stop to this aggressive madness. He holds down his base, but loses a little bit of height. That's bad when you have central zone because it lets you have even less of a chance to get shots all around you. As zone closes in, you can see as well that these guys have the next option available to them as well. So Vinla closes that one up, holds his ground. We'll have some more loot to choose from as well, but this will now only attract even more people like a magnet to zone.
What a difficult situation to be on the receiving end of 2 players. And Vinla takes great advantage of that, knowing that that guy is getting shot from the other side. Instantly sets up the phase trick with the stairs and gets right in to finish things off. And he's going to do it again. There's another player from behind, though. He had the perfect opportunity there. Full piece control. That entire box was owned by him. He had him besides the stairs. And he has to take a moment to back up, make a new box, break the angle of the third party so he can continue on that wall. But even another one come into the mix, that's his sign that he wants to go right back into his base and farm back up a little bit, reassess the situation.
The reassessing is so key because you can just picture every one of these fights like a tunnel. If you spend too much time on it, tunnel vision is what ends up clouding your judgment and your mind. You get picked up from the back, you get shot off over and over again. And as that builds up, suddenly you don't have a health pool. Suddenly you're in lobby waiting for the next game. We'll see Controller here. Nice gamer tag right there. Gonna be living up to his name. A quick beam, one and done in that fight. And he has the loot of a lifetime basically with this loadout. I was gonna say he's gonna pick up that shotgun even. I guess he will. And he's gonna be golded out to end out this game. A pattern we've seen though is people who have this loadout get a lot of eliminations. They survive for a while, but they never actually end up winning out games.
And that's important. More than 30 points available for winning a game. Simply put, definitely a good balance. The balance between eliminations and winning a game is around 8 eliminations will be the same as winning the game in terms of points. But what does that actually mean when we look at people like the players we saw in EU at the top? It was both a combination, placement and elims, but more like a lot of elims for our good friends. Coolest Carrot. Sir, Amit Klee is still going for it, man. I'm surprised to see this. He did carve himself out a nice big chunk of the land, but he's still on the aggressive.
He's attracting third parties as well, going straight for walls still as people leave their boxes. That'll make that box unretreatable to in a sense because one of the walls will not be that other player is a trap sort of as well. Although they are removed, you can still set up places that if players come to, you have more control in and then have a big shot to take off of afterwards. It's all about owning those walls around you, making sure that they're yours. And now we see zone clock in towards the right side of the map. So many people still left out towards the left. Astronomically will not be one of those, and he'll be in a position right next to the zone line, the next one coming in, and that will offer him so many more shots on everyone else with this purple AR. He can rack up eliminations that way, but he has to be careful about Houston right above him.
The big decision tree is coming up. Oh, he actually snuck an RPG in through the bottom of that base. He didn't realize the floor was open, and that is due to the elevation on this hill. He's going to phase in, box to box, and he does finish it off. Ceramically is unbelievable right now. 3 eliminations, and I was going to talk about the decision tree in terms of position going forward. I'm curious, because we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen a massive solo competition since DreamHack. What is the optimal time to go for height? Is it when this 5th zone reveals, like we saw in duos? You know, you think of Zayt and Saf on NA East, the winners, the timing that they had, slightly after 6th zone, but then a lot of the other guys, like Knight and Rogue Shark, dominating in that 5th zone, trying to land on the highest point of high grounds and staring off against the other 5th zone competitors up on height.
There was definitely a formula to that because it was all about who was alive and how many people were. And time again, we saw max Storm Surge cap player count. So 50 people in those moving zones. Now the issue is, and I'm really happy you brought that up. In these games, the player count is so volatile game to game. Right now, you can just note it. It's 29. Some games you see 40. Some games it's even less. When that happens, you have to be very adaptable. There isn't a plan. Yes. There isn't a coach that can teach you the ways. You have to be in the game, using your brain and reacting to what's around you.
figuring out the tendencies of player A and player B who are near you, making sure that you know, oh, player B, he's a little desperate. He might be trying to phase in my box if I give him the room. I need to level myself away from them. We'll see. I think if anybody saw Ceramically in the last couple of fights they had, they're like, okay, I definitely don't want to mess with this guy. I definitely want to stay a little bit away. But you know, I'm wondering, if you watched the FNCS, I know this is back the first time for the official broadcast, but there was plenty of ways to watch them, whether it was a viewing party or watching on your own through player streams, which is still available, by the way. There were some tendencies that we saw. I'm wondering, when is it in these open qualifiers that we end up flipping the switch for most of these guys to get towards the level that we saw even in FNCS Opens last season? Like, it felt like, especially on NA East, every single one of those games was ridiculously stacked. It really did. And he's going to try to get in the box. Yes, he does. He finishes it off. But see, this is the type of thing that you would not have been able to do in the FNCS.
I mean, I think it's stacked because of stakes in the format. Right now, they're just, I'm not going to say lessened, but different, right? It's very different on how to get in. Everyone battling for results. We saw it in Europe before. We can see it when we get an NA East leaderboard update too. There's so many people trying to qualify from Opens that people having a great game are tied with 200 others having one that's equivalent. So once again, you need to pop off over and over again. You need to have an excellent result. And Ceramically, I'm going to give him a title because every night has one. He's going to be the phaser right now because not only is he getting into boxes, he is phasing the minds of everyone that he's with, because in Game 2, they're going to be afflicted. They're going to be even more careful on how they play. He is tearing up this lobby. He has a method, and that method is attack over and over again. He won't stop. You're asking when will the flip switch? Or when will the switch flip? I don't think it'll happen. And that might be his downfall. You know, 27 points. I know he's been playing really well, but oh no, at this point.
Yeah. I was feeling that was going to happen. He was pushing out of zone. Like, he was pushing in the opposite direction because he got a couple beams on someone. I felt like I was watching an early version of Unknown Army there, getting a little too carried away, knowing that there's a possible elimination going forward here. Back over towards Vinla, who we did see earlier on. 15 players now in the 6th zone. And he does sneak the RPG in, and with the follow-up, and another one too. Vinla from height. This is perfect for him now. Not only did he just get those 2 eliminations, but he's on the highest spot, closest to that 6th zone rotation. That means he might be able to hold this, but with only 36 builds, I might put that into question. I think he might want to use his launch pad, even though it looks good to hold.
There's a lot of pressure getting these options to choose between heads or tails, but the coin's landing on both faces. Right now, it's just looking so good for Vinla, but that's the one thing about Opens, right? These players are so good at immediate decision-making. It's the future that sometimes gets clouded due to what I mentioned before, tunnel vision. Still, very good picks. Amazing aim from Vinla here. It's all about how he rotates and survives and gets this next portion, which is the placement, which is the end game. With an RPG, with a launch pad, it will be a lot easier for him. He'll have some options that no other players have. That being said, if he gets greedy, if he's doing what he's doing now, that could be his downfall. It's proving to be so good for him so far, though. He's still getting beams. No one's even looking at him. People scared to take height. Vinla, for some reason, just has this lobby free.
This has got to be one of the best feelings when you're literally controlling everybody's movements. It feels like anybody who has a say on anything, like Kurt, he's like, oh, I'm trying to rotate. No, Vinla dominates. Nobody has challenged him a single time. And he is starting to run low on materials. He hears that grappler, instantly looks for it, but cannot find it.
Doesn't need to when he has this rocket launcher in his inventory. Ooh, but getting close now to that self-rocket that everyone does never want to be in. Now box to box once again. Unfortunately beamed down, but then back to back. The 2-piece for Vinla. Getting taken out, but 8 eliminations, 50 points. What a good run. Nigel now will be the victor and the leader, hopefully, of this lobby. And this was the man we heard down below. The man with Sky's grappler. The man, possibly, who can take away this entire lobby for himself. 6 eliminations. He can pass Vinla and his point threshold.
That he could, and he forges another one. My man is feeling it with the grappler. Takes a perfect opportunity, but now I think all on wood. A 1 versus 1 versus 1. And he just reconnects. He has 37 builds. I was wondering if he's going to start running out, but no. I think he might even have some hard materials in the tank. And Ben takes out 1, but I think that's the end as Nigel is going to clean it right up. 8 eliminations and the Victory Royale. That's 65 points on the board for the player with Sky's loots. And we've seen it time and time again. That is what makes a good performance.
I mean, one would say that Nigel's performance there was absolutely smashing. What do you guys think of that first game over in I got him. What do you guys think about that first game out of NA East? Was it what you expected? Was it, you know, like you guys know NA East probably better than most people. So what do you guys, how are you guys feeling about that first game? Shao, we'll start with you.
For me, it just shows the balance between what open players struggle with. It's about, you know, some of them not being able to be that aggressive, but then have amazing end games, practicing zone rule scrims all the time. People like Vinla that we saw at the very end. But then, you know, the other side of the coin where it's people who really know how to W key, but then get lost in the sauce, so to say, and just end up on zone line, end up in fights they're not truly with, have high, you know, elimination thresholds, but never have those placement points to back them up.
I'm wondering if it's just going to be that for the players we just saw, if they're going to get lost in the sauce. Because like we saw in the EU first game, yes, we kind of saw a couple people who were in towards the top 100 at the end, but we kind of lost them in the greater picture because that first game, we don't really have much context. We don't know who's playing. Yes, we know Sway's playing, but that's like one person out. Like, I have no clue. I know maybe a couple of my friends are playing, but we don't know the stars, in a sense, the people who, Zeke, are here at the top.
Oh.
Well, right there in fourth, you've got FaZe Sway there. Now this is, please keep in mind that NA East is going. We also will have 10 games tomorrow. So this is just giving us a picture as we start off the region, kind of who is at the top and what the point disparity is looking like. So 125 points is it's pretty good, you know, to start the day at least.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the people that are here right now too, Uvik, not sure if it was mentioned before, a player that we haven't seen for a long, long time, was playing very well in old leagues, you know, that were high-level practice, now back once again, played in a lot of qualifiers as well, 3rd place right now, trying to qualify again. This first page still has some heavy hitters on it, and once again, the pattern shows is so close in points, just 125 down to 90. That's a difference of maybe just half of an aggressive game, or one full passively played game as well, Bala.
Yeah, and I'm looking at a couple of these names. Obviously, I've been talking about Sway, but Uvik is somebody who has had very good success in high-level scrims time and time again, from solos to duos to everything. And there are literally so many players here. But 81 points off of one game, that's basically every single person in the top 20 having a win and a couple of eliminations. That is good for 20 people. That also gives you a sense of the scale of how many people are playing these open qualifiers and how many matches are actually going on, Zeke.
Yeah, man, we'll have to see how things go for the rest of NA East here. It's nice to get this like nice little spread. So for everyone just tuning in, don't forget this is the open qualifier round. We've got 100 players in, the 100 players from every region. We'll move on to next week, where the players have already been invited are waiting for them to join them. So keep that in mind as we watch games today. There's 10 for every region today, 10 for every region tomorrow. So keep that in mind as we kind of go through. Now, gentlemen, obviously we've got FaZe Sway up there. Is there anybody else who you're like hoping to see here that maybe hasn't already been invited and you're hoping to see on these performances?
This one's easy for me. I'm always rooting for my boy Bumpa, my former duo partner. I know he's playing today. I know he's trying his best. He's kind of lost a little bit in Fortnite for some time, but you know, he'll try to get back up. He's gonna claw. We're all praying and hoping, and this is the kind of format that he actually can thrive at, high pressure situations. So I'm looking out for him.
What about you, Shayo?
I mean, yeah, I want to see Bully climb higher. I think we saw his name on the 3rd page there, all the way at the leaderboard section. Had a little bit of issues with team play, I think, in the past, not finding the right partner to be with, not finding the right environment to thrive in. But it's solo, so there can't be an excuse. I mean, he built his reputation off of placements in solo cash cups. So if there is a format, if there is a place for him to thrive, it has to be right here, today, and right now.
I think that go a step further with that. Bully's name was made at DreamHack Anaheim. Yes, he placed in Cash Cups. So kind of a good mix to have your name built off of DreamHack Anaheim, one of the most stacked solo tournaments since World Cup, and then Cash Cups too, which you will need not only right now to qualify in the top 100, but also going down the line when we play the later stages in week 1 of the Invitational. It's going to be like top 600 players, you know, so you kind of have to be in that Cash Cup mentality to do well there.
Yeah, for sure. Now, what do you guys think are maybe some of the fundamental differences between a region like Europe and then heading into NA East? Like, what are some things, like maybe some newer viewers that maybe they can like expect to see? And if you guys want to go ahead and take that as we head into game, Bala, we'll jump it over to you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences, but in NA East, we've seen it. We're going to hop into game, but we've seen it. Every single time, people are a lot more passive, and I think this speaks to the amount of time players have spent practicing for stat games as much as possible. In EU, it's slightly different. That community, yes, they had scrim servers pop up all over the place since the start, but they've kind of had a little bit more of a feeling for, you know, playing aggressively, going for the W keys. You know, people, they look up to people like Mitro, who goes for 17, 20 elimination games all the time. I think he holds records in a lot of different formats for the most elimination games. Those are the people that they learn from in EU.
And yeah, in terms of EU and NA East comparison as well, when Bala mentions time when it comes to VOD reviewing as well and practicing, NA East, by default, we all know it, is slightly smaller. And the experience and the practice these players have before are sometimes against the same people, even in, like, you know, 1,000-player open scrims that are available for everyone to play in multiple different discords, and even arena practice. You go up against the same people, you're sometimes matched with the same skill level of people as well. And when you get into tournaments, you'll end up having the same points and then end up facing each other off drop time and time again as well. So that's why people are a little bit more careful, a little bit more passive. Whereas in Europe, you're faced with a random situation time and time again. And the best answer to randomness, you can see it right now, is preparation and then just an aggressive playstyle right afterward, trying to end fights. So you'll see, you know, this European-style build fight sometimes in NA East when you're not sure as to what's going on, an instant reaction, instant play afterwards. But then right after that, it takes a certain player to keep going onwards, to keep finding more. We might see Zay right here to just, you know, calm down a bit, go for the rest of his POI, loot up before he finds his next fight. That's usually the NA East tendency.
I think what I'm looking for right now as we get in this second game is, what is I guess there's a tendency for the second game for a lot of players to be really, really massive. I mean, we saw Mage's 20 elimination game. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a repeat of somebody like that in the second game, because what happens is those type of guys like Mage, they get very aggressive out the first game. They try to make it one of those things that will push them in the lead to start off strong, and they can basically have a little bit more room to work with down the line. Curious, is NA East actually going to show that today after one of those first game losses? If they get a little too aggressive, get into a lobby that's very similar in terms of skill, the beginning stages basically of the formats, are we going to see another 20 elim game? It's up in the air right now.
Elim game starts with the first few, and we'll see Echo right now up at Risky Reels, taking big risks, but at the same time getting answered on. Zay actually comes in, picks him up, and now we'll move forward. So for every risk, there is a reward, but at the same time, sometimes no reward, a punishment at the other side. We'll see another individual coming all the way from the side of the house. It's going to be, whoa, instantly taking a fight that ends in less than 2 seconds. And I'm not sure if you guys heard the rattle that I did, but I'm pretty sure that's Midas's drum gun in full effect. He has it. Agency left for vacation already, and this vacation looks elim heavy as well. Is up in the clouds and is going to be up in the air in boxes as well as this game goes on. He has the active tool to get that 20 elimination performance.
That he does, and you can tell he's aggressive because this is still that first zone. It still hasn't even started really closing, and the guy is pushing from Agency to Risky Reels. That indicates two things. Agency was uncontested. That was his first elimination. He has everything out of that. Already's got the launch pad, he's got some legendary weaponry, and also the mythic drum gun. But then, pushing into Risky Reels, this is indicating to me that he's looking for more. Now he's even taking the path that we see Wolfies time and time again. Risky, to Salty, to Weeping Woods. These places that they look for fights on people that have the potentially, the loot potential that they have is much, much lower coming out of the Agency. I think Salty has something like 12 chests compared to 17 at the Agency. Risky has probably 10, 12 compared to less on than the agency. So like that's the kind of thing that you push the balance. You know, hey, they probably don't have a good pump. Yes, they have the opportunity to have one because of the randomness of the chests, but most cases, I might have a free cleanup here. Woes is definitely taking advantage of that.
He's looking for something, definitely, and he's looking to just gain momentum right now. Question is, if that momentum doesn't come fast, what happens next? Because you're taking a lot of time to move here. This is kind of the era of pub stomping before, where people just tried to find more and more time and time again, but then never actually found people due to maybe a lack of, I don't know, RNG on rotation, not finding the right loop path to go towards where someone else is. Now, Woes will be right behind someone, just on a singular house, so we'll see if he'll get that shot straight through the door. Once again, going to be following up with that mythic drum gun. Now, when he comes with this mythic drum gun right out of agency, one thing you'll note is that the speed at which he can actually move is going to be a lot faster. He won't be searching for a shotgun at all. He won't even probably be using one in this fight. The green pump just there for show, I think, to be replaced. Up top, wooden box fight. Wall's going to be easy to chop straight through. There's the pump. Can the Scar actually be the follow-up? The orange AR, there it is. A big take-up. Lots of loot to take. I think it'll just be a refresh on mats, a refresh on some ammunition, some more medium ammo to use with the mythic drum gun. Still, once again, moving up and down, looking for the next fight. But this is what he was looking for the whole time. Some way to get momentum, some way to attract another player to come forward. And then after that, wrap things up, set out a trap, and then just take things through.
Something you could tell he's proficient with his drum gun is that he uses it to pressure. He wants to get in the box with it, but he's very clean when he actually gets in that box. Not over-relying, because the drum gun only has 40 bullets in the clip. And so he switches to the pump. He switches to the legendary silenced AR that he has in the inventory as well. And then there's an agency chest underneath too, just to add more cookies to this dessert. Whoa, it's 3 eliminations and he's still pushing into Sweaty Sands.
And this POI takes so long to loot. We've already seen just the builds over there from the hotel down to the residential side. Obviously, one person's still there. Rose has to kind of maybe think about, is this even worth it? A lot of these players on these, as Sundown mentioned it earlier, scavenger loot paths will have a lot less to offer. When you're at Sweaty Sands, people can, you know, upgrade their loadouts. Obviously, he doesn't have the best shotgun right now. One thing we all know that stops spammers and boxes is that one pump, and Sweaty is where we get these Sweaty loadouts. So maybe not the best idea to go. He knows that, moves away, and I think he might just look for another fight somewhere else to get that shotgun rarity up just a tight notch.
And you could tell he's hunting. This is the way that he's moving. A lot of people would base up at this point, but no, he's looking for more, and he spots a target in his sights, and he doesn't even know that it's coming. A couple of beams to start things off to make this fight possibly a good move, and he pressures the wall, gets it low to make it so that he can phase in if he wants. He's going to try again, blocks the top, and then goes for another wall. Sign of a proficient box fighter indeed, and never even taking the opportunity every single time to strike that wall. He actually lets this sit for a while and wait. Is this player going to actually make a move on me? Look at this. This is such a lopsided fight to start things off. He's gotten 100 damage done with nothing in return.
But he has that under the stair push that I wish we had a name for. I just want to call it the hook, because you usually just end up going up to the left side of a box, turning right swiftly, and then getting things done, or vice versa the other way. So using that hook, just get straight in. There's nothing you can do. It's an automatic phase through the stair with the drum gun next to you. It's an instant finish, and we're going to be seeing another one hopefully here. This will be all the way north at Pleasant Park, possibly a rotation, maybe a little bit too far for Woes, so this will be isolated. Juzor goes straight in, gets the replace. The first pump attacks and connects. The next one going to be a slight phase. A missed shot could have been proved drastic, but he just wraps up that fight.
And the rewards, the spoils here, this sky's loot. The player out of the Shark clearly fell here in a second before, getting a little aggressive in Pleasant Park. And 2 players fight for it, and they get it. The Grappler and Sky's AR are now in the hands of Juzo. But Woes just gets into another box. We can't really see it, but he's in there, and he takes the elimination. Exactly. The hook. Again.
then Jim is in the bush just waiting and looking at everything happen. As soon as he sees someone push, this psychotically instantly pops that 50 pot. That is so funny to watch. And now he's going to be careful, hopefully not get in the way of Woes. But he does have an advantage here. He can get the first shot off. And then once again, we talk about these aggressive players. They get stopped due to tunnel visioning and going for all these big shots. You can just take one person playing passively to end your entire run. It might be him, but I think Jim's just playing safe, waiting for endgame.
Yeah.
Might be in the middle of a high ping player.
In any case, he just witnessed what just went down. A crime right in front of his eyes. He's like, no, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm going to wait for the zone to make sure this guy continues to move. Man, you know what's coming right here. He's literally about to push over the Sweaty Sands Hotel for this fight.
No way.
You can see it in his eyes.
I can see
You can
it.
see that this man
But I don't want
is
to believe it,
going for
Paula. Oh, he's doing it. And this box is so high, though. I think there is a resident in there that just dropped a few boxes to get a little bit more pressure. Yeah, he's down there. And now Woes controls one of the best spots to be in for the zone that is not an island. Not only owning every box fight, but owning positioning afterwards as well. And I don't think he actually wants it. He wants to fight first because there's no way he's living rent-free apartment to apartment over here in the hotel. He wants Mateo off, regardless of what he's playing on. And oh my god. A nunchuck straight to the face. Mateo on Wii taken out. And Woes is just barreling through every single person that he sees and chooses to target.
I have to ask Shio. He's got 6 already. What's he ending on? Because I think that this is going to be possible. 20 elim game. I'm going to say maybe slightly shorter than that because what I'm seeing right now is 2 things. A risk being that it's going over the water, but also that could mean freer eliminations. Here's another one. And that was even freer than the one on top of the hotel.
That is the 7th time I think we've seen him do that maneuver. And this man is definitely coining it as one of his own here, just for the open invitational at least. I know we've seen it a couple times before, but not to this extent. Woes sees another. Does he have a radar or something that he just finds these people?
I'll tell you what the radar is.
Box?
I'll tell you what the radar is. Wood box. Everybody's building in wood right now. And that's the sign for him. He's like, okay, this is free. I'm going to go pickaxe this wall. I'm going to just take advantage of it. You clearly are not on my level. Like, seriously, that's the signal for Woes. And he's going to do it again and again.
There is a similarity that I'm seeing, though, that's a little bit different from Mage and similar to Ceramical. Because right now he's playing Edge Zone. He's going for these fights time and time again. He's not slowing down. We were praising Ceramical earlier on last game. If you guys were just joining us, that was a player that was just, you know, being very aggressive, very similar to Woes. Didn't have the Mythic Drum Gun, but was winning fights in a matter of seconds. Now, Woes will be moving in, doing the same thing next to Zone, but once you're on the edge like this, once Zone pulls very far away, if you spend too much time here, yes, you're gaining points like he is in ridiculous time, just making these players not even look like real players right now. You could actually just get your whole game thrown away, though, if you spend too much time at the edge here. So many targets available for Woes, but the game is now being played over towards the north on other islands. If he spends too long here, if he doesn't check out of the hotel, he could face some big charges, and that could be being sent straight back to the lobby.
That's basically what I was referring to. The fact that this is going all the way to what we call Frey Islands in the competitive scene. The islands off of the coast of Sweaty Sands. There's so many of them. But look, the entire zone is up in that direction. And that makes it difficult. To make this rotation, even in third, one of the hardest things he's going to have to do in this entire game is make it across that ocean. And I don't see necessarily... He has a launch pad, so that's okay. There's possibilities there just to fly across. But man, that's scary.
I think he has a number of them as well, and I don't think he cares about using them all the way in endgame. So this will definitely be the backup that he uses. This time, though, you said a wood box might be on the radar. A fully metal-built box that's just getting prepped, I think, is even weaker than a wood box that's just fully placed down. So he's going to be aggressing for it. Someone just single-handedly in a box as well doesn't seem too smart. And Woes knows. He gets straight to that box, sniffs that man out, and now builds a base of his own. The 1x2 Speedy Gonzalez classic to have a little bit of defense, but then if he switches out, he gets to keep his 3. And he's on the islands now, Balla.
Man, this is a throwback. I feel like I'm watching Margot from Opens in World Cup. Like, we got broadcasts back, and all of a sudden we're highlighting the same type of play, man. Every single box, he's going for it. 10 eliminations. There's still 40 people left in the lobby. And he's not letting this guy go. He's already on 50 HP. There's only a bandage bazooka to heal up for this guy, and he's in. Another one. No. Hydra's gone. I mean, seriously, is this not what we saw Mongrel do? Like, he's even using the move. You named it the hook, but that's the Mongrel classic, bro. That's the guy who popularized phasing in the box like that.
I mean, don't be surprised if you might see a few people with a .Z clan tag right after their name after this, because this man's definitely making moves in terms of being an aggressive player, and that's what the people love to watch. Right now, island straight to another island on launch pads that not even he is placing. Might bite off a little bit more than he can chew right now, but remember, there's a free 50 potion 2 boxes below him.
And he's arriving at this island like everybody's prepping for the concert right now. Travis Scott, he's not here, but there is a lot of players for Woes to slay out. And he finds another one. Yes, the free 50 does not care about his own shield because he's just going to get siphoned right after.
Hey, if I'm a player in one of these boxes, I am truly feeling the goosebumps every time I hear this man around me. Because right now, 12 eliminations, 33 people left alive. This is a little bit more of a stacker of a lobby, and he's thinning it out single-handedly. We talk about, you know, why are the open sometimes not as stacked? It's because of players like Woes. It's because of plays like this. Another window open, you close, it doesn't matter. The breeze is already in, and it is cold. He takes another one out. Woes on 13. This time, though, a lucky number. My man is on a roll.
Look to the stars, man. This is astronomical for Woes. 13 elimination, it's more. 25, the drum gun still raged true, and even though he took a little bit more on that fight, literally, he could just heal right back up because he's been collecting big pox, yes, in the form of eliminations, but also from the inventory, too.
Oh, man. Performance like this would just leave you stargazing. And now, it'll be Spectic looking to see. Off-brand slightly. A name of himself or a name for himself in this lobby. This is a different POV. 4 eliminations. Central positioning. The classic way to play Fortnite. 7 floppers available as well. And he has a nice tune to listen to. Peaceful, but he's going to be very mean, I'd say, on all these players on the edge. You talked about these islands being the hardest to rotate to. You can't even build all the way out in these uncharted waters.
It's a beach party, man. We're in Hawaii all of a sudden. Things are so calm. This is a throwback, man. Not only did we see the references to Mongo with the way that he's phasing into these boxes and getting these eliminations, but I'm feeling Benji fishy right now because 7 floppers for Spectic. I think maybe this game might be too early to pull that out. I'm also feeling that this guy probably landed here in Frey Islands because not only the amount of fish, but also as he's been sitting here the entire time. I mean, just probably chilling on these islands. Back to Woes, though. We lose the music. We lose the atmosphere and calm because 15 eliminations. And can I just say that 65 points, this is definitely all from this one game. And we talk about one-game performances over and over, how they push you into the limelight. And he finds another target. Gonna make it happen again. Top 25 is definitely gonna be more points accrued for Woes, as now it's not only that, but placements coming in, and also, he got half in, half out. That 5th zone is his. He just forced somebody to launch in half in, half out.
For the 3rd time. Look at how much gas he has in the tank. Not only that, how much gas he's getting from every other player. He hasn't even used anything but medium ammo and a few wooden builds to get close to boxes, and he's traversed more than halfway across the map and gotten more than 14 eliminations, now on 15, looking still for his 16th as he's basing up in half in and half out zone. If we're talking about an aggressive player's debut, it's got to be right here, right now. It's got to be Woes. Question is, though, how is he going to play out that end game? How do you kind of translate rotations, you know, with aggressive gameplay? I mean, I could ask the little singing choral there, but it wouldn't give me too much of an insight. We're going to have to see exactly how Woes plays. He's shooting to the low ground right now, still looking for pressure, box to box. But then switching straight back to his old style, does not want to be too far away. And as a result of this, he gets a lot of the mats as well from every single elimination, and the full effect of a refresh. It's very good for his overall gameplay.
And something interesting there. Oh, nice. He actually spots that it's open. And he does back off as he realizes the player's not in that back box. But how he approached that, he actually switched to wood to get into that fight. Just a quick thing. Okay, I'm going to get in really quickly, switch back to metal when I get there, but not spending his hard mats. That's the sign of somebody who is efficient. I mean, that's Mr. Savage level type mat switching. He's going to drop one right into the box. The floor was pre-edited to make the hole. And Woes is now up to 17. Already the market that I set for him. Way back is what he says.
And since the first elimination, he has not found a better shotgun to use of the pump variety. I think he's going for the one-off endgame shots.
Is it that he didn't find one, or he doesn't care? Because to me, he has had to have found somebody else. There you go.
He doesn't
need it.
Yeah, absolutely not. If we're just looking at the ways of this, you just need that drum gun. You have 1,000 bullets. What else do you need? What else do you actually need? A pump shotgun's only going to slow you down. This man wants to be sped up now. 79 points. And Zone's just started moving. He has an even more bigger say in these long-range fights with his upgraded heavy assault rifle. We'll be able to finally use one of the launch pads he's collected out of every single eliminated body. Goes still for mid-ground. I'm curious to see if he holds high. Yes, he pushes up. Slightly slow, but calm and methodical. Gets a better position way up high. I think he's going to be looking for beams. No, it's a build fight. Looking a little bit clunky here, but at the same time, I think his prowess is always in this box-to-box gameplay. Actually, not protecting himself too much. Will have the ability to pop up potions, have the heals, but now has to get his groove on. The classic moves in, still doesn't miss a shot. I keep being worried for him, but I don't think it matters.
No, and he now has that upgraded pump shotgun, so not only does he have Midas's power, he's got the power of the epic pump shot. The one tap to the face is now potential for Woes, and 19 eliminations. Somebody pressures him, he pressures right back. He says, hold on, you actually got to hold your wall, buddy. If you're not going to do that, that drum gun's going to rip your face off. 11 people left in this lobby. Now, after this, every placement will count as an extra point, and I think Woes knows that. I think that he knows every single elim is going to be worth 5 now.
He builds all the way up. There's actually 2 different people fighting for height, so actually having a say on this fight is huge because you take out the entire layer up there, and he goes up close and personal for this next one. Nice block ahead to make it very hard to actually decide where to go to take height on the retake. He actually just turns around, goes straight up, has a huge connection now at the back. That's all hard materials, the metal, the brick, and now has pressure from up top. What a good position straight from the other side. Goes for a reconnect. It looks like no, not even spending any materials, just walking over his opponent's builds. Woes, one of the best positions in the lobby. You asked for a 20 elimination game. Now with 4 people left, yes, 21, and he's wrapping things up. Bala, he's looking to put down more pressure, make low ground get lost in the dust. There's one, it's Jones, who he had a say on earlier on. Storm takes him out. He gets the point, and he looks to wrap up the competition.
And how fitting to end at the castle right outside of this map. He's going to sit on the throne after that at the top of the leaderboard for sure with the 114 points he has right now. And then after he finishes this off, yes, he does. In the same way that he started it with the mythic drum gun at Risky Reels, all the way now at the castle. That's a performance that I will remember for sure from Woes.
Dudes, we thought that Mage's 20 bomb was going to be unbelievable and unmatched, and here we go. Woes hits the scene and he's like, look, hold my slurp juice 1 second. What in the world? First of all, I'm not familiar with Woes. Are you guys familiar with this player?
It's rare when I shake my head for that question, but no, that is not the case in here.
That is unbelievable. Okay, so let's maybe dissect this a little bit. Shayo, what did you think about his play? I mean, you kind of touched on it a little bit. When he went for high ground, the builds came out like a little bit slow and a little clunky, but his game sense is there.
I mean, he had a good position up on height. He was taking shots diagonally to get shots in where you can't actually build fast enough if you're actually behind to, you know, relieve pressure. That being said, though, like every instance that he had of aggressiveness was unique. He was in there, right? Every single square, getting shots off. This man, his name says it all. Starts with a capital W, the W key master of today, at least for me.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm actually going to have to cut this off because we're going to go to a break. When we come back, more Fortnite action after this. Welcome back, Fortnite fam. We're back with more of the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us for the next set of games, we've got Aussie Antics and Sundown. Now, gentlemen, obviously we are 2 games down. We just watched Woes put up some huge numbers. Aussie, are you excited? I mean, like, I'm pretty hyped. That guy is nuts.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, we watched Mage do it earlier in EU, now we've done it again. I mean, I'm coming in the tail end, so I think I'm getting more of those kind of higher skill-based matchmaking lobbies, bit more stacked end games, but again, it's super exciting regardless, but that was like a clinic. That was ridiculous. We've seen an NA, and now we're seeing EU as well with the drum gun. It's just, they just walk through everything. They're just walking through people. It's ridiculous. Have you seen it this much, Hard Sundown? Like, are you seeing this play out? We talked about EU's aggression. Now we're seeing it on NA. I think it's just, if you get your hands on that drum gun, uncontested agency, it's just looking like 20 bombs. Like, we've seen nothing else yet from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high-impact weapon in early game rounds where this, again, we talked about it in Europe, NA East, the second most populous region in terms of players who come through and end up participating. And I mean, the drum gun, during those early games, I expect it to shred through people. This is an open competition. You're going to be going against lower point scores in those first rounds. If you get a good player who's able to get his hands on it and walk out of the agency, like, they're going to be able to put the difference the Mythic Drum Gun has over the rest of the weapons to that much of a greater use, and then the fact that they themselves are on that higher end of the skill disparity threshold, like, they just end up running over people. We saw it with Mage. Waz did it now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again. You can see Illest hanging out there with 146 as well, 130 being the drop-off currently to 10th, so a pretty decent spread across these guys, but still only 4 elims being the difference. Hopefully, as we saw over in Europe, these lobbies will tighten up a little bit for the next couple of games as we start to see the higher point thresholds fight against each other, but not a ton of names on here I'm super familiar with.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, look at this point breakdown. There's only a single point between 11 and all the way down to 20. This is a 2 point from bottom to top. Like, Aussie, this is extremely close, and this is only the first set of few games. Not only do we have another 6 or so games left, but we also are going to have the 10 games tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like the whole page in between. I think one elim right now, that 4 points gets you from like 30, like outside, just out almost 30th to top 10. It's insane. So it's gonna be interesting to see. We've still got games tomorrow. They maybe can change up their play style. It's gonna be all about that consistency. This point format is keeping it so close at the top. It makes it so much more exciting. We've had tournaments in the past run away a little bit, and it's still exciting to watch. But right now, I think tomorrow especially, it's gonna come right down to the wire with these guys.
Yeah, a lot of these players have been putting up quite the performance. Speaking of performance, we actually want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the performance of the game. And to do that, we're going to throw it over to Sundown.
Yeah, so like we talked about earlier this week, we released a little bit more of our competitive roadmap, and we want to keep talking about additional updates to the game. So one of the key things we want to focus on is performance. With 100 people connecting to the game and everyone interacting, building it, editing, we want you to be able to feel like you're able to express your level of skill. In the past week in the 1250 update, we were able to make some performance improvements, as well as make adjustments to server configurations specifically for competitive games, which should help out, and you should see a decent amount of improvements. However, our goal is to continue trying to track down as many issues as possible and continue to address them. One way that you can help us out with that is always giving it your all in arena and other tournaments, and when you run into issues such as poor performance, weird interactions, bugs, and glitches, or potentially somebody that you think might be cheating, hacking, or teaming, use the report issue function. You can access it both while you are in game and using the replay mode, and that sends a bunch of additional data to us, which allows us to address problems a lot quicker. We're also committed to keeping you informed of any additional performance updates and degradations as they come along, and being transparent with that.
That's right, there you go. Thank you, Sundown, for that update. Now, guys, of course, players are loading onto the battle bus, and we'll be launching here very shortly. And as we get ready to launch, for the rest of you guys at home, don't forget, today is only day 1. We have day 2 tomorrow. But with that being said, Aussie, Sundown, take us into the game.
Thank you so much,
Day
Zeke,
one
and we're
indeed.
hopping right on into Assault J, popping an Elim over, and we're over at the Shark, which means Grappler and Sky's Assault Rifle, both in play and already holding on to an uncommon tactical shotgun, which I'm assuming, depending on what he pulls out of the vault, he might end up upgrading later just based off of the resources, because hitting those upgrade benches, again, allow you to kind of eliminate some of that initial RNG that was really present in competitions past.
Yeah, definitely. He managed to make it into the vault with the Sky's AR grappler. Already has big pots to spare and the shotgun. He now has it all to himself. One elimination gets you Shark, and he closed it out that quickly. Coming over to another job now. You just look at the difference right now. You have one person fighting here over a bridge, and you have another person fighting over two of the strongest items in the game. Strasic trying to find his way through the bridge. Has the blue pump. Seems like he's going to disengage here, choose not to fight it. We're getting towards these later games now, or at least not the first couple games, where maybe people are going to start playing a little bit safer. We saw it early this morning with Mage. He went super aggressive in that early game like we saw last game with Woz. But then as he got to the final lobby, started slowing it down a little bit, knowing you're versing, on average, better players. Nope, looks like the disengage is not coming out. They're going to have to juke this one out.
That was a nice little play there from Strasic, honestly, seeing that his opponent was already committed to ramp up above, and then going underneath and now looking to drop him down. He wants to try and force this fight a little bit more on his level, and you talked about it. It might seem really weird that people are fighting over this bridge, but it goes to talk about the different solo playstyles that are there. Strasic would 100% drop down onto the slurp truck and prioritize getting the shield and then hitting whatever nearby chest he could, whereas the opponent was just looking, probably got forced out of Fatal because of a poor drop, and trying to catch whatever he could on the outside. Instead, the slurp truck priority, as well as getting one or two decent items off of the start, will give him the rip. But now we're going to hop on board to extort Sparkle, who has the high ground here, and is also holding a utility item / weapon we don't see a lot of anymore in competitive. He's got that C4 out.
No. Yeah, definitely. Used to be able to carry stacks of 3. It was a lot more viable to carry. Now that it maxes out at 1, it's made it a lot more balanced. There's a lot of issues of dropping double on someone's head. It did heaps of damage with not too much counterplay. Now they've kind of brought it back to 1, but you can still use this. Like you said, it's a bit of a utility item. He can drop down the bottom now, knock out the whole build. To see, here it is. Might be trying to throw it in. There it is. It goes through the wall. He actually uses it. And like you said, not used to carrying it. The opponent wasn't ready for it, but it's not enough. Sparkle goes down here. Flow FN taking him out. And Misty, it's not really a fight you see too often in Misty at early game, because you have that clear divide with the river down the middle. A lot of people stay on one side, other players stay on the other. They'll loot and they'll rotate, but no, Flo wanted to push over and take that fight, or maybe he got pushed in. Other players regretting it now.
And it's tough because you see the white tag from the C4, you want to go, but with a pump in such close quarters and tight situations, if you miss one shot and the opponent has attack and they're good, you lose. Just straight up, you lose. You're not going to win that.
Definitely.
He ends up turning around, hitting him with that epic tac shotgun, and he was able to put it away. Now, here's a player I really want to talk about. FaZe Sway, always known as the Creative Warrior, the Free Builder, is actually currently being live streamed on Bizzle's channel, with Bizzle coaching him, being possibly the best and most decorated solo player of all time. Now helping this player, trying to get him to qualify through, and he's putting a ton of pressure. We've seen what he's able to do in so many different clips, and right now he's just bringing it to his opponent.
Yeah, definitely. He's right up against the wall now. He is in complete driving seat. 100-100. He's got all the advantages. But one thing to note, only one pellet left in that epic tac. That's all he's got. One shotgun shot to make it count. This could go against him. He has the health and shield advantage. But if he doesn't hit this next shot, or it comes down to his SMG, hasn't fully reloaded, this could be a problem. He's using an SMG to break the wall to try and take it, not the shotgun, because he has one shot, which means he has to land that next shotgun shot. Here is it. Can he land it? Can't find his way through. Never mind. He's fighting someone a bit more defensive. The builds are coming out. Sway maybe Meta's matching someone who can match his building speed. He can't find his way through. He's just trying to push in. There it is. He finds his way in. He doesn't need to land the tac shot. The SMG follows up and he takes him down. And yes, like you said, he is that creative player we're used to seeing fancy builds from, but he's playing competitively. He's been smashing out the duo cash cups. I think they've won 4 now, I believe, so he can definitely hang competitively.
Yeah, he's played in a lot of them. I know he qualified for the FNCS Duos Heats. He didn't end up making the grand finals, but he's been showing off an effort in competitive, and we've seen actually a lot of players end up doing that, whether it's content creators down in your own region, flipping over and playing some competitive, getting into those duo matches, or now the Creative Warriors coming out and showing force in some of the opens. It's been really impressive, and honestly, I enjoy it because it takes time to kind of adapt that competitive mindset, but they also bring different things to it. And particularly in solos, I think you have a wider variety of what I call viable gameplay strategies that can legitimately and consistently lead you to surviving to the end game and provide you with opportunities to get eliminations. And they're proving to kind of stretch those bounds even farther, as Smith has a great elimination on Nerf. Not really a whole lot of pressure coming back from him. Some trade that is traded out from the Siphon, and he is going to be sitting 47 HP down from the top 200 threshold, but honestly, in a good spot right now and not too far to rotate from zone.
Yeah, he's inside Craggy now. He's cleared it out. He's only got one player we can see to like his northwest there, but looks like he has no intention of pushing into Craggy. He's rotating straight past. Has another player coming up from behind. Needs to be careful though. He is close to that henchman, the antenna station up on the hill there behind them. That's between. He is between zone and that spawn, and that is a guaranteed heavy sniper. One of the henchmen there carry it. There is someone near him right now that has a heavy sniper. Recently been adjusted, so it does less damage to the body. Previously, 150 to the body was that kind of health ratio where if you maybe found a stack of minis on spawn, one big pot, you use them, you're still not above that body shot hit. That has now been adjusted down. What do you think about the adjustment, Sundown? Are you happy with that and how it's changed out gameplay so far today?
I've talked about it a number of times. I think the bigger impact, honestly, is the swap from solos to duos. I think the heavy sniper was so prominent during the most recent season of FNCS because dropping in pairs, having double heavy snipers and constant 2 pressure puts also 1 tap pressure on people, and then also being able to guarantee almost an RPG into a double heavy snipe. Like, that brings just so much more pressure. Doesn't really impact its ability to take walls or getting hit with a headshot, but it saves you a mini when you get body shot, which in a lot of circumstances is way more impactful than people think.
Yeah, definitely. And just being at that threshold, 150 is such a common health threshold to be at off spawn. Just getting that one shot to the body, it was very irritating, and now it's been fixed out here. See how we can play. And like you talked about earlier with Sway, it's interesting to see how the skill-based matchmaking increases. They change their playstyle, people making more attempts to rotate. But Sway, one of those players with that aggressive playstyle, gets them through these lobbies that are maybe less skillful, just purely mechanical. But when they get into that final, right, if they make the top 100, Sway's got to handle those sharks. He's got to go up against the best of the best. And those games play out insanely differently. We're talking Storm Surge, which we haven't yet seen today. Things like that you need to take into account, which is so much game sense and knowledge of how you play it, not just the ability to take a fight and win it.
Oh, but Merc's setting a trap here for Taylor 1K. He's making a lot of noise. However, he needs to be careful of who's the predator and who's the prey, as Taylor is able to box up, because keep an eye on that bottom right-hand corner, because right now he wants to try and get shots and harpooning it out. However, shots are going to start coming from both directions, and right away a 33 tag, and he's going to get pounced on. Drum gun coming out right now, and we've already seen how much work it can do. Taylor currently sitting on 0 elims, but can continue the trend of the drum gun just running through the mid-game Aussie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen the trend. If you say the trend, 100%, there is a trend here. The player with the drum gun, that's his first elimination, which means, again, Baller touched on it before, we have agency uncontested. These players are getting the drum gun relatively for free. Either that, maybe he took it and ran, but he's got the legendary suppressed AR. I think he must have got the vault, and no one contested him. He's trying to find his way out of here. He has those minis and the big pot. Another advantage of those mythic POIs, having the vault, all that extra shield and meds, so he can now use those, sit down here, and there's a lot of players on the minimap. You talked about setting up the trap and you saw that third party happening. Maybe Strastic here wants to chill out knowing there's a lot of eyes on them. If he takes an aggressive fight, there's a very good chance they're going to both get shot at, and it's going to make things a lot harder to deal with. Chooses to rotate away.
Yeah, and you can already see a little bit, even with the open sense, a slight difference in regional playstyle between North America and EU. NA is a little more reserved, a little more about getting bogged down in a 1v1, but not always forcing it into a resolution, setting quick little traps and looking for picks rather than full sending across. And we do have 48 people left as we're moving into the second zone, starting to close.
Yeah, definitely. We've got 2 players outside Pleasant here, but again, look at the minimap. We have another player approaching. It's going to be a battle of the third parties. There's a lot of players live, 48, 3 of them here right now. Sim's trying to find his way through and adjust, and Grenades creeping up from behind. You see him crouching, trying to keep his audio profile as low as possible. Both players here just going to have a bit of a shield break and have both popped their big pots. Sim has 2 of those spare, 4 minis and 3 medkits. If this is a chip battle, if they're just going tat for tat and they're going to get their meds off, Sim is going to win it. His opponent needs to end this fight quickly if he wants to win this one.
but it looks like his opponent is playing with a pump, if I can tell. So honestly, if I'm Simp, I just back out of that. Like, I don't want to take that fight in that circumstance and give him the opportunity to either hit a 200 if it's above that blue rarity, or in that circumstance, actually a 190 would send him back to lobby as well. So he just needs to hang out. And yep, and there, it is the blue pump. So he really does need to back off, because if he gets caught and loses all that, but meanwhile, Justin's in shambles. He needs to be pressing for this.
Yeah, definitely. He's only got even ammo as well. Only has 7 bullets left in the shotgun, 1 flopper, 4 minis. He's got 54 builds. It's enough to maybe carry it, but he's going to have to find an elimination some point in the game, and this is looking like as good of an opportunity as any. Coming up over the buildings, trying to find the angle. There it is. It connects. Just that one shot is enough. Grenades goes down, and look at the upgrade he has. He can pick up the tack if he chooses to. I think he might prioritize the pump. I thought I saw a heavy sniper. It could have slid back down the builds. There is a guaranteed heavy sniper here. There's also a burst rifle too. Justin choosing not to look for it. He just wants this and other elimination on Simp now if he can. But as we saw earlier, Simp has medkits. He has 3 of them. He can take this fight for as long as he needs. But then again, Justin might be putting the pressure on to try and finish it a little bit faster than that. Wall against wall. He's trying to find his way in, but Simp is just too fast with it. He's just so defensive. He just keeps pushing back. Never mind. Defensive turns into offense. He's coming out now. Pushes out 38 health, 72 shield. He has to launch pad away. Justin takes him out just like that. We didn't even see it. He went down that quickly, and Justin picking up all that loot now.
That's what we talked about, man. That's the danger of closing the gap when you're fighting tack against pump. Yes, the tack gives you more room for error. It has the higher rate of fire, and you can still hit those big headshots. You lose that big one-shot potential that you end up having with the pump. And yes, it's hard to hit, but these players don't generally have to worry about that level of execution. If you're playing here and competing in a tournament at this level and earning upwards of 85 plus points after your first couple of games, odds are good you can hit a 200 pump on a relatively consistent basis.
Definitely. And here we have the heavy sniper. Maybe we can see the green pump here doing some work. Heavy sniper takes the wall, chooses not to push through. Fire comes out, gets the cone in. Beautiful piece control. It's interesting to see the difference. We've seen a lot of that heavy snipe into the box run straight in with players with that drum gun and a bit of a stronger item. Here, Baruga choosing to heavy snipe the wall, take it, and have a little bit more control. He left himself in that position where he didn't fully engage in. He just made sure that he could then disengage if things went wrong, but things went very right for him. Gets him with the cone, takes it, and all this loot is now his. Upgrading to the purple pump. His loadout is looking insane. Look at all the extra material he has now. He's checking it. He's on edge zone, but using that to tunnel in a bit if he needs it. And floppers. 2 of them. Is it 2 or 4? He's got such a good loadout. 6 floppers, sorry. It was 2 and 4. He's looking
I was about to say, I think he opted to leave the extra 2. But oh no, this is so smart. So what Bugwugga is doing right now is he calculated how much extra resources he had after the pick, and he's creating a tunnel, and he's able to stash the resources. So now he's going to have this entire tunnel to work in and effectively have double the amount of map pool, or however much he has left over. Plus, when he does eventually need to rotate, he can decide what he wants to take with him. This is something that you see Zate and Saf do fantastically. It is one of their signature traits, and it's so cool to watch somebody apply it.
Yeah, and pushing towards zone as well. Just going towards center zone at this point. We're at 3rd zone right now. It's coming in. At the same time, if he gets there now, he's pushing more towards center. That's just a better position to be in. Even if zone pulls a different direction now, he is 5-6 squares closer, which he can move through freely and not have to worry about getting shot. And we can see there's a lot of people down on this edge. So the further you can get in and away from that safely is huge. I saw in that panning shot, we did have Sway down there. He is still in this lobby. He's one of the 38 still alive. And there is a lot of those players on this south side, which makes sense. A lot of the people in the map getting pushed up to the south side. Anyone fortunate enough to drop on that north side like we saw around Craggy, they should be in a good position, and Nayor takes him down, gets that easy elimination. That's his first one of the game, and it's almost no risk or reward for him.
Yeah, he was just able to kind of hang out, still holding that peak. The one thing I would say on Nair, the little criticism, you see how that little, oh, he just reset it now. When you have your little floor above you on the cone, make sure you reset that so people don't know where to peek or which angle you're looking from. When you leave the walls out, it lets them know which angle you're trying to look from, and they can be prepped with a heavy snipe. If you decide to go for an aggressive play, you're better off in most circumstances resetting the walls so you can be phased through it and just drop down. As you say, drop down, exception, trying to drop down and put himself in a cone to put as many walls in between himself and the opponents as possible, because he has somebody lurking right above him as well as the rest of the lobby shooting at him.
He has no build left now. No left, that's it. He literally needs that brick to fall down onto his head to get enough builds to get up here. He was so shambles, he had no builds to even get up onto this layer. That was his very last build. And you see that because he knew he had less there. Instead of trying to build walls constantly around himself and using a lot of them, he was facing straight down and holding the cone. And that was enough to keep him alive that extra 1 second long enough. That was so close for exception. And now his game looks entirely different.
And that's what we talk about, those impact frags. Yes, you shouldn't have got out of that situation, but because the other opponent wants the elimination, wants to try and get whatever he can, senses there's blood in the water, sometimes you're able to make the play and get out. And now you get a refresher, and that's why they call him Refresher, because I'm certain he was refreshed.
Definitely. Look at this edge though right now. Naod here in an interesting position. There's so many players trying to make their way in on top of where there's already so many players. That northeastern side compared to this southwestern side is just insanely different. He's trying to find something to keep himself safe. He's got 1 mini, 3 big pots. He's got 1. That's the second elimination we've seen him get now with just a couple of AR shots. And then this player's hit for whites. He has no shield either. Trying to push onto that loot pile. If he can keep applying this pressure, I think if one shot goes through these walls, this player's going to go down. He is dancing with death right now.
Yeah, you don't really want to end up in that situation, and honestly, sometimes the chips do just fall your way. Naod picking up some key elims with really, really good cost efficiency there, only costing him a few bullets, but you can see he's always looking for the angles. Great 31 into a 62 there, knowing the player wants to rotate on the diagonal, knowing the storm's going to force them in, just trying to find whatever he can. Good little reset there to find a new angle, but will he be able to finish it off as we now have our top 30?
Definitely. Ammo being a bit of an issue here now as well. Only has 23 bullets left in the AR and 44 in the SMG. It was enough. He might be able to go down and get that refresh because he really needs it. He doesn't need the mats. He needs the ammo right now. He's going to be firing blanks pretty soon unless he can try and get something out of that. But we see Crumbler. I think he managed to get through there, rat his way into that, and steal everything that Naod just got from those eliminations. So he's getting those 4 points. He's getting those eliminations, but he's walking away with next to nothing from it.
Which is an impact elimination, but not a refresher, because the player is able to down there, and it puts you in this awkward situation where, do you go again or do you not? And here's not something you often see. Taylor is rocking both the Meowscles rifle and the Midas's drum gun, but along with a pump, that is a really hard-hitting loadout right now. The only thing, doesn't have any above 50 heals or shields, so going to be sitting on that effective 150 HP right now, and does have a sideways rotation. However, not too many players nearby, and it looks like he's aware of the one player, that's that red triangle in the bottom right-hand corner, who would threaten him. Instead, a nice little low launch that puts him right on the edge of zone.
Yeah, really good low launch there. Still has 1 in the inventory as well, so he can make next zone if it goes far across. Trying to build out a hard mass now and make his way through. Skids use the wood and nice, catches the play with the cone. That was beautiful building, opens up the triangle edit within milliseconds, puts up the cone to block the player, holds him and gets that elimination. That was very, very well done. To the speed to execute that, it's not an insanely complicated play. Just block off the enemy who's rotating past you, but to have the awareness and the speed to execute it is another matter. That was very well played by Taylor.
Super well done there, heads up, and again, picks up a number of medkits, has the refresh down there. If he's able to break out some of these builds and create some room, he could potentially tunnel out and gain a lot more control over this space. And since zone is pulling in towards him, like, this could be very fortuitous for him. Sitting on 3 elims right now, top 25 just turned over. I mean, this is impressive.
Yeah, definitely. He's in a good position. He said about the loadout, it's very rare to have 2 of the mythic items. He has 1 for long range, and he also has that drum gun for close range. This loadout is looking really, really nice. He's on 105 points total now. He's trying to find his way through. He does get zone. We see rotating zone goes very close to him. All he's got to do is move a little bit further to front side. That's what he does. Trying to find himself a nice healthy layer, and he does it. No one else around him. He looks around. There's no one on that same sight line as him, and he can start pushing forward with zone. Choosing not to use the launch pad he has, or maybe he's going to wait here and then use it. We'll have to see. I think he's just going to stay on front side, though. He's looking really good at this point.
Yeah, it feels bad because you know that launch pad gets less and less effective as the circle kind of closes and you have less room to move horizontally. With that being said, this front side rotation worked fine. Only need to take a little bit of a big pot there. Now, as we get a look at the rest of the lobby, we have King kind of rotating in the front of the zone of the lower tarp. Taylor is the one up on, I think he's on absolute height right now. It doesn't look like, yes, he's on absolute height. double tarping out, and still has just under 70 builds right now, 111 points. I mean, he's in prime position. This is honestly his to lose as he hits a great 88 tag.
Definitely. I mean, those weapons he has, he can put them to use now. That 88 tag is so lethal. And there it is, finds his way through. Don't think he picks that one up, but applies the pressure. He's just going to keep looking at that second height. Those players that are on that layer beneath him to make sure they don't contest him. Needs to be careful. There's a lot of ways you can take high ground back these days. We haven't heard the grappler in play. It could be being held by someone right now. Oh, I hope it wasn't held by that player. There goes straight down. We see a little bit of a box strat on low ground. I saw the box sneaking into the bush, going for the double cover. Taylor, short launching a bit further ahead. You said how unuseful it gets towards endgame, or less useful, but saving a few builds is massive at this point. He's playing it incredibly well so far.
That was really odd, but really, really, really good. It got him on a weird angle on the side of the tree. He was then able to catch the people who were trying to rotate on the edge of the zone and just rip them apart. He's using his mythic weapons to such incredible efficiency, getting up in the face with the drum gun, and then anytime he's available to taking Mouskill's heavy AR and just raining shots back into zone, across the zone. As we said, this is his game to lose, but Crumbler, on the flip side of that, has the floppers, has the heavy snipe. He also has utility to challenge, and he's in the low ground. Heavy snipe, but doesn't get in and doesn't get a replace either, so kind of left just holding air there.
Yeah, definitely. Went for it, couldn't phase in, didn't have any way of phasing in. The player saw it coming, held the wall, 3 players alive. He's only got 6 builds, using the bush to try and hide his way through. Maybe can use that heavy snipe again here to try and find his way through. If his opponent's a little bit less aware this time, the spray comes from above. He hears his opportunity to maybe find his way into it. No, he is really finding it, playing it passively. He goes into old builds. Here it comes with the minigun spray. That will open it up. He's into his old builds here. He might not have any left. The stare at it comes through. Such a clean play, but no, he goes down. Crumbler wins this one. He's down to 59 health. He has the floppers, doesn't have any shield though. It's going to come down to 1v1, and we know Taylor has that loadout. He has the drum gun. He has the pump shotgun. He is hunting him down. He's trying to find this angle. He has every advantage he needs, but Crumbler not going down without a fight. A beautiful side jump into a heavy pump shot. He's even the battle on this one. 110 effective health for Taylor, trying to get the minis off, and now the players beneath him on the low ground doesn't have the builds to get up to him, and Taylor has to try and close this out from the position he's in. They're taking a breather, and he's trying to find this angle. He wants to play it slow. He knows the player on low ground must have next to no mats just from how he's playing, and he's trying to use the advantage of the high ground to close it out.
He's trying to do everything he can, and he has the positional advantage. The zone is moving back through a bunch of old builds. Taylor should know that he's in the better spot. He also, if he times it correctly, can pop a med kit on the edge of the zone. Crumbler, though, that's the one thing we called out, the high versus the low in positioning. Crumbler had the floppers, he had the slightly better utility, whereas Taylor had the better medkit heals coming through and the stronger weaponry. He doesn't have the timing right now to get the medkit, so if he commits to a heal off, odds are good he will lose. Honestly, Crumbler's in the better spot here. Taylor's the one who's forced into a play. He drops down and he looks for the shot, and he's not quite going to get it. Crumbler looking to find the angle, gets the right hand, drops him down to 50. You don't have time to pop the medkit. No bandage popping Zexro. Taylor's gonna go down. Crumbler's gonna get the victory royale. Well done from him on the low ground. Taylor tried to win it out from the high ground. However, he takes home the 8 eliminations, 32 points from him there. Also gets the second place points from the placement, so he comes out slightly ahead on the delta on points, but honestly, the victory screen always looks good.
That it does, but like you said, man, a second place, especially
wait, how would you know?
It's a little different. What? Okay. Ozzy, just, I don't know, say something here.
No, it's fine. Hey, I mean, at the same time, Sundown there, I heard he was talking about the bandage play as well. I think we're getting a bit of shade thrown around.
Yeah, we gotta get a little ribbon in there.
Yeah, we gotta get a little ribbon in there. Yeah, no, but it was a good game. It was very interesting. I mean, that played out right to the very end. Had the med kit versus the flopper, he wouldn't have won the heal off. That was a backwards and forwards. That came right down to the wire.
That's right, dudes. Let's take a look at the standings coming out of NA East for day number 1 of the Open Tournament Qualifier. We got Controller God 82 at the top, 172 points. Now we're seeing, like, these players start to move away from that top 10, right? Top 10 at the very bottom, 147 points. At the very top, 172. I mean, this is pretty much to be expected, right? You know, we will have these players that kind of pull away and pull ahead. But we still have a second game, or a second day, excuse me. I mean, are you, like, watching this play, is it what you expected out of NA East?
I think so. It's very close to the top. Obviously, NA East is up there. It's always tit for tat. Who's better? EU, NA. They're the two big regions. That's why they have all the money on the line. Biggest prize pools, the most competitive. It's always going to be close to the top. But new point format, again, it's very, very close at the top there. Look at that. 6 points separating 20th from 11th. That is insane. That is 1.5 eliminations. So it's playing out similar to what I would expect, but we haven't seen this format before. We haven't really seen a tournament where it opens with this format and then all the big sharks are out. All the big players have already made it. They're sitting at home. They're watching right now. We touched on it. Some of them are coaching. Bizzle taking the chance to coach Sway. I want to see where he's going there, whether he's still up there popping off. So it's playing out similar to what I'd expect, but it's super, super entertaining. Are there any names that you've seen so far, Sundown, that you're picking out to maybe come out on top tomorrow?
Honestly, there's someone here who I'm not super surprised about. I've seen Newell before, the Merkin player. He was popping in and out. Like, he's been doing a pretty good job. Anybody in controller right now, they've been able to back up what they've been saying. The top player in EU, which CRI, I believe, is playing as, then Unit over in ME. So all those guys have generally been showing out pretty hard. It's tough to give them credit. Again, we'd love to give you guys credit. But now, popping on over to Brazil, we have Swift hanging out up top. And again, Brazil started an hour earlier, so I believe these are final or getting closer towards their final queues. You can see now Ghost Viking also hanging out in there. You have Enzino, so a couple players who we've seen before, Luca as well. Honestly, I'm super excited for when we do get to see what comes out of Brazil from the finals. We're not going to be covering it ourselves, but it's one of my favorite regions to end up watching, and this is the final results from day one. And as Zeke said, again, don't forget, there are 2 days, and for day 2, you reset back to 0, you get to try again, and then we're going to add them all up, and then we'll see who will advance through to join that top 600 group, and who will compete next weekend and get their shot against the best of the best and some of those former FNCS champions.
That's right, and this will be going for the next few weeks here, Fortnite fam, so please tune in every weekend, check it out. It's going to be a great time. There's going to be a lot of names, and as we kind of pull these top 100 from every region that are making it through the next week, that's when we're going to start to see these more familiar names that you're used to seeing across these regions, right? But also, we want to, like, the reason this happens is so there's more opportunities for players to kind of rise up and show their talent here across the regions. Maybe names that you haven't necessarily seen before, and that's cool, you know, getting to see that there's other players out there that are just insane, that are slayers at the game, and are just as good, if not even better. Someone like, you know, Mage, who didn't necessarily get an invite going into next week, he was like, all right, sick, here's a 20 bomb. How about that? What now? It's like, okay, yeah, I'm pretty down. I think you'd probably agree, right, Ozzy?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just checked out in Brazil there. It kind of gives me that King vibe, right? Like those players who maybe come in a bit more aggressive, they're coming in hot and they're dropping those bigger limbs. Like they can maybe back that up in big tournaments. We always assume that everyone's going to change their playstyle when they go against the big pros, play it slower, maybe play for that Storm Surge. But again, we've seen players like King who just full send it still in those lobbies, and they can cause some massive upsets. Week 1, the pros got their invites straight in, but they have to defend themselves. They get the reboot round like everyone else, but they've got to perform. If you come up against some of these underdogs and you go down to them, you have no excuse here. So I don't know, I'm interested to see how it goes.
So that's a really good point. And you know, because if you are like a Benji, right, or a Mongrel, and suddenly you've got someone that comes out of nowhere and does dethrone you and starts to put up more points than you, because like we have to look at times where these mythic POIs are being uncontested, right? Like, but then you turn around and someone like Benji may get contested by one of these underdogs, as we're calling them. You know, this is something very possible. And then you're looking at like, okay, well, I didn't make it through, but this other person, someone like Carrot, who makes it through as that #1 seed. So we'll have to see how things kind of shake out for a lot of these players. But dudes, it's time to go back in the game. So gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zeke. And now we'll hop on in with Bully Don't Care over at Steamy Stacks, and already checking the bottom right-hand corner. Let's play Count the Triangles. However, Bully eliminates one of them right away, making our job a little bit easier. Taking it down from 7 people in the frame to 6, and getting himself off to a good start. Honestly, had me forgetting what game we were playing real quick. That might have looked like the S&D version as fast as he tapped them off there. Looking to get a second one, too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of players here. I wouldn't expect Steamy to be this contested, but here it is. Like, it's a bit of a pistol battle. Like you said, here it comes. They're going down the line. They're looking straight down the tunnel at each other, see if they can find something. He only has 5 builds, so he needs to make them count. Oh, takes a very heavy shot. Goes down to 19. He has the bandages. He has the big pot. Will he have time to use them, though? Can he pop a bandage, Sundown?
Not popping a bandage. He's manning up as well, just sprinting straight towards his opponent. He knows better. Gonna pop those double shields off again to get right up. Should be able to hit that 175 threshold after he pops a bandage. And now we're down already just like that. 7 people started, only 4 in Steamy stack, Sim. Interesting decision. Honestly, one thing I want to talk about real quick, just backing up from the action. What do you think in terms of landing on the outside of the map or landing interiorly in solos?
Ooh, I think it depends massively. I mean, they definitely have their own strengths. We're seeing those players that are dropping at those mythic POIs that maybe are further away, like the Grappler and the Skies AR, but they're not playing out as much. It's those players that are dropping a bit more central that seem to have that control. There's more risk of you running into someone as you rotate from the outside compared to landing in the middle. But again, I find that depending on how skillful the lobby is, a lot of people land middle, they may get zoned, and they don't really actually know what to do with it. They just box up early, or they sit there and they don't usually utilize it to its fullest. I think the question might even also be POI versus going somewhere that's maybe safer with a little bit less loot. But oh my gosh, Bully takes him straight down, and now we are down to 2. We have the standoff. We'll have to maybe finish our thought after this one, see if they can close it out. Baymax is pushing forward onto Bully, maybe thinks he's weak, but he's got the minis off, he's got the big pot. He's like, I'm not weak, I'm pushing you now. Never mind, we're hooking it back over to Weeping, actually.
And it looks like we got Fox Heavy trying to set a trap here for Kira Fishy. Will there be a reaction? 31 blue comes out right away. Here comes the build battle. He does have the harpoon if he wants to try and knock down some of that wood. Instead, going to get walled off almost right away. Really good high ground control from Kira. And honestly, Fox Heavy looked like he played that a little slow. However, insta retake coming out. Needs to be conscious of his mats. 44 in there and already hard mats coming out. Trade does not go in his favor. He takes 48. Kira takes 29. Does sneak an SMG shot in there, but right now it just comes down to a battle for the top. Double replace, but a good ramp flip to cover and disengaging all the way down. Nope, just down 2 boxes and into the side. Trades another shot out, so winning there, but the 90 is going to be huge. This is what we talked about, kind of those pump battles, giving a lot of room, and unfortunately, a poor door edit into instant interact will be the end of Kira Fishy, as Fox Sebi will walk away with that one, and walks away with a lot of effective shields.
Yeah, definitely. He's got Weeping to himself now as well. Got plenty of mass to refresh there. But again, we've gone from POI to POI, so I do want to get your thoughts on the topic we were conversing, though. Like, do you prefer the POIs? Do you prefer these maybe unnamed locations with a more tactical loot path where you probably won't run into enemies so you can play it a little bit smarter? What is your go-to if you were going to play one of these tournaments, Sundown?
Put me in the middle of the map on a scavenger route and don't let me ever see anyone until endgame. I want to fire my 500, I want to sit in the middle, I want to get my Storm Surge tags, and I want to play for super late and catch people rotating. I'm a big fan of eliminating as much RNG as possible, and there's ways that you can route your routes so you don't end up in a situation like this where you're pinned between 2 people and having to burn a bunch of your stuff and you don't have the utilities you need. Porring's getting just destroyed by Provika Rooney there. I mean, Porring's we've seen a lot of. He's been all over the cash cups and stuff, but we talked about it. You can't get caught outside of these spots. And Risky Reels, Frenzy, in the agency, all right there. Yes, you're super central, but there are tons of people here every game. If there's ever not people here in a game, then odds are good there is just something wrong with the lobby. I don't know.
I think if there's no one here, you probably had a lobby like we saw earlier with Mage, where he started here and then just cleared from the center out. So you said you want to land center map, go for that scavenging route and not run into anyone, but that's why the mythic POIs have been so interesting to the addition of competitive right now, because some of them are central. You have agency literally smack bang in the middle with arguably the strongest gun in the game right now, the drum gun, which we've seen get put to use today. So the center island, the center map is actually not that safe, and that player that drops agency has the luxury of almost always being in first zone, or at least somewhat close to it. They can use that extra time to come find you, eliminate you, knowing you have the worst loadout than them.
Yeah, that'd be fair. I would say kind of the safer side would be eastern of agency, As soon as you get outside and past Fatal, anything kind of down that strip in the Gorge area, that's personally where I like to play a lot of. But also, there's a bunch of scavenger routes around Loot Lake, and the fact that there's so many fishing spots as well gives you a viable option to be kind of that dirty flopper player hanging out in the back looking for a super safe rotation, like maybe finding yourself on a campfire and just like really waiting it out. I'm a big fan of avoiding as many of those fights as possible, but also I am not nearly as good as a lot of these players. So, like, if these guys take a mid-game fight, they're able to win some of them. If I take a mid-game fight, I am going to lose horribly 999 times out of 1,000. However, as these players do as well, everyone should play to their strengths, particularly in a tournament mode. Some of these players are consistently looking not to fight till they get in the top 25, then they go all man mode. Some, as we see right now, are just looking to run at any human being they see before they even get any damage or information on them.
Yeah, pretty sure a different playstyle when you're talking about going for a scavenger mission, not fighting anyone. This guy is feeling confident, he wants to fight. He has that legendary tack though, and he gets in the box and uses it. We've seen a lot of tack versus pump today. We've gone backwards and forwards. There's been a lot of differing opinions of the casters on which one might be the best, how you use them. But again, you said play to the strengths, and I think that applies to shotguns too. You have that purple pump, you know you can go for the one pump. We have Hard Find Lover here with a legendary tack. He knows he can tack that wall exactly like he did. He hit the wall, phased through it because he had the stair at the bottom, and then had another bullet to be able to follow up with. If he has the pump, that's not possible. You pump that wall, you're in the box, that's great, but what are you going to do now? You don't have the ability to fire. You have a longer cooldown on that pump fire rate.
Oh, and tough first shot there from Proof. Not quite able to find it. Good jumping pattern coming out. And yeah, I'm the same fan. Like, I think the attack is more versatile and it gives you more options. I'm a fan of versatility. And right here, great shot. Great shot from Proof. I was talking about how that's super dangerous because you're always going to be exposed and not covering yourself. And also, it looks like there's a number of spots where that's only really held up by 1 or 2, maybe max 3 builds. And they're up very high with a number of people rotating in on the edge of the zone. One thing to know if you're new to competitive Fortnite or just watching for the first time, the edge of the zone is where most of the action occurs as the circle is closing because people will take damage when they're out there. They get forced back in, so at the start, if you're moving centrally and you keep going, odds are less good that you would encounter somebody because they're being driven by the storm towards that edge. So players who are already there and caught fighting, Proof is able to then rotate in and take advantage of it. That's why as you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you see 6 or 7 players who are on top of each other, effectively in the same 3 or 4 grid spaces, even though we're 10 minutes in the game and there's 46 people left. We have 25% of the lobby, 30% of the lobby all over in one area.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said as well, if you're on that edge and you're building up very, very high, it just makes you a target. You know there's people around you. You know they're getting pushed past you. It's not like you're in some secluded edge where no one else is. There's at least probably, I reckon there would have been at least 10 people that could have seen that build fight because it went so high and could have done something about it. And Proof was the one with the loadout to do something about it. He has a good little rotate now through. He's pretty much white lining it. As you can see, there's that white line. That's the most direct line to the next storm. Some players will choose to take that fastest route in, but also sometimes use your terrain as you see Proof here doing, going for the high ground a little bit, give you more visibility and you get you a better way in. Bully don't care. Obviously did make it out of Steamy, maybe used the vents, and now he's gotten himself here in Apostle with on the back foot. He's trying to find his way in with his green SMG, but it's the blue tack that does all the work. And look, it looks like he's gonna be able to upgrade to, I think it's an epic tack, and then he has the legend, he has the mythic heavy AR. This is a solid loadout.
Yeah, and if this is the Bully I'm thinking of, he is a super aggressive player, has had some really pretty, like, I don't want to say solid results, but definitely nothing to kind of scoff at, and he's been consistently getting better over and over again. So to see him already sitting at 145 right now and offering up a lot of control right now, it's pretty impressive. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to pop off this game.
Yeah, definitely. He's got the loadout for it as well, and he is playing quite aggressive. I know who you're talking about, Kanada's old duo Bully. I'm assuming it's the same person. If so, has found some issues finding teammates, but solos, looks like it's going to be his thing. He wants to mark his he wants to stamp his mark on it and make him cement himself as one of the best solo players, trying to get himself up there. 146 points so far in a nice position. He's on a good edge of zone here. He's got a few players around him, but they're all very spread out. So he can do a lot with where he is right now, but he's just going to hunker down. He's getting towards those higher lobbies. No, I say hunker down, but maybe Echo pushing a little bit close, but I don't think there's going to be an engagement here. I'd be very surprised. They'd have to be a very aggressive player.
I mean, some of them exist on NA East, particularly during the open rounds. They like to complain about it a lot. As far as I know, absolutely everybody who plays on NA East is either a griefer, a stream sniper, or a controller player. I don't think anybody else actually exists. With that being said, you can see here now, they tend to, they're playing a lot. I feel like it's a little bit more calculated than we saw from Europe. The numbers are roughly the same as what it tends to be in solos. With that being said, though, I mean, every single one of these fights, it seems to only really end up being because people get bogged down in these 1v1s and then somebody else comes through. Bola being the advantage there, taking down that one opponent and then able to try and get the other 1, 2, 3, 4 back-to-back 31 tags. He knows that player has less than 40 effective HP, does see a quick little animation go through. It looked like that was a mini, but also might have been a slurp fish, so he needs to be careful.
Yeah, he's got the legendary pump in hand. That fishing hole just delivered him a slurp fish and a legendary pump. Pretty much the two best things you can get back-to-back out of a fishing hole. So Buller maybe feeling lucky right now, feeling like he wants to push that luck and push this fight at the same time, but building themselves up nice and high, making himself quite third-partyable. When he gets up against the wall, misses the pump shot. He needed to land that, never mind the green AR. He had 5 bullets left. That was it. That's what he had to finish his player off with, and Buller does manage to pull it off. We have Orbit Rev coming up from beneath, but I don't think he's going to push in there. That was a very big pickup. We're back over to Bully in his position, looking like not much has changed.
And that's good for him right now. He was in a spot where he was just waiting on information, needed to see where zone would pull. He doesn't have anybody who is behind him, which is good. So he's going to have priority on everybody who's rotating in front. But that also means he needs to be careful as he's moving past his other players. 3 straight 44 tags means he doesn't have to worry about that player anymore. And he's just going to highline it straight to zone, as you said, riding that white line, taking the most direct path possible, but also jumping and looking around behind him. That way he's able to get whatever information possible. Ooh, 88 into 44, not missing right now.
Yeah, definitely. And again, that's the interesting thing about this format. We talk about all the best players or the good players qualifying straight into that week 1 or being invited, straight into week 1. But Bully here has probably a tumultuous history when it comes to team game modes. He's had a lot of really good teammates, some of them being like TSM Kanata, but quite often not being able to stick with them. But he's performed very, very well in stack solos. He did very well at DreamHack. So maybe he's trying to stamp himself and be like, look, not doing too well in team game modes, but I'm here for solos. Stack solos are back, and I'm going to make a name for myself. So he is one to look out for in this lobby, 100%.
And I think there's a lot to be said for game mode preference, particularly when it comes to Battle Royale. And Bully just right there, just making that Meowskill's heavy rifle look so good. That reset time, just being able to keep it down, consistently putting a shot on target. I mean, putting himself in a position to catch the people when rotating is really showing his level above the rest of the people. I assume at this level that 99% of people are going to hit their shots, but putting yourself in a position so you're able to hit those shots is key, and Bully is doing that over and over again.
Yeah, definitely. They've got the aim there. Maybe if it's like an aim duel or something like that, going into creative can hit their shots. But again, you're right. It takes game sense and knowledge to get yourself in the position to take those shots and not put yourself at risk. If you stand out in the open for too long trying to take your shots, you're open again. You're liable to heavy snipes. You're liable to Bully with that AR, which can pretty much triple shot you like it did just there. Rocket's coming out. See if he can try and hold on to this one. He has big pot spare, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get it off before this fight starts. Has the 2 floppers too, but he has a good loadout of his own. If this player pushes into this fight, he is definitely not one to mess with right now. He's knocking him down. There it is. The RPG into the legendary tack follow-up hits him for 78. That was beautifully done, and now he's knocking him out. And this has changed pace incredibly quickly. Born is now on the front foot, trying to find his way in. Another legendary RPG shot with the tack follow-up, finds himself into the box, and there it is. The blue AR finishing him off and doing the work, and finishes it off just in time as someone else comes in and wants a piece of this.
Like we said, you're getting bogged down in these fights. If you can't resolve them quickly, get your refresher and then establish the fact that, hey, I'm a threat. Somebody else is going to come poking. We've seen Jaith in a lot of games as well. This is what we talk about when you're starting to see names you recognize. Both Kangarna, Born, and Jaith are players who are very frequently around in a lot of these scrims, in a lot of these games. They're going to be able to put shots towards each other. And as the lobbies begin to thin out, I see Reb over there. I see Iconic over there as well. As we sweep around the side, Bulla and Armani and Shot. Lots of players who we've seen before have been on these leaderboards, play in all the scrims, play in the cash cups. As now we swing on over to Baby Myrtle, who's in a decent position. Again, we talk about it when you check the bottom right-hand corner. You want to see which triangles are looking towards that current white triangle that has the white line on it, and then which ones are behind them, because then you know whether the rotation path is clear and who's trying to fight them. So you know this is a clean 1v1 right now, and Myrtle drops out a great 99 pump shot to know he has the advantage. A little bit of a flub there with the door in the insta interact, covering off the side and trying to find an angle to shoot. Wants to keep pressure, insta-face, into the wall, getting sprayed from the other side. Finds a 37 tag, but not quite able to clean it up. Needs to get the finish here. Doesn't want the opponent to get it. However, he will be the one to get the resources either way when the player falls, but it's all about the points right now.
Yeah, definitely. See how smart his positioning is. He's kept himself on this constant north side. So that player third partying to the south, he's made sure, Baby Myrtle has made sure that his enemy is between him and that third party. So he's trying to take these walls while he's constantly having his enemy pressured in the back. He's put himself in the best position to win this one. You can use third parties to your advantage. They're not always bad. In this situation, Baby Myrtle is able to apply this pressure because of the third party, but never mind. Enemy comes back, hits him hard, has that tag. Oh, he jumps up above the half-edited rotated stair, jumps back down and hits him in the toes, and it's enough. Picks up that legendary attack, and he has the meds to make it back from this one now. Has the minis, has the big pot, has the floppers. That was a very, very well played fight.
And now I would anticipate that we've seen most of these fights resolved, and as I say that, we switch over to the other side and see Seabass is the one kind of getting chosen over here. Some spray happening. I would anticipate, since everyone's inside the zone, that it calms down. There's 30 people left. We'll see a half-in, half-out zone. Everyone right now, theoretically, should be doing absolutely nothing. They're all safe. They shouldn't be burning utility. There's no need to look for storm surge tags. Unless you have a heavy sniper, you should just be setting yourself up and waiting for the next information. And we should see everyone start to rotate based off of that. And 30 for 50-50 is what we started to see towards the end of Europe as well. So we're getting into kind of those more stacked lobbies. And, ooh, Born pulling it right away. Is he going to be able to hold it, though? He does have the rocket launcher. The question is, does he go up higher? And do people opt to try and break him down?
Yeah, so see, as soon as he gets that half-half zone, which is that zone where you can see on the screen if you're not used to competitive Fortnite, half the current zone is in the storm, and half of it is where it's a safe zone right now. So Born is in a great position, but worth noting too, there are 2 launch pads center of this zone right now, which have just fallen. That means there's going to be 2 launch pads there. They can use those to rotate. Anyone who's on that north side now knows you see them all going for it. They're all bunched up around those airdrops because they want those launch pads. That's a free ticket, or hopefully a free ticket, straight into this half-half if Born's not watching. He's got that high ground. He has the legendary suppressed AR, and Jace goes down. One of the big names in this game that you were talking about. The rocket comes through, and he has 5 more of them for the rest of the lobby.
And 5 is enough to do a significant amount of damage from here. However, as Born saw, he wants to go down and try and get a refresher. Has the grappler now too. And I mean, he's in a really good spot. We talk about lobbies that are yours to win, and right now I would say he's pretty close to this being his. The only consideration is not having enough mats to maintain high ground. However, that's alleviated a little bit by the fact he has the grappler, which means he can drop down and kind of go rebuild and retake other high grounds much easier than every other player in the lobby. Again, there's only one of each of those mythic weapons. As you see Bugsy pick up a double elim in the feed. Bugsy, the controller player out here, making plays, the one who shows up to every single land, always making plays. He's been there before in putting up 2 elims in the late game. Would not be surprised to see him among the top 600.
Yeah, definitely. Going back to his loadout on high ground, he has that position where he has the grappler, so not only does he have it, no one else does, and he has those rockets in the inventory. He can use that to suppress down anyone trying to go for height. If you're building up to him, he drops a quick rocket on it, you're going back down to the ground, or at least down a few layers. The biggest risk he had on that high ground was someone with the grappler, and that has been eliminated. Even if he doesn't use it now, the fact that no one else can is huge. These mythic items have changed the way the game is. You know now, no one else in the lobby has the grappler because you have it. It is the only one there. But we have another player on a decent high ground here as well. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it because I'm almost positive. Well, there you go. Unfortunately, I'm not experienced too much with a lot of Spanish people down this area. I hope that was Spanish. I'm very far away. Please excuse my ignorance. We have Sparkle on the front side though. Hey, let's go. Perfect. I'm still assuming I'm right. Sparkle on the front side now. He has the green pump. He has the epic AR. He's trying to find his way through. Very, very congested around him here. This is a pretty stacked lobby here going on to rotating, and they're all trying to scramble to get into the next zone.
Because that's all that matters. We talk about the moving zones. It drives a lot of action, and it's kind of the core of the late competitive Fortnite. This is where you learn it. This is what Zone Wars is all about and what people practice for. It stemmed from the Turtle Wars. It's these types of situations where players need to get close to each other, and Sparkle gets close to Bugsy, takes him out, rips him apart. Sorry for the caster curse, but Sparkle is shining bright right now, doing everything he can. Sub Bully also still lighting it up in the Elim feed. Baby Myrtle goes down to Nounsy. Sparkle also then immediately trades down. Great shot on Nounsy, who's trying to wake through. Then Sparkle gets hit and gets dropped so low by Born that he's not able to pop the floppers. Born was the grappling player on high ground. We said this was his game to lose, but now he's stuck with a minigun against him and then a brick wall on the other side. It's going to be tough to close this one out.
I have never seen such an aggressive rotate. These players are rotating, elimination, rotate, elimination. This is insane. They are not prioritizing the rotate at all. They're just going for eliminations while they rotate. The wall breaks as he goes for the grapple, and unfortunately, he catches air and he falls. He's only got 25 builds left, but again, he has the grapple to try and make his way back up there. Made it inside the top 10. Let's see if he can re-secure the high ground. He's going up for it. No, he chooses not to take it. He knows he doesn't have the mats to hold it. He's going to wait off a little bit longer, but he is lurking for it. He's staying so close to high ground. One grapple, and he's up there. He's making sure they know that he's still here. But looks like Foxebi is the one who has it right now.
And we got to see Foxebi, one of those early fights. It was so incredibly close, but he's turned it now into an 8th circle. High ground control, 7 people left, 6 people left. As Enamorado Del Val takes down Controller. Bavacaruni takes down Enamorado Del Val right on the edge of the storm, though, because of it. Born taking over, however, does still have one more flopper. Gonna need to put it to use now, and then decide. Up or down? Up or down? He decides to go up. Player blocks him off right away. 4 more seconds. 3 more in the storm. Gets back into the zone, and now he has high ground control, but 3 builds. 1 build left after he doubled off there. Don't necessarily agree with that choice, but he's going to be able to rain down some shots. The question is, how do you get down now? Are you able to execute with that grapple? You can't catch yourself. There's no water falling. So are you able to find shots? How do you close this out as we flip on over to Iconic on the low ground?
It was there. The zone was going across old builds. I think he might be able to grapple onto that high ground once zone goes far enough, or he's going to have to go for the Hail Mary, drop down, grapple, back up. It's very scary. We saw it earlier today in EU. Oh, the shot's coming out from below. Iconic finding his way through with that epic AR. Only 30 bullets left, but it should be enough if he can find his way through. Green tack in hand. He's not using it to break. He's just using the pickaxe to chip his way in. He has 2 builds and he's saving them. It does. I'm pretty sure the zone went back over these old builds, so I think high ground was able to grapple on top of this if he can. He's on ultimate loadout trying to find the angles. The pressure comes back out on him. 60 health, 50 health, 40 health. He needs it. He does. He finds it. Tops him back up, but he gets hit again. It's constant action on low ground now. 26 health. He gets shots in the back. I'm pretty sure that's it. He does. He drops down, and Born is able to close it out with no builds on the high ground with that grappler. That was enough. He kept it up there, and he came down at the perfect time to close it out. Sundown. Did you expect it to close out that way, or did you think he was going to lose it on the high ground there?
I mean, we said it was Born's game to win there. That quick little wall replay shot, the double siphon at the end. I mean, Siphon and competitive Fortnite allow for just so many quick little bang plays, particularly in the storm there. He had no option but to go for that play, but that doesn't make it any more spectacular that he was able to close it off. Unfortunately for him, he only walks away with 2nd place as Born Zeke was able to just close it out. He had all the tools, the positioning. I mean, it's a good execution to finish it off, but I mean, it wasn't quite as flashy.
I mean, still though, 2nd place, and those flicks from Iconic were disgusting. Before we do head off, Ozzy, I want to give you a very quick moment here. Quick final thoughts before we go.
I mean, it was amazing. That was so cool. This was my first official cast, so thank you so much for having me. I'm not making it about me, but genuinely, thank you. I'm so excited to see Fortnite competitive back. I mean, I'm back tomorrow as well, but that was it. NA's closing out. It's super exciting. These games have been aggressive, but they've still been really, really good. I've been loving them. I'm super excited.
Well, we'll be back for more action tomorrow. Fortnite fam, stay tuned. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Don't forget, 10 games tomorrow, 10 games today. We'll see you guys after this break. welcome back. This is it, the final stretch of the day, and to join us and help wrap up today, we've got Monster D-Face and Shy Wager. Welcome back, gentlemen. Good to have you guys aboard. So what do you guys think? Shy, what do you think of the game so far out of NA East? Are they on par with what you saw out of EU? Is it better? Is it worse? What are your thoughts?
It's progress. So right now we've seen a little bit of chaos starting off the day, but after that, you know, a little bit more stacky of end games afterwards. Some back and forth is what I'm looking for in these games, not just one dominant player from start to finish. And now we're getting to that. Monster, I don't know about you, but I feel like from what we just saw the last few games, it's finally coming to terms with things to be a little bit more stacky for the final games of the night.
Hey, things are heating up. We're seeing names that we know and kind of recognize. Bully definitely being one of them, right? There are some underground sleeper gems in there. They're going to fall through the cracks. They're going to make it through to Sunday without a doubt. And I know we're going to see them here next weekend. So NA East, of all the regions we know probably the most about, right? And just in general in terms of hype, and they always bring that energy and skill level. They're showing it up to par, like without a doubt right now.
Awesome. Well, that's pretty much it from our side. For everyone else watching at home, thank you guys for being here with us. Don't forget, this is the FNCS Invitational. We have 100 players from every region going on to next week, where all the players that have been invited are waiting for these players to join them. At that point, the competition will be whittled down until one player from every region stands above the rest as the FNCS Invitational Champion. Now, of course, guys, don't forget, head on over to the FN Competitive over on Twitter. Get yourself some updates there. And as always, you know, give some love to Shy and Monster D-Face. But with that, it's time to go into game. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Shy, you know what time it is, man. It's more NA East underway right here as we're jumping into another round of good old Fortnite action. As you guys can see for the watchers at home, this is the open qualifier kind of situation going on right now. So we're jumping in now. You know, the action has already unfolded on this lobby. There's so much unfolding this weekend, Shayo. And this is just the tip of it all.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the entire journey as well up that mountain for players like White Hat and so many others who are just looking to qualify at a big shot at that grand prize later on. This will be the end of just one of those stages, so we'll see exactly how they get things done. But even at these big POIs still in NA East, in wrapping up all these games, there's hot action. Now we're above 100 points with everyone. Things are finally, you know, getting a lot more personable. They're finally getting box to box even more so, and they're taking longer to finally resolve all these fights, Monster. It's getting really intense.
I mean, there's a region that does a lot of box fighting. It's NA East, round the clock here. So let's see what Hoover here has got, what it takes. Let's see what's happening as Defy is coming in from up above. And now all of a sudden the momentum has shifted just a little bit. Kind of a interesting, helpful situation. Oh, never mind. The exchanges are even and fair as Pub lands another one. And all of a sudden he's in the lead right now. He doesn't have control of any of this, though. A little bit of a mind game here from Defy, though, as he's messing with the ramps. Good movement from Pub, though, and he's going to win the exchange. That's what happens, right? You make the edit, you don't have your shotgun out.
I mean, sometimes you bring a pickaxe to a pump fight, and that is never what you want to see. Hoover with, I think, one of the easiest, most suave, calm eliminations I've ever seen at a build fight at this height. So good on him over there. But that's one of the things, man. Now we're finally seeing names that we can recognize if you guys keep up with the scrims over at NA East. Names like Defy that get into these box fights time and time again. Everyone has patterns. Sometimes you can identify those patterns, act against them. When it's players you face over and over again, Monster, it's just so easy to wrap things up if you finally see that tendency.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it was going to be an easy battle for him, but, you know, it kind of just happened that way. All jokes aside, though, we have Cole here now fighting. Cole's set up so good for endgame with the loadout, and I was going to say, what a weird fight for him to be taken in the mid, and he's going to pay for it. It's Tay Hunnit, who's almost double his points, by the way. So definitely the wrong competitor to go up against. You see a little bit of the BM right there. And oh boy, what a great loadout for Hunnit. Tay Hunnit here, who's just cruising now. Floppers to come up. He's just chilling.
I mean, I think we're seeing adaptation from both sides here finally, Monster. Some people who are trying to latch onto the format, get into these boxes like we've seen the Mythic Drum Gun do from Midas's agency time and time again. But these players expecting that, Tay Hunnit, you already said that he's doubled the points, are baiting these pushes now and waiting on the other end. Instead of being the aggressors, the people laying out the traps. Iconic, we just saw him play out last game. What a dominant performance. Unfortunately, didn't get to wrap it up. This time, we'll be on that early game shot and we'll get that 126 damage down. down. But then once again, this time he's not, you know, engaging from a point of high ground. It's more so looking in the shadows, waiting, and then attacking. In these later games, we finally see these guys put the pedal to the metal with their brains and let their guns fight second afterwards.
There's no way he just lost that. 200 IQ Cal preemptively aimed that pump shotgun shot and caught him on the way down. And look at, oh gosh, he was a player who came from the prison itself here with the grappler now and Sky's assault rifle. So big chillin' here, the Shark being the come up of choice. And now he's got this entire zone to kind of mess around with. He's got the extra loot to play with as well.
Look at the room. There's like no one around here right now, so we'll be switching over to a different POV, but don't forget that name. 200 IQ will be there very soon. At the same time, all these names might be off the table because these box fights are ending quick. We just had 50 players alive at this portion of the storm, and as soon as we just looked away for a few seconds, suddenly 46. Even in Weeping Woods, a POI that is so hard to actually get fights started in because of all these trees blocking a lot of, you know, shooting sight lines from hill to hill. Like getting nice and close to a box, you can usually see it coming. Fights are still getting dropped down. Durant is just looking for anything right now to kind of replenish his wood and then get into the next one. When you're here though, Monster, you kind of want to possibly stay secluded, especially when queues are wrapping up for the night.
Yep, this is the tail end of their opportunity. I mean, we know they have tomorrow, of course, to continue to try to make a performance up and stay consistent. But as you said, the games are dwindling down. The opportunities are running ever so more thin. Here we have Zombie L2. Another good, you know, shotgun in the inventory. Gives you a lot of power, gives you a lot of options. He's playing the bandage game right now because he can kind of, you know, sit in the storm. Seems like he doesn't want to take this fight. It's probably been a drawn-out one. Great shots for him, though. He's going to connect all the way up. Good connection rate right there. And all of a sudden now, that extra flopper means that he can definitely get to the zone here. He's going to have quite the rotation to make, though. As we know, the zone's ending over by the woods.
Yeah.
He's going the long way.
The question is, with a gold pump blue AR, like, how is that fight taking that long? How did it take so many mats to actually go through the entire time, right? Like, that is a huge fight to take. Here we'll see 200 IQ doing the same thing in a different spot. We know his loadout is amazing, but the fact that these fights are even going this high just proves that maybe it's nerves, maybe it's the passive play. NA East is kind of rolling down and stopping in momentum.
That is right, and Cal here does have the grappler and Sky's assault rifle. Sky's assault rifle, the damage per second on this bad boy is crazy. It's on par with the SMGs and above. It can do so much with that high fire rate, not to mention the headshot. There goes the golden pump shotgun. It's really going to even the terms right here, though. And now he's not going to give us opportunity a chance to heal for the enemy here. Instead, he backs up, decides to take the friendly reset. It was 100 in exchange for each side here. Although you can't see the heal or the bar of health on the opponent, I'm assuming they're both just about even, but it doesn't matter. XL Shade is going to get put down from the big pump shot from IQ Cal here.
Yeah, and no AR trade needed there at the end. He just has that big pump and it wraps up.
And that's what I was going to say. That's just another refresher. Just keeps him in the run right here. Look at the aggressive jumping around. He's hunting. He's looking. More shots being thrown out. He finds Stud here who's hanging out. And he's so center right now. I think he's assuming there's no one around him. Hence the aggression. It's very unlikely that players are going to be around him if he gets to the middle soon.
Still, though, just look at Weeping Woods. Look at the amount of players just, you know, based up in odd spots all around. Usually you have people choosing hills. This time it's just desperate to find a house, maybe just find the side of something to block off one of your POVs. At the same time, if you try to aggress on a house like 200 IQ is doing right now, the issue is there's so many options to kind of take peeks from. If you don't have height, it's an issue. He sees that, finally gets height, chooses to take a wall from a better position, but the translation is there from the next player. He comes in, not even a third party. It's the same adjustment. Now there's so many different POVs to keep track of. Not sure if he wants to keep fighting. I think 200 IQ needs to disengage from this position, especially with the slowdown.
Yeah, the thing is, those trees are blocking all the line of sight, so he doesn't feel like he needs to end this battle, or he doesn't need to back off of this battle. This is why he's continuing to pursue right now, as it takes it ever so deeper into the building here. Somewhat of a cobweb of builds, as The player on defense is just on the run so far. He's definitely have been taking the walls, as you can see. He took another one right here. Eventually, he's going to back him into the corner. Let's see now.
Still going for it.
It's his wall right there.
I mean, these players will duke it out. We can talk about the potential for the zone right now, right? It's Weeping Woods. There's a lot of trees in the way. We can guarantee endgame, right? That there's going to be a high ground and a low ground that can't actually see each other due to all the leaves in the way, due to all the trees. What else is there? Monster Rivers. How did they affect endgame?
Rivers are definitely treacherous, especially this time here in the woods. The currents push hard and down. If you get caught in those currents in endgame, you're probably doomed. Especially if you don't have builds to kind of platform yourself. So, you know that Terrain Season 2 map has definitely been an interesting one. Here's Cozy now as we jump across the map here. The other part, one of those off-name agency locations. It's one of those spots we see Bizzle, Cease like to play. It's kind of gathering information right now. We have ourselves a pretty chill game here.
It's quiet before the storm. I was mentioning how it was going really fast, even while we were switching POVs, but barely any people have been eliminated since that time. And this is one of the advantages of being so high up in elevation. Even though you're at the edge of the zone, you get the options, the information to move to when the next one actually comes in. Although it is close to Cozy, he'll be able to pinpoint exactly what the easiest path is towards the zone and not take that much pressure if he doesn't want to. Because we've seen, though, so far that people are actually doing the reverse and going just like he is right now, through boxes, hooking straight in, a little mongrel classic to just get that elim taken fast. Don't even need a drum gun for that one, just need to be close, personal, identify a wood box, have a heavy sniper, and then have a refresh for the rest of your game.
You already know that heavy sniper's the key to open all the doors, and into the box he went. Now he's just going to bounce back. He's going to pop this big pot, it's going to put him back in the running right now. 2 floppers to go, extra loot kind of piled up right here. Now we see the server congestion finally starting to happen now. Zone 5 is going to be the one that starts to tip down players here, as they're all kind of colliding down the southern portion of the map. Good movement by Coast. He's going to start to harden that up here. I think he's found himself a nice little home.
I mean, with the zone, though, could always be an earthquake. You'd have to relocate. Innocence here as well, looking for shots to take on anyone. We saw, unfortunately, he didn't actually end up qualifying all the way through from his heat. Correct me if I'm mistaken. But now solo, you can't blame anything but yourself. So you have to be able to perform to get to where you need to go.
Yeah, he's in a prime situation to do so as well. 8 flopper, 6 minis. Such a powerful loadout. He's got the entire northern half of the zone to himself, by the way, making it easy for him to kind of replenish mats right now. No eliminations for him, so very passive play from someone like Innocence. You think in these open kind of format, maybe he'd be turning up the gas pedal, but he's giving a lot of respect to the lobby at the moment, being that it's later in the tourney. As kind of the time goes on, the skill level scales with the points that you accumulate throughout the course of your tournament. He is playing a cheeky little peeks here at the back half, though. See now where the zone's going to pull.
There's a direct effect of exactly what Innocence is doing, right? If he lets people go right now, they might be actually easier to pick up later on because they end up getting more congested. So he might not be one of those players that goes for these box fight moments. It might be a little bit too risky for his play style. We saw how good he played with Agers towards endgame, just going beams from box to box. If he likes that traditional Fortnite, maybe keeping that lobby thick, keeping it alive is a very good thing. And we'll be seeing that shortly because Weeping Woods is one of the most, I mean, we keep referring to it, but the hardest zones to kind of traverse, especially if you're playing mid-ground, which is what he seems to be doing. Hopefully he gets hit at some point. Hopefully he can force out a launch pad or two from someone else, but he's going to be on that bottom right side. He's going to have to move over towards that half in, half out zone. This zone's about to move in 2 seconds. The action is about to start, Monster.
Hey, he's actually sitting, or now finally catching up to the rest of the players, so we'll see. Severe here does find himself in the center of the zone, though. He overcommits. A little headshot right there is going to put that player down. Bye-bye, Mike. So he loses his opportunity to accrue any more points in this game. Suddenly, Severe has got a little more kind of comfort going right now. Maybe a little confident boost there. Here's Innocent sitting up above. The late rotate is going to allow him to get over some enemy builds. Choosing to hide or still cover his top here because there are enemies across the way. Depending now who gets half in, half out is going to determine a lot. Or, excuse me, the next, I believe, is the full moving is going to still determine a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he still has a good thing in his inventory, or 8 maybe good things in his inventory to alleviate that risk of the zone actually pulling all the way through. It's flopless. He can take zone, take paths that no one else can, but lo and behold, he actually gets a better zone than the players that are all the way across him in big brick bases. He hasn't really invested too much either. You'll notice the path that comes up is first wooden ramps into just one metal box, so he barely just connected, used the base that Sake, 200 IQ, Tars, Cope, and Luke have made to actually have him have more support. So now he'll base up a little bit more, block off a few angles, and now look for beams top below for any possibilities to rack up these elimination points, because you mentioned it, Monster, him not having many elims right now, even if he ends up getting a win, what's the max going to be? Maybe 5 or 6? He's probably going to need a little bit more than that at 173 to have a top spot, because we've seen 200 and more be exactly where everyone ends up at the top 10 after day 1.
All right, so he is playing for the high ground. It's the high ground hold at 6 zone in a solo competition. Very interesting. Someone is going to try and alpha up on him. And he's going to get into a little bit of a box scuffle here. Can he win the exchange? He already hit for 86. There's another one, and that player falls under the pressure. It was Cozy, who we saw in the eastern part of the map just a little bit ago. And now all of a sudden, Innocence catches himself a nice little refresher. He has height. Now he can definitely hold height without a problem there. And all of a sudden, this is looking like it's his game, his world, his high ground here. He's going to start putting that pressure down below. He was already connecting with players, gliding across the field here. We're jumping over Durant now. He's got a little bit of a mid ground. A lot of players around them, obviously. It's getting kind of stacked here with 27 players up, Shio.
Yeah, and he swaps off those instant floppers for a delayed bandage cannon. I'm not sure it's going to have full ammo charges either, so it's going to be difficult for him to operate silently at least. But if he gets refreshes like this, Durant will be able to just go from point to point. Now we see the two different POVs. We have Innocence on height raining down with big loot, and then we have Durant just trying to survive. This is how Wailing Woods can look. It can be so many pages available for you. The calmness of being on height, separated by trees, the low ground chaos as well, of exactly just trying to survive from room to room, door to door, box to box, house to house. We'll see Durant giving up just one of his SMGs to hold minis, to have this bandage cannon move along, but his game could be ended at any moment because he's in one of the most riskiest positions in the zone.
That is true, and remember, if you are low on material, this is a dream for you because you get to recycle these buildings, so it gives more people chances to mitigate the odds that are set against you for the most part here. Durant's kind of chilling right now. He's looking for the hunt on the low ground. Can he find someone creeping out the storm zone? Doesn't look like that's going to come to fruition just yet, but hey, the zone is going to favor him a little bit right now. So we take a look at the aerial view. Innocence no longer has the clean height that he once did. So that's kind of what's unfolding up above. Here's Durant looking at the player in front of him. Someone's going to jump in his box. A little 180 is going to eat him, or meet him with the 94, as I should say there. And all of a sudden now Durant again is just back at max. He's just cruising through this mid ground, this low ground, all these old builds. Check the pacing right there. Oh, that player's not trying to get him out.
Taking over. He has the cannon though. Heals up, has to move forward on a completely different plane now, far away from the zone. Trying to catch up. Hasn't really used his AR too much. It's going to be a little bit of a calm end game for Durant down below, but once again very tense as he looks from box to box. So far though on height, you know that Luke was alive at one point. Innocence still fighting, finally gets a refresh, guilty for doing damage and holding the server hostage all the way up in height. Durant though finding another one, not missing. That's the third, now fourth point for him, or so far in eliminations. He's going to have 4 of them in total. Bandage cannon up again, fully 100. Has a lot of heals and builds available right now, which is the perfect concoction for an end game. Will then try to move forward, and RPG taking out a lot of his protection. Has to be now left behind, low ground and zone. Has a little bit of time to play with, but there's an instant person dropped in. He takes him out. I think it'll be him, Innocence, and one other person. That was Luke, who was at mid ground the entire game. Now it's just Durant, one other person that we don't know about, possibly fighting for right. Yes, he gets dropped down. Shots possibly coming in, Monster. This is a 1v1v1 in the woods.
Remember, last time we checked it with Innocence, he had 8 floppers, so you best believe he was somewhere up there. He retook height already, so we know he's on his heal game, probably playing it nice and slow up there. We'll see what's going to happen. This is the problem with Weeping Woods. You can see the vision all of a sudden now all clouded as they're fighting between the trees and the brush here. Durant's going to lose the shotgun exchange. It's Innocence who jumps down, who wants a piece of the action. He no longer has heals. He has an RPG. Instead, he's going to get hit with another shot from Pick. It just kind of makes it all work. It all just happened. It fell apart for Innocence somewhere in the mid game. But that's what happens when there's trees in the way.
I mean, Innocence, so close. What a nice try.
It was a very... he literally had that rocket reloaded. He could have turned and fired and at least gotten the splash damage there, and that might have made the difference. But still, second place from Innocence. You like to see. That's still going to be a ton of points over to him. Now, Pick only got 2 eliminations, so not that much more points for him. I mean, the Victory Royale is still at chunky 33, so he's probably happy to see that. So what do you guys think? I really enjoyed the game from Durant there. Playing that low ground game, really executing very well, navigating and kind of understanding his limits as a player and kind of what he had available to him. Shai, we'll start with you as we kind of head into some of the standings right now.
I mean, he's in second place. I wasn't sure. You talked about his limits. He was playing outside of them because he had like a blue tack, but it looked like he had a super pump available in his inventory at all times. He was hitting one shot non-stops back to back. We'll look at the rest of the leaderboard though. Sway still alive up here. The points though, a little bit more separated. Still a few ties here and there. Epy though, all the way up top. His YouTube channel is there for you guys to go watch. He's going to be 20 points above the competition monster.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit of a point spread here going on for the standings in NA East. You can see things are just shaking up. If you did well today, you just got to carry it through tomorrow, and these are going to be some of the competitors you might just see make it through to next week. I am definitely interested to see if players like Sway, who are trying something a little different this week, you know, having some people, some insight, kind of help them power on through what players like Sway are going to be able to pull through for next week. Here's Azers. I see down there a name that we probably recognize. Jackie Ski right there as well. There's a couple kind of recurring NA East competitors here. There's Woes' too.
Yeah, and don't forget.
Huge
go ahead.
Yeah, Ravis Scott as well. We've seen him in the top 20, now dropping down to 30, but he's still up here. Divine was here the whole time too, and he's still hanging on. So one thing you can notice from East compared to most other regions, these people that started off early, usually dwindling off, are actually hanging on. Might not be there at the top spot, but we saw the contenders there, right? One name I think we missed, Illest, who was playing with Tahi earlier on. Now he's by himself finding success. It was so hard for him. We saw the struggles sometimes on social media, but today is his day, it looks like.
And for everyone tuning in, don't forget, this is the Open Qualifier weekend. That means today and tomorrow, players are looking to move on to next week. That's the top 100 from every single region. Players from across the FNCS have already been invited, and they're just waiting. They're itching to start playing. And they're going to be met with these players that are kind of going to be moving on and joining them as well. Some new faces we're seeing, some reoccurring faces, and then next week we're going to be seeing a lot more of those familiar faces you guys are used to seeing. Now, gentlemen, we only have a few games left for NA East. It feels like the games are slowing down. Like, it feels like a lot of these players are just kind of taking a more methodical approach. Do you agree, Monster? Is that pretty like standard, do you think? Or maybe you're like, they're probably trying to rack up points, especially because they're running toward the end of their games.
I want to say almost historically, we've seen NA East region always kind of have a different pacing than a lot of the other regions. I don't know if it's just the demographic, if it's the age, or if it's just the pressure that they feel to kind of step up to kind of the other, you know, big profiles on the scene. Maybe there's a lot more weight on their shoulders or something, but historically we have seen the NA East region has been a little slow, and I'm sure Shio can kind of play into this a little bit more. He's been around the scene for a long time casting as well. This is something we see kind of often.
Yeah, I mean, people start off real fast, and we see that. I just attended to it for the leaderboards as well in terms of points. But playstyle-wise as well, like Woe Z, we'll see him get a big boost up of almost 100 points. After that, it takes a lot of games to accrue a few more. It's kind of like charging a battery, right? At first, you go from 0 to 90% really fast. That last 10% takes a lot more juice, and to wrap up competition against top contenders, as like, you know, your overall skill level per game gets higher, man, it gets hard. So finding those easy boxes, those wooden ones to jump into, to do the classic, it's there once you finally have a heavy sniper, when you have more tools. But if you start facing people like Illis, Innocence, time and time again, if there's people actually controlling and fighting for height, the game is a lot more harder to get big points from.
That's right. Well, we've got a few more games to go, so gentlemen, if you want to take it back in, good luck.
All right, Shire, looks like we are already hopped off the battle bus here. This Slurpy Swamp is going down right now. We're tuned in with exactly here now. As you're looking at the feed on the left here, kind of pop off. Things are all going down. Oh, DP Chu, someone that I've seen compete over the course of time, just got taken out there in the feed. So you never really know who you're going to get in the lobby, how your games are going to go. As we're approaching the tail ends of the queue system here. These are their last opportunities to get any points right now. Someone like this guy right here, exactly, who has 157, he's doing all right. Maybe not the best day for himself, but still on track right now. Very much on track to get somewhere near the top 100 and push through for Sunday and then make it to next week.
I find it really interesting how, like, casters, the viewers, and then the players themselves have different thoughts about what they see on screen, because I guarantee, although we can analyze the points and then see what game style these players will use, when they're in the drop and they have a player in front of them, it's that much more different, right? Like, instantly we can now see the point threshold of Krugerall, Fishy RR, and see exactly where he needs to go next. But for him, it's like, where do I loot in the agency after this? It's not the points that matter to him the most, it's how much momentum he can accrue, where he needs to go next. The viewing experience, what the player's thinking about as well, it's so different and so cool that you can have so many opportunities and storylines happening side by side.
It is true, everyone has a different motive when they step into these games. Mood, play style, just goals in general tend to affect the way you want to kind of execute out. Here's Klugerall though. Is it just Clue most likely, eh? Looking for a opportunity here. It looks like he's gonna find Midas now, and he's gonna have control of the agency. I see someone in the water though, creeping up just outside. I wonder what kind of rotate this guy's on. He's moving pretty quickly though. He took the dock right there, Shia. This might become a problem.
I mean, Will slaps his here and he's ready to slap this man right up. I think he's going to be trying to get straight to Clue. He might not be fast enough, actually, to get into the agency before that vault gets open. At the same time, the agency and around the agency is where you can actually find a lot of boats to help you with your rotation. So that might be the other thing that Will is trying to do. Possibly getting a faster end over to Frenzy Farm, Risky Reels, or the Orchard just north of it. If you guys are still just tuning in. Oh no, wait a minute. There's another player right here. I didn't even see him come in. It's Sway, who comes in out of nowhere, has shields now, picks up the drum gun. I'm not sure if Will's going to be even more enticed to join in now that he's heard some eliminations go down, but out of nowhere, not sure how Sway got here. He is now the forefront, the center of our attention.
What I noticed Will was doing, he was using that vehicle to hit some of the outermost harpoon spots. But wait, we got a fight going on here. It's Gotcha with a nice big shot of 47 right there. Puts him right down. And all of a sudden, Gotcha here is kind of vibing right now. He's got an elim. He's got some more territory to himself. Loot's looking pretty decent. I'm sure he could use some shields here now. But he's building up. I wonder what he's looking for. Maybe he has wind that there is a player nearby, because we can see it on the map. He's going to get beamed in return for it. That's a headshot that took off all of his shield right there. Returns one of his own, Shio.
Yeah, I mean, there's a third party involved here as well, and if this man was part of the last game too, being in Weeping Woods, especially after you finish an end game in one, it could be a little bit more traumatic as well, because you're just so used to having everything congested. You're not used to this free flow one-on-one box fights. You have to consider things you can't even see on screen right now. He's taking very smart shots, not hitting for too much damage. The third party he has to get into contact with as well might be here very shortly, trying to end this fight fast, but his piece control, not sure if it's his ping or just the fact that he's not paying attention to what wall is being pressured first. He has to kind of just find some room, get those heals up. No shields available means these full health kits, these met kits, take that much longer to pop. Getting white health up to 100 will always take longer than popping your shields. You'll be at a disadvantage positionally and with timing and with area control in your fight. Gotcha will now look to possibly disengage, find another way to move, but he's not sure where the third party is, Monster.
Yeah, that person, God Kicks, who he was fighting, I think had a pre-edited structure, by the way. When he took the wall, there was an instant door there, and it happened twice, hence why he backed up for a second there. The only reason why Gotcha was able to pop that mid kit, I'm pretty sure. It seems like the fight has been reset. God Kicks up above, though, has his shield already back in action. This is not a fight that Gotcha probably wants to take, not even in the slightest here with no shield. And a pretty mediocre shotgun. We jump into another side of the map. Sad here is going to find Notice. Gives him a little notice in the box right there. It's time to get up out of here. He evicts him from this game right here. We're looking at, looks like Pleasant Park right now.
Well, I don't know about you, but all these POIs are being taken over by like spaceships of builds, basically. Gotcha finally picks up God Kicks, but they left behind a big monument as well with their own builds up to the sky. I think we're seeing that more and more. People are investing heavily into their early game before they even make it to end, and that's actually having an effect because refarming up all these materials makes you stay in your POI for longer. Now Gotcha will have to just get a little bit delayed moving up to his next spot, and there's already someone just below him who might have to run into him as well. More fights will mean less people on the server. We can already see that. I mean, Sway's picking up another, but there's now just 44 left. And Gotcha will have Willing Wits to himself, but he might not be able to see the rest of this game if people keep clashing the way they are.
It's kind of seemed to be the pace here. As Hendra is going to find another one. That's the second time we've seen that same little ramp edit right there. You put the ramp so that you can phase through and you can squeeze a little shot in. If you jump just in time, it'll also protect you as well. NA East putting these ramp tactics to big use right now, at least from what we've been able to highlight so far. It's the name of Fortnite game. If you're tuning in from home, thank you for tuning in. This is the first day of the Open Qualifiers. The return of FNCS broadcast has been quite an exciting day, quite a emotional day, I think, for all of us here at the in the Fortnite community, right? Finally getting together, doing some official stuff. Shia, we're only approaching the first zone, and man, I think the players are excited too because half the lobby's gone.
I mean, that's one thing though, right? A bunch of these players were not streaming. We got to see POVs we'd like never see before. We saw Woes just going and just dominating all of the Sweaty Sands and the half side of the map. We saw Mage do amazing things. Like, this is what the broadcasts have an opportunity to present, and I feel like it's been very high quality, very, humble, wholesome today. It's been a good time, Monster, and it's wrapping up here in NA East, one of the most, favoritized region for a lot of players, and there's people on the up and coming as well who weren't always in the comp scene. Sway's a little bit more of a creative warrior who are showing out their own moves, their own ways. Obviously, he is on a stream right now. I believe it's Bizzles, as Sundown mentioned, getting his game coached all the way through, but he's also here on the broadcast, and we get to see what all these basically years of training lead up to. We get to follow these stories we never get to before, and I feel like that's the most beautiful thing about all this.
I'll be honest, I was watching the Sway / Bizzle kind of commentary thing going on. It really just looked like Bizzle was reacting to Sway's mechanics because Sway was on a level of his own. As you are watching Sway, let's see here. We get to kind of follow this full fight right now. There's a player in the box. He decides to go full aggro mode right in. There it is. Tries to take the wall as well. Doesn't matter. Waits for the edit, and look at how quick that fight kind of gets wrapped up. Boxo gets taken out. But that's what I mean. Like, how do you don't coach that. You just get to watch that kind of unfold.
Yeah, people have got their natural talents in every single movement or every single move they can always fall back on. Every single type of play style. With Sway, it'll always be that box fight, the PG style of wall placing, getting that quick stare in, as you mentioned before, the ramp tactics, and getting that quick shot in. Over here, though, is where things kind of change. You can't really practice these types of rotations in mid-game in any other, place other than trying to play scrims or trying to improve your game sense every single day. Like, moving through Frenzy with a few sightlines, you'll never be able to replicate this in a 1v1 fight. It has to be through experience or somehow, for some people, for Sway right now, through coaching. And although he has one of the most powerful loadouts at a distance, at an instance of, negligence of defense from his side, if he doesn't box up, his game could be over in just a mere second.
He doesn't care about the snipe that came in before. He's going to retaliate right here as he finds his mark once again, pops another big pot. And with the speed at which he's running through, he's clapping through the lobby right now. He is managing to stay at maximum everything. Little flex on the builds right there as he is uberly confident. But we're going to jump over with Blaze now. He's fighting Curry right now. Curry's not in a prime situation, not at all. He was tagged pretty hard here, Shio. He's got to heal.
He really does. Has the launch to move in. That'll be a big cost right now, too. Because that's one of two, and especially one of these end games and everything is not as tight towards the end. You want to be able to use multiple, possibly for the first moving zone. He's going to be followed here by someone playing very aggressive. That's not going to be the right decision to make. We'll have the upgrades to take over from here as well, dropping out that harpoon, getting a pump shotgun and a heavy sniper. Might have to use his next launch pad. That's one side of the zone, though. Inside the safe space, we'll see Sway making it dangerous because he has a god loadout and he's still build fighting. Reload coming in, so we know that 40 bullets have already been expended, and this player is going to be on his back heels. That replace not there yet. The prediction not fast enough to stop the vertical expansion of the opponent he's fighting, but the shot is still there to connect and follow up with. The third party trying to have a say in it, but Sway is just too efficient right now. Has the shields to pop, get all the way back to 200 effective HP. 7 eliminations. This might be the start of another 20-bomb monster.
And it was crazy. D's another competitive veteran. I thought maybe, just maybe D's would have given Sway a little bit of a run for his money, considering that that's another familiar name. Here's Innocence running from Sway right now. He saw how quickly that battle ended. He probably saw on the Elon feed as well who that player was, and hence, look at the gap, right? You would think someone might, maybe lurk around and see if he catch a cheeky little shot, but no. He gapped out of there. He hit a 0 to 60 real quick down the block, and now he's off. He's nowhere to be seen. He's no longer a threat for Sway. It's probably better for Innocence if he did back up at this point.
I mean, we saw what Innocence did last game, right? When he pinpoints positions of players that are threats to him in the lobby, he plays around them, he waits for them to base up first, then ramps over, making a fight for them, especially at a later portion in the game, very hard to take. And if they do take it, they're always going to be on the outside of his box. So third partying will be so much more enticing and will hit them first. Right now, though, Sway is still active. He's not playing that passive game style at all. He's taking the first shot, the first chip at health at any opportunity he gets. The heavy sniper too. What a quick cone slide replace of the wall too. That player on 40 ping is not going to be a good sight for himself, but very good for Sway as he gets another fast elimination.
See, how's that fair? How's that even fair? How fast he was able to take the wall, throw the cone, and really just control the battle here. It's been all he's doing. Now he's running outside of the zone. Great coaching here from Bizzle. Having Sway directed from the wrong direction of the zone right here for 4 points. Jazzy's the person that he's targeting. Innocence is doing the same, though. He's over here. And now Innocence is running again. He saw someone step into the battle. Little does he know, it's Sway. It's Sway who's continuing to push through players. I don't think he wants any part of that.
No, he wants to get as far away as possible, but with a river in the way, with so many people already based up and moving into zone, which is so close, that might be difficult. Sway now getting slightly pressured, but we know what happens if someone even just tries to shoot it and he goes for another quick build fight immediately, trying to break off and trying to break through that possible 300-point threshold this game. Can it be done? 9 eliminations already, a full inventory of materials, ammunition, heals as well, picking up a slurp fish off of one of these eliminated bodies. He's looking for the shot, drops down, levels out. It's Sway, man.
He just build battled himself right there. You see that? He retook his own high ground twice in the same fight. There's no one else that will do this. None other than a creative warrior himself. And I mean, he's playing to his strengths. Literally setting up 1v1s is his strength. He's one of the greatest when it comes down to it. Hence why he's earned himself the respect and the titles that he has already. Who cares about how many mats he has? He's going to get this replenished right now if he can finish this up. He'll take it to height. Don't dare him. And up he goes, and it's his high ground now. His wall as well. I think he lost track for a second here.
Though. Yeah, I mean, even losing track, he finds it at the end of the day, but how much is he actually gaining the longer this fight goes? Both players have already expended all their wood, as you can see. It's already been placed. After that, almost all of Sway's brick is gone, and we know that the player that he's fighting has had to use more mats because he's repositioning first. Usually the person that chases ends up just using one stair for the other person's box. Right now, once again, that stair coming in, the quick cone slide once again, and Lost is absolutely staying true to his name as he's sent straight back to the lobby wondering exactly what happened. And there's the effect. Sway now has 63 bills in total, had so many more to start things off. He's going to have no medal from what he had before. And this end game might be slightly more difficult than he expected because, as we said before this game started, finding these eliminations as the zone closes gets harder, harder, and harder.
I was going to say, like, it matters, but it kind of doesn't matter with the amount of elims he's already picked up. He's able to kind of double back and replenish just a little bit, which that was the case there. He capped himself off a little bit, not too much, though, as he's pushing straight to the zone now. Just, you know, free rotate right here. He's cutting all the way across. Everyone's kind of focused up on their own stuff. He hears a fight going on in front of him, pops that surfish. Let's see what he's going to do here. He's going to engage into this for sure. This player's on the low ground.
Wow.
Great shot, easy connection, and it's a freebie. It's innocence. He's making it look easy. I mean, innocence. You can run all game long. You can't hide from Sway, though. Z finds his mark that time.
I mean, now he has an item that you should not be giving a player of this caliber with this much momentum. Sky's grappler combined with Midas's drum gun, the agency and the shark meet, and when they do, it becomes deadly, as he has one of the most easiest loadouts to chase with in the entire game. Doesn't even have to really follow this launch pad. He can just choose to go to a different fight. The heavy sniper as well, you can just escape straight in. We said it before though, the counter to this loadout is 100% a big pump shot that can just stop someone in their tracks immediately. But if he has a purple pump of his own, Sway has no weakness in fighting and he can go as aggressive as he wants to.
He didn't even have a lot of health there. He still was fearlessly chasing down that player, knowing that the momentum is in his favor right now. He's gotten so many eliminations. He's just trying to continue to double up and make quick work of what's left in the lobby. 12 elims, 10 players, 10 potential victims here. The heavy sniper doesn't even wait to reload it. Goes all the way. Can he get the last shots in the drum gun here? That was a close call. Still doesn't care. He's still going. He's living off the replenish of the siphon.
He has to get out though. And he's left in a porta potty by himself, a replay of game one that we saw, I think, all the way over in EU. And now he's going to be coming straight back, looking for a chance to survive. 5 HP, has the shields, has materials. Sway, why not build, my friend? I think he just had enough of being aggressive. Chooses to get out. Noel himself is confused, laughing out a little bit. A nice pickup for him, his first, but Sway with 13, a mechanical error at the end stopping him, but I feel like he got as much as he wanted to out of this game. He can re-queue for the next game as well with the timing of the queue that's actually open right now, because this replay is delayed by a few minutes, so there was still time for Sway to go right back in. 13 is a big boost to get, especially with that much placement. Right now, officially, though, queues are closed, so we'll wonder if he finally did end up getting into a game.
And that does make sense. He was probably looking to hunt into that next ready up, so well played to him. We're jumping in with Nobu Beefaroni here. Let's see what he's going to do. He's getting a nice little rotate. 9 players left. It's looking like a good old-fashioned arena endgame right now. Let's see how he's going to play. He's got the RPG. He's got a player up on height. Good reads here. Exercising some light builds, keeping the backside open because he had Storm to favor there. Zone 6. I think this is the quickest ending lobby we've probably seen all day today. We're only at half in, half out. It's literally just starting to close, Shio, and there's less than 10 players up.
It's chapter 2, but we're getting thrown straight back to like season 3, the first days of just the pub end games, but don't get fooled. It's still very difficult. You're going to be seeing opportunities and decisions that people are making. You're going to see weaknesses that people don't usually have because there are such lesser amounts of players left in the game. Lesser POVs means that if you're moving actively, there's actually a possibility of more eyes on you. At the same time, if you make an edit, someone watching doesn't have that much distraction. Nobu Beefaroni, being one of those people, can pinpoint an RPG straight into your box without being worried for a third party coming in from his side or right above him. Now he'll have one of the beefiest loadouts I've seen. 2 eliminations to boot. You talked about his mats. He has to manage all the way till, I'd say, a later portion of the zone to pick up as many eliminations as possible before this game ends.
Look at the familiar names. You have Tilt, Spade, right? These are players that we know are competitive veterans. Like I said before at the start of the show, the NA East region in particular is definitely one of the more notable names. Only so many invites to go out, so a lot of these pros still have to battle for their rights. They did not earn them up until this point, but Noble's looking in good shape right now for what's left of the lobby here. He's got the RPG, which is a guaranteed high ground. We know the grappler was left behind. I'm assuming someone picked it up, though, at the restaurant. See now, Spade's going to find Noel in the feed right there. 7 players up. Oh, no.
Straight into a box. Oh, my God. Express delivery. Full of beef. Or full... You know what I mean. Beef gets that big shot in, 180 damage, and Matt replenished as well, looking for the beam afterwards. Absolute low ground, 3 eliminations. If he can pick up the rest, that's actually huge for him. Another short pad into a full pad if he chooses to. He might be able to base up beside it, but with a game with at least a low player count like this one, you have to make the most out of every single box. So you have to be looking at every single fast elimination you can get. You still have an opportunity to have these personal box fights time and time again. It's more akin to a mid-game ambiance, but we'll see if Beef catches on to that, as he still has the rest of the game to go.
It is true. Looking to use this rocket here. He still has 13 missiles, 13 RPG shells to go here. He hasn't really capitalized that just yet. He's got the material too to take height if he really wanted to. Just has to look up here. Let's see if he does decide to. He is across. He's ahead of the zone right now. Here it is. Nobu's gonna finally go for height right now. You see Spade, Fishy, Till all sitting on top of one another. He gave the only other solo warrior, the solo player by himself. Let's see, this is where the rocket launcher is going to come into big play right now. It's going to force all the players down to themselves to fight one another, really do the hard work for Nobu here. Now he has height, Shio, top 5. We're just kind of cruising here. I heard the grappler still go off, so that's still in play. He's going to give up height now. 70 material. No more material. He cannot block anymore. He's going to lose the shotgun shot. It's Spade who takes the big shot right there. And all of a sudden, Fishy's in the zone right now, eating fish.
Suddenly we come to the wrap-up now. It looks very similar. This is the effect of a low lobby count. Usually everyone ends up surviving all the way to the very end. 4 people left, and Spade waits all the way at the back. The jack of all aces right now has cards up his sleeve, and he finds 2 at the end for the win. A total of 214 points. Spade is your winner.
Making it look easy. Making it look way too easy. Connecting at the end with all the tactical shotgun shots, sitting in the zone, eating the fish. I mean, that was he cruised his way to victory, Zeke.
Man, King of Spades himself. That was a really fun game. For a moment there, I had it's very reminiscent of like the games that Woes had, where we just watched Sway just W key into everyone's box with that drum gun. That was insane. I mean, like, just his awareness and ability to execute and isolate people. Like, he was just chasing down like enemies left and right with almost this reckless abandon that really worked out for him in the end. Really great game there. I mean, like, what do you guys think of Sway's performance there? Shao, I guess I'll start with you. Like, dude's a monster.
I mean, let's talk about his effects that he had on the whole server, right? Like, he had 13 or 15 eliminations himself. If he didn't queue into that lobby, that 9-man endgame would have been 20, 25 plus, right? Due to just his effect and his presence. I mean, he got people eliminated that he probably didn't even have a chance to see because they were just trying to stray away from the carnage he was leaving behind Frenzy Farm and everywhere he was rotating from, right? So the fact that he was even in that game made that game what it was. So that was the effect he had. It was an effect on all 100 people who jumped out of the bus.
And not only that, though, he was playing to his strong suit. He was setting up the actual 1v1s, aiming at the outer edges of the zone. If he saw you by yourself in a box and no one nearby, he was on a rampage. He was going for build battles, literally. So, if there was ever a moment to watch someone play to their strong suit, it was Sway in that game right there, and that kind of running, really just setting up the 1v1s and taking these battles to the build limit.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Like, it excites me because it makes me think of like, okay, we're kind of getting a glimpse into the future, right? Like once we hit next week where it's the very best of the best, the top of the top, and every single person is looking to do this. Every single person is looking to say like, all right, hey, other person that was invited, I would like to 1v1 you now. What does that look like across the entire battlefield instead of like these condensed spots like what Sway was doing, right? He's just sitting there running around and like, I think Monster, you called it out. You're like, oh, someone's going for the shot. Oh, they figured I was Sway. They are gone. They left. They don't want this anymore. It's not for them, right?
I mean, it was Innocence. Innocence saw the feed. It lit up. I know, Shai, you wanted to kind of tack on to this. I'm going to let you take it away, but he was running.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, although people are going to want to do that, the number one thing we've seen, I think Bala touched on it with Aussie, is the drum gun, Midas's drum gun from the agency, is the thing that's letting these players get these huge performances. And how you said, Zeke, every player is going to want it, you know, later on in the weeks. There's only one available on the map, and to get it, it's going to be really hot, really contested, if you want to, you know, get there early game. So I'm not sure how things are going to look, because right now this is a completely different game that I don't think is repeatable in other processes of this format.
Yeah, I mean, I just, like, especially for a moment there, I was really, like, concerned for the lobby, because like Sway not only had the drum gun in hand, but then finds the grappler. At that point, it's like, okay, so not only is he hyper aggressive, but now he has the tools he needs to close the gap whenever he wants. And if it's like, oh, someone's gonna try and take high ground on him, we already saw him outbuild himself twice, and then it's just like, okay, well, if I want to save some amount of mats, it's like, all right, I'll just grapple up there.
And I was going to say, and here's the thing, right? You put Sway into next week. Oh, some people are going to be so mad if he qualifies himself and he's playing. Like, no one wants to go against a creative warrior in a competitive format, let me tell you. From our, obviously, entertainment perspective, oh, yeah, it's all great and dandy. From the guy who's on the defending end, like, that's like, in his mind, probably the full-on version of the most grief that he can probably have happen to him, right? Someone who's just W-keying him, looking for the fight, doesn't care what the circumstances, what the zone is, how much mats you got, he's gonna use them all. That's his play style. He's just gonna have fun.
I mean, the thing to add on to that as well is that there will be people on the defensive that are less so, you know, akin to box fighting, but at the same time, he'll be facing people who love box fighting as well and set up traps like you saw in the beginning of that game, right? There's going to be a lot more big names, so it's not going to be a free lobby per se, even if you're playing perfectly with the drum gun. You'll have other people who have the aims, who have the brains as well, to bait you into these positions and then put, you know, turn the tables over and have you on the defensive. We didn't see Sway practice defense at all this game that much. I think it was more so just repositioning. So if he doesn't have that experience going into the next weeks in this format, how's that gonna look?
Yeah, I mean, that's true, right? Because, like, we have to assume that heading into the next week, so, like, everyone's kind of aware of who else was invited at that point, right? And even if they're not, they know who's kind of coming through and what they should kind of expect. So I'm sure for a lot of these players, especially at this level, they're probably going to be thinking, like, okay, I have to have a plan at every instance when certain things happen, right? Like, if someone like Faceway or if someone was looking to, you know, behave like that, was to enter my box, I need to be ready to respond, right? And for a moment, we actually saw Sway he got cracked and he came down to like 90-something HP. And instead of that player like pushing that little bit of leverage, he just kind of backed up. And then Sway was like, okay, well, like, yeah, you traded me and it was a really good shot, but if you're not going to follow up, dude, I'm going to take advantage, you know? But, dudes, it's time for the final game of the broadcast, so please take it away for the last game.
All right, thank you, Zeke. And here we are, Shire. We get to close out the NA's East region and the FNCS broadcast day one. Kind of return here for Fortnite. Been doing such a good job so far. It's been great. It's been chill. But I'm ready to cast it tomorrow, too, and just say, you know what I mean? You know, kind of put the line down. Can Sway bring it to the table? Is he going to pull all the way through next weekend? When the stakes are higher and the players are better, that is going to be the question here. We talked about the agency, Shio. It's the drum gun. Who can claim it? Who can run through players? Who can make the big repeat performances we've seen all day today with the drum?
I mean, the first step in doing that is actually getting it. Right now, it might seem a little bit easier. It might just be like one or two people falling in, and even if they are here, they sometimes seem a little bit less skilled, a little bit inexperienced. But tomorrow, as you mentioned, Monster, it'll be absolute perfection that's required to be able to make it past this POI and then perform with the loot that it gives you. Right now, though, 6 total people are here playing things passively. Possibly a POV that we have into how things will end up going for the rest of the competition once people realize how good the loot is over here, how good this mythic item is.
I can only imagine if you fall victim to it, you want to claim it. I can't see all these players having such good points by all landing here every single game. It just doesn't make sense to me. I saw Asia's in the feed right there, catch someone. You can see some other familiar faces up top. Remember, these are your potential players for making it through to next week. Everyone who has a standout performance today is ever so closer to qualifying for the actual week 1 with the other invitees. Here's Crumbler making it look nice and easy here, taking out Shook. And he comes up with a monstrous shotgun out of that one. It's going to be a purple pump now, added to the inventory, to the assault rifle that he already has. He's chilling.
I mean, great tack versus purple pump. You don't usually win, especially when you get shot first. But Crumble, I mean, making Shook actually feel his name right there, because that man's going to be affected straight to his core, I think, for the next few games. You have to hit that first shot, especially when you have your drop on the opponent. The fight's not done, though. We saw overhead there were 6 total players available at this POI, with henchmen all the way around too. Initial shots these players might not react the same way to, even if they do hit. Crumble will get a huge one, though, a little bit more than Shook, and then right after that, block off the POV, the escape of his opponent. Although the loot's gold there, Crumble's game now is looking absolutely solid, platinum almost, higher even, rich, because he's moving ever so closer to that vault, to the drum gun, to all the loot that's available, the shields inside as well. Question is, if someone already ran away with it? Another sneaky trap for Crumble. He has every single piece in this box, the walls as well. You can't escape. You can only disintegrate. This Crumble here is just picking up this entire agency single-handedly.
I mean, he's snatching all the jewels. He's running the jewels of the agency right now. He finds another elim. And this person now delivers another goodie. It's going to be Midas's drum gun. Big shields to go for as well. And just looking from the body cams there, I think he cleared out the rest of the agency. That's it. You see over here now, we're jumping over Abo, who's trying to claim a drop. There's a player, Shaz, who's on the river bend right now. He kind of sees what's going on. Doesn't seem like he's going to be the guy that's going to jump in. I see another arrow nearby. This is probably going to be what the conflict's going to be all about right here. A little bit of a hesitation on opening the drop. Now he's going to get rewarded with the guaranteed launch pad. Another big pot here. No great shotgun, though.
Just watch. I know Schmexy's back here. He snuck up, but the way Abo will take this fight, especially with a gray pump, is going to be way back on the heels. He will not look for a lot of opportunities to shoot. If the fight gets longer, Schmexy, especially with that tactical shotgun, will have the upper advantage. Already playing one box away, Abo has the opportunity, controls all these floors and cones and looks for shots, but doesn't have them now completely. Having Schmexy in his own box, not controlling any of the walls there, his opponent, he still doesn't take a peek just because of his inventory. And I understand that great pump, it's very hard to actually fight with, but you have to show some type of confidence or you're going to lose wall after wall. I think that's the 6th consecutive piece that Schmexy's taken. That's the first block he's had, but now he's finally in there. And oh, there's the denial. The SMG's there to kind of soften him up, and it doesn't matter how much HP you have. If it's below 50, that pump will finish you off. Abo stopping Schmexy in his tracks.
Yeah, definitely didn't see that coming, especially considering how timid he was in the battle, like you said. We're going to take a little bit of a focus, a little bit of a look in here for IQ Cow. IQ has been playing quite out of his mind today. Very good games from what we've been able to kind of see. Take a look at how he's controlling the fight right now. He has this player up against the wall, forced him into the flush potty there. And that's it. That guy's out of there. Now looking to back up right now. He's probably going to continue to hunt. Yeah, look, he takes a direct look at where this player should be. And that's what happens when you know a drop spot. You know where the exits are going to take him almost perfectly there. I can tell you this much. I wouldn't have been able to guess what exact porta potty right there or at dumpster that player might have come out of. So
I mean, that's one thing we can touch on. We haven't had broadcasts in so long. I think the last time these features weren't in the game with the new chapter, there's actually a lot of things on the map, such as dumpsters, such as porta potties you can hop into and then actually get transported to different places in the map. With Pleasant, there's about 5 or 6 different ones that connect to each other. You have to know exactly where they go, because in cases like this, as Monster mentioned, if someone does escape away, you can follow the scent and just hunt and make sure you have your elimination, especially earlier on. Find your momentum. We saw how important that was for Cow before, although now he's taking a long time to find any success here in this fight. That'll hinder the amount of elims you can have later on, because you can see the lobby count already dwindling. 58 people left alive. Can he think his way out of this one?
That is true. These are their last opportunities. Queues are closed, guys, as this is the qualifier day 1, the day 1 of the FNCS return here for solos. Official broadcast. Players only get 10 games or a certain window to kind of play through. That window of time is over, so being that we are in the last game of NA East, everything's riding on these games right here for them to get their last little bit of points before having to come back tomorrow and do it all again. Sad is going to be left with something to think about here as his night's coming to a close there. Those are probably going to lead to some real sad dreams, I'll say that.
First shook, now sad. Everyone's kind of just embracing the names they've given themselves. We can see the other half of Innocence, Agers, up on a hill as we watch this fight go down first. It's going to be Elevon looking for an elevated position in this fight. Finally gets it, but drops it to try to get into the box of his opponent. Will not actually find it through. And then these are one of the next stalemates that we'll see. Will he try to continue on this fight with 3 elims? I would say so. But trying to get forward to it is a different question. The time investment is a huge thing, Monster, and he spends too long. We can see, I think Agers is already doubling back, looking to come straight to this fight. He needs to finish it sooner. It becomes more of a fight and more so of a party.
Yeah, he's already on 3 elims. I mean, we know he's on fire. Good job to jump into the box and continue to keep the pressure on. You can see he's trying to take the wall. He does lose track for a second there. And all of a sudden now he has this other opponent still scrambling. There are shots coming in from behind, though. So more pressure being added from Agers, who has the mountaintop. Now there's a player over on the other side. Couple of mountain players kind of looking to fire in shots here. Not making this a freebie at all. Frosted still getting chopped down here. Elevon needs to connect one more good shot here. And this could be his point. Can he get it? Gold pump versus tactical shotgun. He does get traded right there. He gets tagged really hard.
Has a defensive box. Now more people tuning in. A lot more eyes over at this fight to see exactly who finishes off, when, and how. But past that, there's so many other people we know as well on the server who are in this position. It's all about wondering, is it worth it to finish this off? Especially in the last game. Not only do you risk not having this point, leaving it behind, but on the other side of things, you risk just ending your game right here and barely getting more placement. Maybe delaying is the wave to get a few more points, because once again, a format reminder, past top 75 is when you start getting points for a few thresholds of placement. From time to time, Frosted gets put on ice as Elevon finally picks up his 4th.
Well played. Good one pump from the golden pump shotgun right there. It was a chance. Frosted did have a chance with that tactical shot. He had a little bit of momentum in his favor, didn't choose to capitalize on it. Here's Mr. 6 versus 200 IQ Cal. 200 IQ Cal was just in Pleasant Park, rotating down. Mr. 6 is going to get hit from someone outside of Risky Reels, though. And all of a sudden now, IQ Cal has a moment of chill here because of the additional shots from, it looks like, Noe, who was on the side there. Now they both managed to heal up. Unlucky for Cal, he does have some form of white heal here. That's it. That was the last. Oh no, lucky for him, he was chilling on some bandages. So he actually found probably a medkit just chilling right here. Lucky. Indeed, and that's another tactical shotgun shot. But whoa, the SMG is going to connect with a couple of headshots now. IQ has to wrap this up. He can't afford to sit here for too long, and that's enough shots right there. Enough pressure to keep him in the game here. He's going to pop the heals, take the rest for the road. Valuable seconds he's losing out on here, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, we were alluding to this kind of the whole time with a lot of fights we saw with Sway, with a lot of fights we just saw even with Elevon. It's the fact that taking these fights, especially when zone is so close, we saw it all the way in Game 1, we saw it in some replays of Middle East as well, it's just that You take these mid-game fights, you take these fights next to zone. If they don't go the way you plan to, if you have to take time to think, time is that operating word that you lose. And then you're stuck in positions like Cal where he looks so prominent, so fierceful, and, you know, heavy on the server. He had a presence. Now he's trapped in zone, trying to catch up once again. These are full moments where he does not get to have a say on getting any eliminations. And the way we've seen these games kind of play out, if you're not active right now, you're falling behind that leaderboard because there's at least 20 or 30 people who are getting points in different games.
Here's the person to blame for that one. It's Noe, who took a couple shots and kept it rolling. 47 players remaining in this game right now. More than probably what I expected, to say the least. We did have other games to reflect on where there was a lot less coming into Zone 2 and 3, but regardless of what, let's see what's going to happen here. He's got his eyes on a couple of bases, one of which is occupied up on that mountain. But that player's looking off in the wrong distance, just stargazing or looking off into the sunset, it seems. He's staring at another player in there. Finally, he looks back, but I don't think he has enough information here on Noe. Noe's going to activate the campfire just to get the little bit of health that could be all the world of difference there. And he's maximum material. What a cautious player. Cautious plays.
Cautious, but with no hesitation. This is one of the advantages of coming into zone very late, especially right on the line when the next one locks in. You know you have to move once again. You don't have the pain of leaving a pre-built base behind. Like, look at all the investment from all these different, you know, old bases, hard mats, 200, 300 metal, 200 brick, that people are going to be sad leaving behind, that people had the option to put down and use, that followed through with it. No, he's going to have his full materials to use and move forward with. A nice block there, a shot to answer back, choosing to actually go for this wall, takes it, and now has a chance to fight. Either way, though, even if he doesn't, this player in front of him has probably used so much more. A self-rocket there, not going to do too much damage to the player. A nice reversal to actually escape. Noe now on the back end actually finds the right path, but doesn't take the proper road to find the shot, though. There's now going to be right out of wood. You see how fast these materials go later in the game when you have to cover all angles. But when you have the view that Noe does, the bird's eye, the top down, you can find the easy shot. He does. Now he's at the edge of zone. Now he has that decision to make. Do I leave this base for a better one, or is this investment worth it?
When you see why he has that many points now, he's not just passive for no reason. He will bite if he has to. You back him into that corner. That player was just asking for trouble there. Here's Illis. Lazy Lake zone pushing across. Zone's already moving. A couple of players have to make a decision here. One of which is Illis. How fast does he want to wrap up this battle? He has 60 seconds on the clock right now to cut across, to make a move. He's going for it, though. He's opting to take the fight right now. Not that he really needs it, but hey, the points mean something. The more you can score today, the better you are likely to make it to tomorrow. It's Elevon who he has on the run right now. You're going to hop over Gilly. He's going to take a couple pop shots right there. A little first shot accuracy.
Gilly as well has been playing for such a long time. Finally now is going to have a few points under his belt. Hopefully be able to qualify for the next stage of the competition. As well, though, these players distracted by all these box fights, rightfully so, because you want to be able to play perfect. Possibly unaware of where the zone could go, because it's separated by a no man's land of a river straight through the middle. On one side, it's a town with varying levels and difficulties of mid-ground. On the other side, all the way towards the right, it's mountainous. There's a huge uphill elevation that you have to kind of climb towards. Illis not finding the target that I think he was superbly chasing at the back end of this fight, but does find out where one elimination is. Now that zone pulls towards that no man's land. Everyone finally clicks into what's going on. Illis is going to have one of the hardest rotations to make, but at the same time, if rotating late, it might be easy as people have given him a path. He might be able to ramp over how we saw Innocence do in that Wailing Woods game that we watched earlier on. There's going to be a lot of options he has to play with.
Not only that, he has completely maxed builds here. You see Agers recognizing Illis setting up what looked like a launch pad or something like that, hence why he's pushing over. Agers now might be regretting this decision, though, as he comes for the loot pile, and all of a sudden Agers is fighting in the We're in a little bit of a scuffle with Illist here. Illist still holding on to the launch pad. He's going to jump into Azer's box right now. Can he get the full connection? He hits him once. That's a little bit of blues right there. Does try to grab the piece up above. It's his wall too. Azer's now on the defense. Has to pop the heel. He gets the mini off. He's backed up again. Someone else has line of sights on Azer's back wall. This is not looking good.
Shots from all around. He gets forced into Illist's box. Then Illist picks that up. Now, though, look at the firing range waiting for Illist to make a move. There's at least 6 different arrows I see looking back. One trained at his position. Mad that that third party he had didn't actually have an effect. He's going to launch pad all the way towards the right side to avoid that specific box. It's that metal edit right there. Get in slightly early. This will be good because he doesn't get shot up too much, but he'll have to trek on foot towards where he needs to go. Getting shot from the right side now. He's gotten new fans. Those that strike, though, so not the ones that he's looking for. And Noe's the one that's also right in front of him. Physical and Shaz up top, box to box. This is a very tightly knit, packed left side of the storm circle.
See Noe there, like you said, they're all kind of huddled up on top of one another, sharing basically no real estate, looking like a little apartment complex right there. Here's Crumbler, who is in the same situation as the others, except this guy's on the north side of the map right now. There's really not that many players center zone here, partly because the river was probably there. This is going to be a full pull to the south side now, as he has the max distance half in, half out. The last time we got to this zone 5 in the previous game, there was only 10 players standing. This is a 40-man lobby, showing you guys that the stakes are high for the players in here, and everyone is playing for endgame right now. The lobby has been very, very slowly dropping since we've reached the mid-game right now. Last opportunity for most here tonight. Queues are closed right now for day 1 of the qualifiers here in the NA East. Only tomorrow remains for some.
And this ends kind of the last taste that a lot of these players have of playing these games, especially in this new format. At least for just this session. Now we'll follow in with Crumble, who has that loadout that we've been talking about game after game, region after region. The Mythic Midas drum gun right now not going to be the operating factor in his kit. It'll be that long-range purple AR hitting time and time again. Ooh. If he's not getting the Elam, he's influencing the server to get split almost in half on this rotation.
That was actually Illist. I saw him in the feed. He was one of the victims who got caught in the crossfire. Look how many players are set up here. There's a reason we call them mountain goats, because they sit on the side just perched up, ever so comfortable somehow, some way. They fire in, they take players out. It's not a safe way to fly, not anymore. Not right now. Let's see here. Showbeans here. What can he do? He's on 0 eliminations. He's got a harpoon. That could be very useful for picking up some material. If he can just find something or catch an opportunity here. The zone's pulling though. Look at. It's one of the first times today we've seen like a nice hefty stack of players coming into a moving, I think.
Yeah. I mean, let's talk about what we're used to watching, right? In duos, although the player count might be a little bit larger, the team size is about 25 to maybe 30 if we're getting super stacked. And in those cases, especially with the loot that Showbeans has now, that big Sky Grappler pickup, it's like there's going to be 29 now separate instances of people looking at you, 29 separate entities on this rotation. It's even more stacked than what we're used to watching when you just think about the eyes, the POVs, the people that need room and space. Showbeans will be one of those guys who's playing with a lighter amount of eliminations, so every single one that he gets now will be that much more impactful. He goes for beams on the backside, has a grappler to use, but will attempt to actually just play box to box. The blue pump might not be the best for that operation. Regardless, though, if he looks back with big medium sight lines like this, it's 200 IQ Cow that goes down again on a 6-zone rotation. He'll choose to launch pad again, though, saving that grappler for that endgame, possibly a height play monster. He has a lot of choices ahead of him. He chooses this time, though, to move all the way the max distance that he can and put a 3-man base down.
I like what he's doing. He's playing the low ground because he has the grappler. It was probably a decision he made on the fly right there as he was cutting into the zone here. Here's what's left of the lobby. You can see a lot of the faces we've been following so far. Crumbler being one of them. 4 elims already. So we're starting to ramp things up now. 24 players, 24 threats on the field like Shayo was kind of alluding to. There's more variables in solos because more players are everyone's looking out for themselves. So there's more threats at every single corner. Let's see what Crumbler can do now. He's leading the rotation, leading the push here. He's in front of the zone. I'm loving what he's doing right now. If you're a solo player at home, take notes here. He's doing a really good job of not being too caught up on the players behind him, but instead playing for positioning. This is somewhat of a Kanata play style. Look at that. Cutting all the way across. 100 mats now, though. Now it's time to make a play.
Now is where he'll have to activate. Just has about 2 magazines, though, to use in this drum gun. Not that much ammo. Tries to find one, but that person will not budge. Has to move now. Just 8 builds used for reactionary defense. There's the first box. Can only afford about half of one more. So there'll have to be some type of refresh here. That meaning a fast elimination. And then that loot gathering right afterwards. He finds a connection with that pump. After that switches over. No more builds left, really. Has to move up and try to recycle other people's. Gets finally faced through a box. Tries to find the conversion and does. Crumble gets to stay solidified and find a little bit more room to play. Now 300, 400 materials as we tune into Rogue, who tries to look for something to survive but can't as he gets taken out by Sake. Sake now looking forward, I think right above Crumble, who's just expended so many materials to get into this position, dodging RPGs and pressure. It's now the 9th zone, 11 people still left alive. So many things to think about, and Crumble just has one brain. He'll try to use it to maximum effectiveness, try to use that drum gun that now has 800 bullets for. It's all up to him to end up and finish his own game.
He's playing it right as Physical's going to eat all the bullets right there. Showbeans still in the game right now with the grappler. Showbeans who took low ground from before, and now he has height. Why is he cranking? I don't know, because he only has 50 builds. What is he going to do as he's now in the zone? He needed that elim so bad. He wasn't able to convert, and he gets taken out. Crumbler suddenly turns things around. Also someone with no material on high ground right now. These are your final moments. These are the final engagements right here. How's Crumbler going to play? Oh. He's going to play by connecting with the shotgun shot. And now for the final 1v1 right now. It's just him and whoever's on low ground. He has all the advantage. Dead to rights right here. And I believe it's over the river. We talk about the river playing an effect here, Shayo.
And he'll have to cross it right now, although the first person down below will have a rougher time. He's eating pressure from both the top side and the current down below. Not going to stop him, though. He paddles straight through Crumble, trying to hold on by just a thread, and it's the zone that separates him from his opponents. Crumble staying up top, eating his opponents, and at the end of the day, just wins out that game, holding on to a powerful loadout. What a huge game from him. What a nice rate of survival. That was a perfect ending to NA East.
My goodness, the most galaxy brain coming out of Crumble there, just knowing exactly how he needed to execute and navigate all of those builds. For sure there, I thought the player with the grappler was going to make it a little farther, but it didn't even matter because Crumble was there. He was like, oh, I know what that sound is. You're going to be trying to take high ground. I'm going to put myself in a position to bring you down. So awesome and such a great ending, just like you said. But that pretty much wraps up the last game for the day. Now, don't forget, tomorrow we're back for 10 more games. Now, the thing we got to look at, gentlemen, is the standings. We got to see who is placed at the top and how many points they have. Let's take a look together here. There in your number 1 spot, you've got Box there with 310 points. Now, if we just look down the list, Monster in 4th, Face Sway, Innocence there in 8th, and just above him is Crumbler. And the point disparity there is only a few points in the grand scheme of things.
That is true. This format finally coming into fruition here. We get to see how it plays out across all the regions. NA East, not a region to kind of scoff over. There's so many familiar names, so many people here, like Jackie Ski that you see down below, and just a few of the others. But remember, this weekend is an opportunity for so many people to finally make a name for themselves. This is their chance to kind of, you know, clear the air and really take a stab at things when the rest of the players are not. The rest of the invited players are not able to compete this weekend, so no surprise to see veterans like Sway, right, up at the top, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, even up at the very tippity top of the server in NA East, 310 is the highest point threshold we've seen thus far. Actually, Coolest Carrot, who we had on interview, got beaten out only at 308 points. Another story as well from Rags to Riches, I believe Assault Iciev, who I think didn't have that much of a dominant performance at all, maybe on that 5th page back in the duos, I think, grand finals. At this point, though, is now at that first page as a solo, performing very well. Hopefully, he'll have a good performance the next day as well. Showbeans, too. We saw him have that grappler in that last game. He's 31st on your screen right now. Tied, soever, as well, with 221 points. His final showing, although he didn't win, as we say, every single elimination, every single moment has an impact on your overall performance.
Great way to start the first broadcast back from the FNCS. Gentlemen, thank you guys so much for coming on. Great cast. But that's pretty much it for the broadcast for today. A couple things to note before we go. First off, don't forget NA West is going to be pretty much underway here. If it's not already going, please tune in. Go check out some of your favorite streamers. They're over on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, wherever they're at. Go give them some love. Please give the casters here some love. If you're not following them, you need to. Shio is basically my spirit animal. Don't forget, tomorrow we're back, same time, same place for more FNCS Invitational action. Please keep your guys' self safe out there, especially in these uncertain times. And of course, as always, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.